Rebirth of the Mecha Master. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 26 Iron Man Amin. According to later records, before the rebellion of the 8 powerful families, real mechs were strictly controlled. Unless one possessed data on outer space exploration, acquiring a mech was virtually impossible. It seems the only way to get a mech is through those underground forces with powerful backers. After a moment's thought, Lin Tao asked, "Who is the Blood Wolf Gang's backer?" "We're just small fry. How could we possibly know the true situation of those underground forces?" Duruming shrugged, indicating he couldn't help at all. "Do you two know?" Lin Tao turned to look at Cheese Hengfei and the other man. These two also shook their heads blankly. They were just small fry. How could they know anything about the upper echelons of the underground forces? Lin Tao's gaze fell on Brother Qin. Brother Qin's joints were dislocated, and he was enduring the pain, his body covered in cold sweat. Lin Tao reached out and slapped Qin hard, coldly saying, "After hearing all this, you should understand what I want to know, right? HMPH. Want to go to our Blood Wolf Gang headquarters?" "No way." Qin retorted stubbornly, enduring the pain, and cursed, "Kid, although I don't know your background, you've offended the Blood Wolf Gang. After today, you'll be hunted down by the entire Blood Wolf Gang. You definitely won't escape tomorrow." After a pause, his eyes flickered darkly, then he lowered his tone. "Lin Tao, help me get my mortis back in, and I can let today's events go." "Oh?" Lin Tao drawled, amusedly giving an "oh." "Your strength is even greater than mine, plus your mecha pilot skills. Once you join our Blood Wolf Gang, you can easily rise to the same position as me. Then we can drink together and be friends." Qin repeatedly urged. "Friends?" Lin Tao smiled faintly, his gaze drifting to Cheese Hengfei and the other man. These two, using the word friend, brought Lin Tao to this Hengwei Mecha Center. If it weren't for his experience as a future Mecha Master, he might already be captured and taken to a mine by the Blood Wolf Gang. Clearly, you can't just casually give out friendship cards. Sensing Lin Tao's gaze, Cheese Hengfei and the other man immediately lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Just then, Lin Tao flung open the car door and, with lightning speed, grabbed Qin's head and slammed it to the ground. The hovercar sped along, Qin's scalp barely a finger's width above the ground. In an instant, Qin felt a chill run down his spine. The sudden scene nearly made Qin's heart leap out of his chest. He cried out, "Lin Tao, what do you mean?" Not only Qin, but Cheese Hengfei, Fan, and Duruming, who was driving the hovercar, were equally shocked. Duruming's hand trembled, almost causing him to crash the car into the roadside. Cheese Hengfei and Duruming exchanged a glance and huddled together even closer. Just a moment ago, Lin Tao had been speaking to them in a friendly manner, but now he seemed like a completely different person. Could it be that the potion changed not only Lin Tao's physical body, but also his personality? Suddenly, Duruming felt a surge of fear towards the dark liquid. However, the thought of how the potion could transform someone into a completely different person, coupled with a terrifying increase in strength, helped him suppress his fear. Lin Tao's tone instantly turned cold as he said in a chilling voice, "Brother Qin? I'll give you 10 seconds. Either you speak, or you die." As he spoke, Lin Tao pressed his hand down again. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, a series of ear-piercing sounds filled the air. Brother Qin felt as if his scalp was being rubbed raw by the ground. Death filled his mind, and he panicked, crying out, I'll talk. Lin Tao, pull me back." Hearing this, Lin Tao's face hardened as he pulled him back into the car and closed the door. As the car door closed, the rushing wind outside finally subsided. "Where?" Lin Tao asked coldly. Qin's heart was still pounding, and he felt a rush of blood to his head. Hearing Lin Tao's words, his expression changed again. Having been a high-ranking member of the Blood Wolf Gang, he naturally understood their power. If he were to defect, his fate would likely be dire. Seeing Qin's constantly shifting expression and his prolonged silence, Lin Tao snorted coldly and yanked open the car door again. Before the cold wind could even enter the car, Qin Ji's pupils contracted sharply, and he cried out urgently, "It's in Anshang City." The Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters is hidden in the center of Anshang City. Only now did Qin Ji finally realize that Lin Tao was no ordinary student from Hyacinth Academy, as Qi Hangfei and the other man had described. This was definitely a ruthless person, whose methods were no less than those of members of the underworld. "Location," Lin Tao said slowly, closing the car door. Qin Ji appeared extremely helpless and could only give a location, but as he spoke, a barely perceptible glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Lin Tao was closing the car door and didn't notice. Qi Hangfei, huddled nearby with his head down, inadvertently saw this. Could this Qin Ji be? Suddenly, Qi Hangfei's pupils contracted, and he immediately thought of another member of the Blood Wolf Gang. The Blood Wolf Gang in Anshang City was led by a flamboyant, pale-faced young man known as Brother Zheng. Qi Hangfei had met him before, and although he didn't know what Brother Zheng's abilities were, he did know that Brother Zheng was always accompanied by two burly men. One of them was Qin Ji in front of him. Otherwise, how could Qi Hangfei and his companion have obediently followed orders to bring him here to find Lin Tao's whereabouts? The other man had a nickname, known as Iron Man Ming, which Qi Hangfei naturally addressed as Brother Ming. Qi Hangfei had once curiously inquired about the reason for Ming's nickname from his friend in the Blood Wolf Gang. It turned out that Ming was called Iron Man Ming because he possessed an iron skeleton. This iron skeleton wasn't the kind of unyielding spirit people usually talked about, it was a real skeleton made of iron. In other words, Ming had bones made of steel inside him. Furthermore, Ming, like Qin, was a fighter. In a flash, Qi Hangfei understood that Qin didn't simply want to take Lin Tao to the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, but rather planned to use Iron Man Ming to kill Lin Tao on the spot. Thinking of this, Qi Hangfei's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. He knew that falling into Lin Tao's hands would lead to a terrible fate, because he and Hifan had once tried to sell Lin Tao to a mine. Although the money hadn't directly reached them, Lin Tao's previous actions had already proven everything. He certainly wouldn't let the two of them go easily. HMPH. Since you, Lin Tao, are determined to die, I won't bother reminding you. In just a moment, Qi Hangfei had made up his mind. Lin Tao is doomed. In Qi Hangfei's mind, no matter how strong Lin Tao's physical body was, how could he possibly defeat a fighter with an iron skeleton? As long as Lin Tao died, he and Hifan would be completely free. Anshang City, Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. An inconspicuous two-story building. On the third basement floor, in a luxuriously decorated room, Brother Zheng was still sitting at his desk, his feet propped up on it, trimming his nails with nail clippers. He kept repeating this action, as if his nails were his lifeblood. Beside him stood a burly man, none other than Iron Man Amin. Tap tap tap. After a series of high heels, there were a few knocks on the door. "Come in," Brother Zheng said calmly. The door opened, and a well-dressed woman with long hair, exuding a seductive aura, entered. After the alluring long-haired woman entered, she slowly walked to the desk, gently placed a document down, and then said, "Brother Zheng, this is the information on the underground arenas for the next round of competitions." Put it down," Brother Zheng replied nonchalantly. This alluring long-haired woman not only exuded a seductive aura, but even her voice was filled with temptation. However, Brother Zheng's eyes remained fixed on his manicured nails, and he didn't look up at her once. This slightly displeased the alluring long-haired woman, but she was helpless. Someone had once interfered with Brother Zheng's nail trimming, and that person's fate was death. That's right, Brother Zheng valued his fingernails more than his own life. Of course, no one doubted Brother Zheng's normal sexual orientation because of this, since this alluring woman was also one of Brother Zheng's people. "Has Qin returned?" Brother Zheng asked softly. "Brother Qin hasn't returned yet," the alluring long-haired woman quickly replied. "Qin has been gone for almost a whole night. Why hasn't he returned yet?" Iron Man Ming frowned beside him. Could he have run into a tough opponent? Brother Zheng frowned slightly. According to the information on that lecherous subordinate, this guy named Lin Tao was just a maintenance student at Hyacinth Academy. He usually stayed in the maintenance department, and if Qi Hangfei and his companion hadn't called him to the Mecha Center, probably no one would have known that this kid possessed the talent of a Mecha pilot. How strong could such a student be? At most, he was just a Mecha expert who could only contribute his remaining skills to Skynet. Brother Zheng had already made up his mind. If this guy couldn't handle real mecha maneuvers, he would arrange for him to go to Skynet to gamble against Skynet mecha pilots. At least he could win money. Maybe after winning some money, he'll run off to nightclubs, preventing Brother Qin from finding a way to stump him for a while. The alluring long-haired woman chuckled, covering her mouth and giving Brother Zhang a flirtatious wink. Unfortunately, Brother Zhang was still carefully trimming his nails, which made her somewhat discouraged. Boom! Suddenly, a huge bang came from above. The loud noise even caused the entire building to shake, as if a huge object had crashed into their structure. What happened? Brother Zhang finally stopped trimming his nails, his face darkening. Iron Man Amin and the alluring long-haired woman exchanged a puzzled glance. Brother Zhang, I'll go up and take a look. After saying that, Iron Man Amin's figure flashed, and he darted out of the luxurious room like lightning. Once outside, he didn't even wait for the elevator and leaped up the side stairwell. Chapter 27 The Blood Wolf Gang's Face. I never expected Du Ruming to become such a different person after he went all out. Opening the car door and casually tossing Qin Zhen, who was lying there like a dead dog, out of the car, Lin Tao glanced at the dented front of the hovercar, then at Du Ruming, who was panting heavily in the driver's seat, and couldn't help but chuckle. When Du Ruming learned that Lin Tao was really going to the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, he was frantic and kept trying to dissuade him. But sensing Lin Tao's determination, he immediately changed, slamming on the accelerator upon arriving at the headquarters and smashing the gate open. What else can I do? Since I'm going to storm the Blood Wolf Gang anyway, I might as well go all the way. In the driver's seat, Du Ruming was trembling with fear, his adrenaline still pumping. Who are you people? You have some nerve. Don't you know this is Blood Wolf Gang territory? Causing trouble on Blood Wolf Gang territory? You don't want to live. As soon as the hovercar smashed open the gate, a group of people who were resting nearby surrounded it, filled with righteous indignation. This was the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Smashing down the gate was blatant disrespect for the Blood Wolf Gang. This is Brother Qin. How is this possible? Brother Qin, you. Brother Qin, what happened to you? However, when Lin Tao threw Brother Qin out, they recognized him and their expressions changed drastically, even keeping a considerable distance from Lin Tao. If he could treat Brother Qin, a skilled fighter in the gang, like a dead dog, who among them, ordinary gang members, would dare to step forward? What happened? Just then, a sharp voice came from the stairwell, and with a whoosh, a burly figure flew out. The newcomer was none other than Iron Man Ming. As Ming leaped out, he immediately saw the broken gate and the hovercar beside it. His face darkened instantly. Before he could speak, he heard someone calling Brother Qin repeatedly, and he turned around. Qin, what happened to you? Seeing Brother Qin lying on the ground like a dead dog, struggling and unable to get up, his expression changed drastically. He quickly flew forward to check on Brother Qin's injuries. I'm not seriously injured. Someone dislocated the joints of my limbs, and I can't move for a while. Brother Qin's face was as white as paper, panting heavily. Then his face contorted with rage, and he gritted his teeth. Ming, finish him off for me. Don't kill him right away. Save the final blow for me. How dare you attack our Blood Wolf Gang? Upon hearing this, Ming's face turned even more ugly. Ming Zhen, it's him. It was Lin Tao who attacked Qin Zhen. Ming Zhen, and that young master from the herbal medicine shop, he's the one who rammed the Blood Wolf Gang's gate with his car. Cheese Hangfei and He Fan had already secretly gotten out of the hovercar from the other end after Lin Tao disembarked. Seeing Iron Man Ming Zhen appear, they immediately rushed forward, crying out, Lin Tao? Ming Zhen glanced at the two men, then turned around, finally noticing Lin Tao's presence. Although he was wearing Qin Zhi's clothes, Lin Tao's explosive muscles still bulged the clothes. This is impossible. Ming Zhi's eyes narrowed, a hint of shock flashing within them. As one of Zhang Ji's two top henchmen, Ming Zhi had naturally seen photos of Lin Tao from Qin Zhi's mission, but he couldn't connect the person in the photos with the Lin Tao before him. One was a skinny, malnourished poor student, the other a man with muscles that seemed to explode. How could one person undergo such a drastic change overnight, as if becoming a completely different person? Ming Zhi was shocked. Brother Ming, he really is that Lin Tao. We don't know what happened to him, he suddenly became all muscular, even Brother Qin is no match for him. Cheese Hangfei and He Fan hurriedly explained from the side. As if thinking of something, Cheese Hangfei turned to look at Lin Tao after shouting, Lin Tao, this is Brother Ming of the Blood Wolf Gang, known as Iron Man A Ming. If you surrender immediately, he might be able to say a few good words for you in front of Brother Qin, so that you can shut up. Before Cheese Hangfei could finish speaking, he heard a soft, effeminate voice scolding him. Cheese Hangfei was furious. He was trying to impress Brother Ming right now, who dared to interrupt him? However, when Cheese Hangfei turned around, just as he was about to curse, he suddenly shuddered. It turned out that the one who spoke was another figure in the Blood Wolf gang who even Brother Ming had to look up to, Brother Zheng. Brother Zheng. Cheese Hangfei quickly put on a fawning face and changed his address in a flash. The speed of his change of expression was unexpected. No one knew who the Blood Wolf gang's leader was, but Zhang Jie was in charge of the entire Blood Wolf gang in Anzhang City. Insulting him was practically suicide. Now, not only Iron Man A Ming had been alerted, but even Zhang Jie had been alerted. Lin Tao was definitely dead. And he would die a horrible death. Cheese Hangfei glanced sideways at Lin Tao, a cold smile playing on his lips. The moment Zhang Jie appeared, the entire place fell silent. Even the retreating gang members slowly began to surround Lin Tao and the Hoverker. As the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, his mere presence exuded an unbearable pressure. Not only Cheese Hangfei, but even Iron Man A Ming straightened his back. Zhang Jie, hands behind his back, led the alluring long-haired woman out of the elevator. His face was expressionless, his cold eyes scanning Lin Tao for a moment before he suddenly spoke. "Are you one of King Zhu's men?" Cheese Hangfei was startled. When had Lin Tao become one of King Zhu's men? If there were anyone in the entire Hyacinth Academy who knew Lin Tao best, besides his mentor Liu Xueying who had always paid attention to him, it would be Cheese Hangfei and another person. They had repeatedly offered Lin Tao jobs repairing mecha parts in private. However, thinking of the astonishing changes in Lin Tao, Cheese Hangfei's expression turned grim. If Lin Tao had secretly joined the Green Bamboo sect, he and Fan would be in serious trouble. As the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, Brother Zheng was no ordinary person, his vision far surpassed that of most. He had also seen Lin Tao's photo. He was just a frail boy, but overnight he had grown muscles all over his body, as if he had become a completely different person. There was only one explanation for this. This boy named Lin Tao had taken the rumored gene serum. No wonder he could win so much gambling money in just over an hour. Brother Zheng's eyes narrowed. Everyone in Anzhang City knew that among the three major underground forces in Anzhang City, Green Bamboo had been secretly developing this gene serum, and Brother Zheng had seen many test subjects who had taken it. However, all these test subjects were failures. There were no successful cases. All Zhang Jie had seen were piles of rotten flesh. At this moment, Zhang Jie's narrowed eyes shone with the gaze of someone examining a work of art, as if he wanted to strip Lin Tao naked and admire the changes in his body. After all, Lin Tao was Zhang Jie's first successful subject in all these years since he had come into contact with gene-enhancing drugs. King Zhu? Lin Tao was also taken aback, then understood. Among the three major forces in Anzhang City, the King Zhu sect's backer was the Davis family, one of the 8 great families. From Zhen Ye's expression, Lin Tao could tell that this woman's potion lab seemed to be controlled by the Davis family. No wonder this guy called Zhang Jie thought he was from the King Zhu sect. Wait. This Zhang Jie also knows about gene-enhancing drugs? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Tao's mind, and his eyes darted around. I originally thought you were just an ordinary Mecha Academy student, but I didn't expect you to have joined King Zhu so early, Zhang Jie said calmly. At this moment, the alluring long-haired woman had already brought over a chair. After Brother Zhang sat down, he continued, I don't know your status in King Zhu, but since my men offended you first, we need to apologize to you. However, at this point, Brother Zhang's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed, and a strange glint flashed in them. Since you're from King Zhu and have caused trouble at our Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters today, if we just settle this like this, our Blood Wolf Gang will lose face in the future. As a leader, having sent Akin when the situation was unclear, Brother Zhang could apologize to Lin Tao. But Lin Tao had come knocking on their door and even damaged the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters. If this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully, then after today, the Blood Wolf Gang members would be unable to hold their heads high in front of King Zhu. Of course, this was only one aspect. As the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, Brother Zhang had to constantly monitor the events happening in various gangs. The changes in Lin Tao made him very curious about the progress of the gene-enhancing drugs that King Zhu was secretly researching. Once a mech pilot enters the cockpit, without a strong physique, It's difficult to withstand the impact of high-speed mech movements. Therefore, the Blood Wolf Gang wasn't the only one secretly observing King Zhu's research. At this moment, the alluring long-haired woman also glanced at Lin Tao. She was extremely satisfied with Lin Tao's physique, but this Lin Tao was really courting death, actually damaging the gate of the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. What a waste of such a good physique. Hearing Brother Zheng's words, she covered her mouth and giggled softly. Brother Zheng, since he could defeat a Qin, I guess an ordinary person might not be his match. Brother Zheng nodded. After glancing at Lin Tao's explosive physique, he turned to Iron Man Ming and gestured, Ming, you go try him out first. He paused, then added, don't damage him. He's King Zhu's test subject. Understood, Brother Zheng. Ming nodded and walked towards Lin Tao. Lin Tao dislocated a Qin's limbs and tossed him back to the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters like a dead dog. This had long fueled Ming's resentment, as a Qin had lost all faith in his future standing within the gang would be significantly diminished. As a colleague who had served Brother Zheng for many years and a close friend, Ming had long wanted to teach Lin Tao a lesson. Moreover, that was secondary. The most important thing was that Lin Tao had completely tarnished the Blood Wolf Gang's reputation. If the Blood Wolf Gang didn't regain its honor today, its members would be secretly ridiculed even by weaker gangs. Don't break him? Ming narrowed his eyes. Since Lin Tao had dislocated a Qin's limbs, he would let him know just how terrible it was to have his limbs dislocated. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Metal Skeleton. Brother Ming, let him know how powerful the Blood Wolf Gang is. Brother Ming, don't hold back. Brother Ming, let him know that the Blood Wolf Gang isn't to be trifled with. As Iron Man Ming walked towards Lin Tao, the gang members immediately shouted loudly. Seeing the gang members' excitement, Brother Zheng smiled slightly, took the nail clippers from the alluring long-haired woman, and began trimming his nails at a leisurely pace. He had inexplicable confidence in Ming. The alluring long-haired woman looked at Lin Tao's figure with a pang of regret. Cheese Hangfei and the other man glanced at Brother Zheng and then began to call out for Brother Ming. They both understood that if Lin Tao lost, as long as he insisted that they were all members of the Blood Wolf Gang, Lin Tao probably wouldn't retaliate against them out of respect for the Blood Wolf Gang. Although Lin Tao was physically imposing, and Brother Qin would definitely lose against him, everyone knew that Lin Tao was doomed the moment Brother Ming stepped onto the field. No matter how strong and powerful Lin Tao's physique was, Brother Ming's title of Iron Man wasn't given lightly. Ming had undergone surgery and now possessed an iron skeleton. No matter how strong one's physical body was, how could it possibly be stronger than an iron skeleton? Since you're from King Zhu, I'll give you 3 moves, Ming said disdainfully, holding up 3 fingers as he walked up to Lin Tao. Oh? Lin Tao was surprised. He smiled without saying a word about the misunderstanding, knowing full well that King Zhu's people would eventually come looking for him. If you really want to give me 3 moves, I won't hold back, Lin Tao said. No need to be polite, Ming smiled contemptuously. Since acquiring the iron skeleton, he hadn't encountered anyone worthy of a fight in the fighting world for a long time. If it weren't for Zheng's orders, he would have already launched a fierce attack to teach this man a lesson for Aqin. Lin Tao smiled, and with a whoosh, he was already in front of Ming. So fast. Zheng, who was trimming his nails, caught a glimpse of Lin Tao's speed out of the corner of his eye, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Huh? Ming let out a soft exclamation, but quickly dismissed it. No matter how fast Lin Tao was, or how strong his physical body, he could never compare to the iron skeleton within him. This iron skeleton was actually a special alloy, its strength surpassing even steel. With Ming Ji's current strength, a single punch would easily leave a fist-shaped dent on even a 10-centimeter thick iron plate. What could a mere physical body do to him? Keep in mind, the alloy skeleton within him weighed a staggering 150 kilograms. Even after surgery, he had taken numerous special medications and it had taken a long time to adjust. A normal person's ordinary punch carries about 30-40 kilograms of force. Even with training, it's at most around 100 kilograms, unless someone possesses superhuman strength, perhaps exceeding 200 kilograms, but anything more is simply impossible. Ming Ji's alloy skeleton could withstand over 250 kilograms of force head-on without flinching. This was Ming Ji's confidence. Bang! Just then, a sound of flesh colliding with flesh rang out. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, there was a series of hurried footsteps retreating. Everyone looked up and saw that the person retreating was none other than their Iron Man, Ming. Silence. The hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned, frozen in place. Qi Hangfei and his companion gaped, speechless. How could this be? Not only the Blood Wolf Gang members in the hall, but even Zhang just stopped trimming his nails, stood up abruptly, his eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on Lin Tao. The alluring long-haired woman was equally shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief. Both of them knew that Ming's iron skeleton weighed 150 kilograms, how could Lin Tao possibly knock him back with a single punch? Unless, Lin Tao was a humanoid mech. Inside the hoverker, Du Ruming hadn't emerged. Seeing the scene before him, he swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly. His desire for the black potion surpassed everything else, and his gaze towards Qi Hangfei was almost murderous. He retreated hastily, leaving a trail of footprints on the ground thanks to the 150-kilogram alloy skeleton within him. You. Ming was both shocked and astonished. After taking Lin Tao's punch, he finally understood why a king had lost to Lin Tao. The force of that punch definitely exceeded 300 kilograms. Fortunately, he was also a skilled fighter, and quickly recovered from the shock. Although Lin Tao's punch had over 300 kilograms of force, for Ming, it only caused a tingling pain in his muscles. As for his bones, how could an alloy skeleton possibly feel pain? At least the alloy skeleton within Ming's body wasn't connected to his nerves. Your name is Lin Tao? After recovering, Ming closed his eyes briefly, exhaled deeply, then suddenly opened them again, asking in a deep voice. Lin Tao nodded. That's right. Since I changed to this alloy skeleton, not to mention the entire Anzhang city, but even the entire Mingyuan Star, no more than 50 people can repel me. Ming tried to keep his voice calm, avoiding any hint of anxiety. And the number of people who can completely defeat me is definitely no more than that. Ming extended his right hand and shook his 5 fingers 3 times. Zhang's eyes swept back and forth between the two of them. After hearing Ming's words, he finally calmed down and sat back down, but he had lost the mood to continue trimming his nails. I didn't expect to meet someone who could repel me again today. I'm very curious, and I really want to know whether you can become another person who can completely defeat me. Ming said, then paused before adding, I usually leave my name for strong people. My name is Hong Ming. Hong Ming said, walking towards Lin Tao again, while extending his arms to warm up his metal skeleton. As for letting Lin Tao make 3 moves, that was already a distant memory. Lin Tao frowned slightly as he watched Hong Ming approach, then grinned, a metal skeleton? With just 1 punch, Lin Tao could already sense the condition of the opponent's skeleton. Later records also described metal skeletons in detail. A metal skeleton is a special surgical procedure that forcibly implants a metal frame into the human body to make the human a superhuman. This technology has been preserved into later generations. Even before the advent of gene-enhancing drugs, using metal skeletons to create human superhumans was an extremely common technique, because after the transplant, the human strength, whether attack or defense, would reach a level far exceeding that of ordinary people. This technology was initially used on patients with congenital diseases. Later, after a series of technological advancements and the resolution of many problems, it was subsequently used in superhuman research projects. Superhuman research has 2 development directions, one is metal skeletons, and the other is the gene-enhancing drug proposed by Xin Yao. Because metal skeletons appeared earlier and many of their technologies had been solved, it was the most widely used technique before the widespread adoption of gene-enhancing drugs. The so-called Superman Project was a research project developed to enable Mecha pilots entering the cockpit of mechs to withstand the impact of high-speed maneuvers. However, research on metal exoskeletons was quickly halted by higher authorities. Firstly, for humans to unleash superhuman strength, the metal exoskeleton needed to reach super strength, and to achieve a theoretical strength, the weight of the metal exoskeleton couldn't be ignored. This meant that the stronger the individual, the heavier their body would reach a critical value. This created another problem, mechs also had weight. Once the mech's weight exceeded normal levels, both reaction time and speed would drastically decrease. The added weight of the metal exoskeleton pushed mecha combat to another extreme, making it virtually impossible for mechs aiming for agile maneuvers. Without superhuman agility and speed, gene-enhancing drugs became widely available. Furthermore, increasing the weight of the internal metal exoskeleton also required strengthening the physical body with gene-enhancing drugs. This technology survived to later generations because countless mech warriors, after battling interstellar creatures, were left with missing limbs and had to replace them with metal prosthetics. Of course, these prosthetics were much lighter than before. However, aside from mech combat, humans equipped with super heavy metal skeletons still possessed formidable combat power before the advent of enhancement gene serum number 6. Lin Tao is currently taking an impure enhancement gene serum number 7, which was definitely inferior to enhancement gene serum number 6. Against the truly powerful metal skeletons of later generations, Lin Tao would be utterly helpless. However, this was in the federal calendar of 1993. Implanting a metal skeleton weighing over 100 kilograms was already considered the limit, because a single super heavy metal skeleton in later generations would weigh at least 400 to 500 kilograms. Without the aid of enhancement gene serums, the muscles would shatter into pieces while walking. With a single punch and the footprints on the ground, Lin Tao roughly estimated the weight of Hong Ming's metal skeleton. This weight, it seems he's taken some special drugs to prevent his muscles from cracking under the weight of the metal skeleton. Lin Tao's gaze swept over Hong Ming. Similarly, from the metal skeleton within Hong Ming, Lin Tao already knew who was behind the Blood Wolf Gang. The metal skeleton was a research project of the Liu family, one of the 8 great clans. The Liu family, the Blood Wolf Gang. Lin Tao's eyes narrowed. Lin Tao, I'm going to make my move. Hong Ming said, stomping his right foot hard on the ground with a thud, leaving a deep footprint. Whoosh! Hong Ming's body shot out, his speed as fast as lightning, catching Lin Tao off guard. Lin Tao was taken aback, but quickly understood. Being able to use the weight of the metal skeleton to unleash superhuman speed meant that Hong Ming was not only a highly skilled fighter, but his metal skeleton transplant had definitely been going on for more than a year or two. Perfect. After strengthening his physical body, he hadn't yet tested its limits. This was an excellent test subject. A glint of light flashed in Lin Tao's eyes. If Hong Ming knew that Lin Tao was merely using him as a sparring partner, he would be furious. Not to mention the Blood Wolf Gang. In the entire Mingyuan Star, no more than 15 people could truly defeat him. That number, even including Lin Tao himself. A sparring partner? To him, it was an insult. In the distance, Brother Zhang's expression tightened. As someone knowledgeable about gene-enhancing drugs, he naturally understood the significance of this duel. It was a clash between metal skeletons and gene-enhancing drugs. Was the Liu family's metal skeletonized cyborg stronger? Or was the gene-enhancing drug secretly developed by the Davis family more powerful? Everything hinged on this duel. Chapter 29 Powerful Finger. In the blink of an eye, Hong Ming pounced on Lin Tao. He raised his hand and swung it sharply, skillfully utilizing the weight of his metal skeleton. In an instant, a piercing explosion echoed through the air. Oh? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. From the speed of the punch, Lin Tao roughly judged that it must have possessed at least 300 kilograms of force. This guy must be a big name in the fighting world of Mingyuan Star, right? Lin Tao was surprised. However, facing this punch, Lin Tao neither dodged nor evaded. He wanted to see just how strong his enhanced physical defense really was. After all, the potion Lin Tao had taken was only an impure extract, and even the data differed from the records. Brother Ming, go for it. Brother Ming, show him the true strength of our Blood Wolf Gang. Brother Ming, hang him up and make him guard the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters for 3 days straight. That's right, he actually broke down our Blood Wolf Gang's gate. As soon as Hong Ming moved, the Blood Wolf Gang members who had gathered around him became excited. Bang! The sound of a fist colliding solidly with body rang out immediately. A heavy punch landed on Lin Tao, instantly causing a large dent in his muscles. But that was all. After taking the punch, Lin Tao remained unmoved, his feet seemingly rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. How is this possible? Cheese Hung Fei and He Fan's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this, like goldfish in water. This physical strength? Duruming, who had been inside the hovercar, swallowed hard. The alluring long-haired woman stood frozen in place. In his seat, Brother Zhang's gaze sharpened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The other Blood Wolf Gang members were already stunned, unsure of what to say. This is impossible. After making the move, Hong Ming's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. With his metal skeleton and having undergone numerous tests, he naturally knew the force of that punch. 310 kilograms. His punch carried a force of 310 kilograms, even a bull would be half dead if it landed on it. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. Is this your maximum strength? Eh? Hongming gulped, swallowing hard. Eh? This wasn't just his maximum punch, it was practically his strongest punch after fully utilizing his metal skeleton. Yet, after such a punch landed on Lin Tao, the latter didn't budge an inch. Could this guy really be a humanoid mecha? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hongming was both shocked and anxious, his mind racing. Seeing Hongming's changing expression, Lin Tao immediately understood and couldn't help but laugh. Since you've made your move, it's my turn now. After exchanging a punch, Lin Tao was quite satisfied with his physical body. As he spoke, he bent his right hand at his waist, took a sudden step forward, and using that momentum, simultaneously thrust his right fist out with the speed of a cannonball. Thud. After a deafening roar, the fist slammed into Hongming. Struck by the immense force, Hongming was sent flying backward like an arrow, crashing into the wall and creating a large, human-shaped crater before finally falling to the ground with a thud. That's... Brother Zhang suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically. He then uttered each word with a grim face. Half-step crushing fist? The punch Lin Tao used was indeed the half-step crushing fist. And this crushing fist was a branch of ancient martial arts techniques from later generations. Crushing fist? What crushing fist? A woman with alluring long hair asked in surprise. Brother Zhang's pupils contracted, and the grim expression on his face slowly disappeared. He could see that although Lin Tao's punch had the momentum of the crushing fist, it lacked the pure essence of ancient martial arts. Because Lin Tao's punch lacked the essence of ancient martial arts, power. Ancient martial arts without power cannot be considered true ancient martial arts. However, to unleash such power without any strength is quite impressive. One punch sent Ming, who possessed a metal skeleton, staggering backward. Another punch sent Ming flying through the air. This kid's interesting. Zhang chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. He waved for someone to bring Ming back, and then walked towards Lin Tao. Was this really the same Lin Tao from before? Cheese Hongfei and He Fan exchanged a glance, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. Had they known Lin Tao would possess such strength, they would never have dared to sell him to the mine. Now, both men trembled. With a soft gulp, their eyes simultaneously fell on Zhang. At this moment, the two could only rely on Brother Zhang. If Brother Zhang could defeat Lin Tao, perhaps Lin Tao wouldn't do anything to them, given the Blood Wolf Gang's reputation. Otherwise, I really didn't expect this. Brother Zhang, with his jade-like face, said softly as he walked, I only thought you were an ordinary student. Today, I see you're not only a member of King's Hu, but you've also begun to touch upon the level of ancient martial arts. Hearing the words ancient martial arts from Brother Zhang's mouth, Lin Tao's pupils contracted slightly. Because, according to later records, ancient martial arts had not yet officially appeared in this era. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lin Tao's eyes narrowed again. Ancient martial arts are ancient martial arts because of their long history and generations of inheritance, passed down from ancient times to the present. This is what makes them ancient martial arts. Unlike modern martial arts, the biggest difference in ancient martial arts lies in strength. As a fighting technique that unleashes the greatest power within a martial artist, ancient martial arts possess strength. Just like Lin Tao now, although he had taken gene-enhancing drugs, causing a drastic change in his physique, if he wanted to regain his strength, he would inevitably need to start training again. Around the year 2000 of the federal calendar, although ancient martial arts hadn't surfaced, they must have secretly developed into their own forces. It seems this Brother Zhang must have been exposed to ancient martial arts. The surname Zhang? Suddenly, Lin Tao's heart skipped a beat. The surname Zhang wasn't common in the Interstellar Federation, but it was a very special one. Of the 8 major surnames in the Interstellar Federation, 8 powerful families emerged. Similarly, in ancient martial arts, there were 8 major schools, 4 of which were powerful families, and the other 4 included the surname Zhang. This Zhang family of ancient martial arts had a connection to Lin Tao in later generations, because Lin Tao's instructor in ancient martial arts was a descendant of this Zhang family, and he often mentioned it, taking pride in it. This is understandable. The ancient martial arts of later generations were able to evolve from modern martial arts and become the strongest branch among mecha pilots, thanks in no small part to the 8 major ancient martial arts schools. Furthermore, the ancient martial arts techniques of later generations were the result of countless exchanges between these 8 schools, eventually merging to form a unique combat technique used in the Interstellar Federation Army. Unfortunately, pure ancient martial arts requires training from a young age, so most mecha pilots in later generations are still primarily gene-based warriors. However, if the Zhang brother before him were truly related to the legendary Zhang family of later generations, Lin Tao might have shown mercy. It was only because that Zhang surname instructor sacrificed his life in a battle against extraterrestrial beings, trading his own for Lin Tao's life, that Lin Tao unleashed another side of ancient martial arts mecha piloting. Half-step crushing fist, surnamed Lin? Brother Zhang walked up to Lin Tao, then suddenly seemed to realize something, his expression changing slightly. You're from the Lin family? The Lin family, like the Zhang family, was an ancient martial arts family outside the 8 great clans, possessing a deep foundation in ancient martial arts. Lin Tao shook his head. Although he had the surname Lin in his later life, he had no connection with that legendary Lin family. Is that so? Brother Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. How could he know about the events of his later life? As far as he knew, the secret techniques of ancient martial arts families were never passed on to outsiders. I don't care what your identity is, but now that you've represented the Green Bamboo sect and offended our Blood Wolf gang, if you don't give a satisfactory answer today, even if Lu Hanfeng of the Green Bamboo sect comes, he still won't be able to get you back. As Brother Zhang spoke, he raised his hands, assuming an attack stance. Seeing Brother Zhang's posture and the sharp nails on his hands, Lin Tao suddenly laughed. This posture was the starting stance of the Zhang family's Jinsui, one of the 8 great ancient martial arts families of later generations. It was the ancient martial arts technique that Lin Tao had studied for the longest time, and it was also the technique that brought him fame and success. Among the 8 great ancient martial arts families, the Lin family had Bangquan, and the Zhang family had Jinsui. Brother Zhang, he really was from the Zhang family. Jinsui? Lin Tao said softly, with a hint of nostalgia. Although Lin Tao's tone was soft, it still reached Brother Zhang's ears. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he said coldly, as expected, you are from the Lin family. If one were not a martial arts practitioner, how could an ordinary person know the origin of his ancient martial arts moves? HMPH. Brother Zhang snorted coldly, his gaze sharpening. Today, let's see whether your Lin family's half-step Bangquan is more powerful, or our Zhang family's Jinsui is more powerful. With that, Brother Zhang took a step forward, twisted his body, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Lin Tao. He curled his 5 fingers and was about to plunge them hard into Lin Tao's back. A monster enhanced by gene serum? Zhang just sneered. Although Lin Tao possessed the half-step crushing fist, compared to ancient martial arts, it was merely a showy facade. Even with immense physical strength, against true ancient martial arts, he was like waste paper, easily broken. Because true ancient martial arts relied on internal force, not form. Facing this attack, Lin Tao grinned. Having studied later ancient martial arts, Lin Tao was more familiar with most ancient martial arts techniques than Zhang Jia. However, even with the number 7 gene serum in his body, Lin Tao dared not directly take this attack. Internal force damages the internal organs. One could imagine that if Zhang Jia struck with his 10 fingers, Lin Tao's physical appearance might be fine, but his internal organs would certainly be damaged. This was the terrifying aspect of ancient martial arts. Zhang family's internal force finger? After carefully dodging the attack, Lin Tao thought of his purpose in coming to the Blood Wolf gang. He turned around on the spot, facing Zhang Jia, and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Upon seeing this, Brother Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart tightened, and his expression became cautious. Chapter 30 Zhang Family, Zhang Tuo. Turning around, Lin Tao suddenly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers also tightly curled, like a dragon's claw. However, Lin Tao's 5 fingers were arranged in a bizarre way, each finger forming a different shape, making the whole thing look like a vortex, extremely grotesque. This movement was difficult for ordinary people to do, only those who had long practiced a power finger technique could make such an incredible gesture. This is. When Brother Zhang saw this, he was first startled, then seemed to realize something, and his expression suddenly changed. After Lin Tao formed the gesture, he didn't attack, but just smiled, looking at Brother Zhang, and slowly rotated his right hand 180 degrees clockwise, with his palm as the center. This movement finally made Brother Zhang's eyes widen for a moment. He even stopped attacking and exclaimed, "Who are you?" Lin Tao lowered his hand, looked around, and smiled. "Is this the place to talk?" Brother Zhang's face darkened. He narrowed his eyes, pondered for a while, and then said, "Follow me." After saying that, he took the lead and led Lin Tao towards the elevator. Lin Tao, Lin Tao. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Duruming, inside the hovercar, glanced at the Blood Wolf Gang members around him, quickly opened the car door, and shouted loudly. This was the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, and Qin Jack, Qi Hangfei, and others were also there. If Lin Tao left, wouldn't he be bullied terribly if he was left alone? Ruming, you stay here, it'll be fine. Lin Tao nodded. Duruming was dumbfounded. Actually, he wanted to go with them too. Who would dare to stay in this situation? Ahead, Brother Zhang turned around and glanced at the scene, then ordered the alluring long-haired woman, "Take some men and clean up this place. Take control of all the outsiders." He paused, then added, "Take good care of the people, don't neglect them." Brother Zhang. The alluring long-haired woman was equally dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Qi Hangfei and the other man, then at Duruming, and finally her gaze fell on Lin Tao, who was following behind Brother Zhang at a leisurely pace. What's going on? Not only the alluring long-haired woman, but even the Blood Wolf Gang members present were equally bewildered. Only Qi Hangfei and He Fan's faces turned ashen. They entered the elevator. Neither of them uttered a word. Brother Zhang pressed the button for the third basement level without hesitation. A short while later, they arrived at Brother Zhang's office. After entering, Brother Zhang locked the door, then went to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was a bluish-green color with a hint of snow white, as if it possessed an ancient origin. Strangely, the pendant had 5 circular holes at the top, each just large enough to fit a finger, but the positions of these holes were very odd. Normally, 5 fingers could not fit inside. After taking out the jade pendant, Brother Zhang solemnly approached Lin Tao and carefully handed it to him. Lin Tao accepted it without a word. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Lin Tao smiled, a very happy smile. Even he hadn't expected to see this jade pendant so soon after arriving in this era. This jade pendant had a name, the Spinning Finger Jade Pendant. It was an important item used by the Zhang family for clandestine communication. In later years, because Lin Tao had a very strong relationship with his ancient martial arts instructor, the instructor would often bring out such a jade pendant when boasting about his origins, saying that only those who possessed such a pendant and could make such a gesture could be considered members of the Zhang family. From him, Lin Tao also learned that before ancient martial arts were formally integrated into the Mecha pilot system of the Interstellar Federation, the Zhang family members were nomadic, and they needed to use this jade pendant to verify each other's identities upon meeting. The Zhang family's powerful finger technique had a move called the Spinning Finger Strike, which involved bizarre finger movements that only those who had practiced powerful finger techniques for a long time could easily perform. Therefore, the Zhang family invented the Spinning Finger Jade Pendant specifically to verify the identities of 2 people from the Zhang family. Lin Tao never expected that he would actually need this technique after arriving in this era. It's important to understand that with the spread of ancient martial arts in later generations, the Zhang family no longer needed this method of mutual identity verification. Faced with the terrifying interstellar creatures, all humanity united to defend themselves. Lin Tao picked up the jade pendant with his left hand, then easily slipped his 5 fingers into it with his right. Zhang Ji's eyes narrowed. Lin Tao extended his right hand and gently rotated it 180 degrees around his palm. Throughout the movement, his 5 fingers remained in place, only the jade pendant rotated 180 degrees in place with his palm. Who exactly are you? Zhang Jin asked repeatedly, though his tone had softened considerably. Only someone who had long cultivated the power finger technique could rotate the jade pendant 180 degrees perfectly still in the palm. Therefore, based on this action, Zhang Jie acknowledged Lin Tao's identity. Lin Tao definitely had a significant connection to the Zhang family. After all, ancient martial arts families generally wouldn't pass on their inherited techniques to outsiders. Someone you should choose to believe, Lin Tao smiled. But you now. Although he acknowledged Lin Tao's identity, Brother Zhang's eyes simply swept over Lin Tao's muscular physique. The people of kings who haven't developed the gene-enhancing serum yet, Lin Tao laughed. If you're interested, you can find out. As for the gene serum I use, it's all from my own hands. As Lin Tao spoke, he exuded an indescribable aura, even surpassing that of Brother Zheng, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang. When talking to a smart person, one must show another side, otherwise one will be at a disadvantage, especially since Lin Tao was going to use the Blood Wolf Gang's power. How is that possible? Brother Zheng's expression froze. With his position, he could easily understand that the gene serum was backed by Davis, one of the 8 great families. Even such a powerful force, after spending countless amounts of money and effort, was still only in the exploratory stage. How could Lin Tao possibly have developed it? Moreover, Brother Zheng had already inquired about Lin Tao's background from Qi Xiangfei. He was just a student in the maintenance department of a Mecha Academy. When did mecha mechanics become so multi-talented? You don't need to concern yourself with my affairs. Just know that our cooperation will only bring benefits. Lin Tao said in a deep voice. Lin Tao wasn't afraid to reveal this information to Brother Zheng, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, because if he wanted, he could easily control the entire Blood Wolf Gang. Besides, the Blood Wolf Gang alone probably couldn't withstand his wrath. No one could imagine the terrifying power a future martial arts master would unleash while piloting a mecha with a mind control module. The number 7 enhancement gene serum had already transformed Lin Tao into a superhuman being in the blink of an eye. If you were to add the mechs of the future, not to mention the 8 great clans, even the Interstellar Federation wouldn't be a threat to Lin Tao. Lin Tao was the number 1 mecha master of the future. Cooperation? Brother Zheng narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then sighed deeply. Since Lin Tao understood the gesture, he was definitely someone trustworthy, but setting aside their identities, what could they possibly cooperate on? Mechas? Suddenly, Zhang Ji's eyes lit up. You plan to become a mech pilot for our Blood Wolf Gang? In the mech center, Lin Tao had won a large amount of gambling money in just over an hour on the Skynet platform. Coupled with his physique, seemingly designed specifically for mech pilots, he was estimated to be a top-tier mech pilot once he entered the mechas. Such a person would definitely shine in the underground arena. Your Blood Wolf Gang really does have mechas. Lin Tao smiled upon hearing this, resting his chin on his hand. Mechas are only part of it. I need your help with something. No, saying you're helping me is actually helping yourselves. In 2 years, the 8 powerful clans will betray the Interstellar Federation, and hundreds of years later, terrifying, mysterious cosmic creatures will appear in the Mingyuan Star system. At that time, not only the entire Mingyuan Star system, but even the entire Interstellar Federation's humanity will suffer. Zhang Ji's face darkened. He remained silent, coldly staring at Lin Tao. They were the Blood Wolf Gang, a well-known underground force throughout the Mingyuan Star system. How could they allow someone to help them with just a few words? I can concoct gene-enhancing potions, even more effective than those yet to be developed by the Davis family, Lin Tao said. After a pause, he smiled at Brother Zheng. Since you're from the Zheng family, do you know the 8th move of the Jinsei technique? The 8th move of the Jinsei technique? Brother Zheng's pupils contracted sharply. The Zheng family's Jinsei technique consisted of 8 moves, but over the years, members of the Zheng family had only mastered the first 7. As for the 8th move, almost no one could achieve it. Even members of the Zheng family's main branch doubted whether this move truly existed, because it was a move that was simply impossible for ordinary people. You know the 8th move of the Jinsei technique? Brother Zheng's expression changed drastically as he stared at Lin Tao in astonishment. Lin Tao certainly knew the 8th move of the Jinsei technique, because it was a move that ordinary people couldn't perform. Even in later generations, it would only be possible after the emergence of the 3rd gene-enhancing potion and after the Zheng family members' bodies had been strengthened. If you're willing to follow me and work for me, not to mention the 8th move of the power finger, I can give all the trusted men you find, including yourself. Gene-enhancing drugs, Lin Tao said with a smile. Brother Zheng's expression shifted. Like you now? According to the information gathered, yesterday Lin Tao was like a malnourished, thin student. In just one night, his physique had drastically changed. That's why Brother Zheng immediately suspected that the gene-enhancing drug secretly researched by the Green Bamboo sect had succeeded. Brother Zheng's eyes narrowed. Having witnessed the strength of Lin Tao's physical body, if he could also obtain such power, he could definitely become a top expert overnight. Not only on Mingyuan Star, but even in the entire Interstellar Federation, few would be his match. Lin Tao nodded silently. Brother Zheng gritted his teeth. Fine, I agree, but before that, you have to tell me how to use the 8th move of the power finger. He's already asking for benefits? Lin Tao smiled. I can teach you after your body is enhanced. The 8th move of the power finger is related to body enhancement? Brother Zhang frowned slightly. He took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Lin Tao, from now on you can just call me by my name. My name is Zhang Tuo, and I am from the ancient martial arts Zhang family. Chapter 31 The Situation of the Blood Wolf Gang. After Zhang Tuo readily agreed, his tone softened considerably. Lin Tao, what do you need our Blood Wolf Gang to do? Lin Tao shook his head, not directly answering the question, because the Blood Wolf Gang had another problem to eliminate at the moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep peacefully and wouldn't be able to calmly face the entire Blood Wolf Gang. Which member of the Liu family is behind your Blood Wolf Gang? Lin Tao countered. Zhang Tuo was taken aback, then his gaze became suspicious, because as far as he knew, Lin Tao was merely a student at a Mecha Academy. How could he know so much inside information? However, considering that Lin Tao seemed quite mysterious at the moment, he couldn't help but smile again. I really didn't expect you to know so much. But since you dare to mention the 8 great families, you should also know that this planet ostensibly belongs to the Interstellar Federation, but it's actually controlled by the Liu family. It's Liu family territory, right? This matter would be completely unknown to the general public, because the Interstellar Federation is involved in almost every aspect of ordinary people's lives. Only those who have reached a certain status can more or less understand the inside story. Zhang Tuo's actions were a test to gauge Lin Tao's understanding of the entire Mingyuan Star. But who was Lin Tao? While later records of this period weren't detailed, they had still documented some important events. He nodded, smiling but remaining silent. Seeing Lin Tao nod, Zhang Tuo raised an eyebrow slightly before continuing. On the entire Mingyuan Star, there are 5 respectable underground forces, almost spanning the entire planet. Behind these forces are, to varying degrees, the shadows of the 8 great families. Like the King's sect, it's backed by the Davis family. And while the Z sect is just a merchant alliance, they have the Interstellar Federation behind them. Otherwise, do you really think a bunch of merchants could stand against the entire 8 great families? Zhang Tuo sneered. So, you've clung to the Liu family's coattails? Lin Tao chuckled. Zhang Tuo changed the subject, focusing instead on the less important one. Do you know why only 3 of the 5 major underground forces are present in Ansang City? Lin Tao shook his head. This information wasn't recorded in later generations. Recalling Zhang Tuo's earlier words, he quickly grasped the key point. Besides these 3, the other 2 in Ansang City didn't have the ability to intervene? You're only half right, Zhang Tuo smiled. The other 2 weren't actually incapable of intervening, but their purpose was clear. They were after the enhancement potions secretly researched by the King's sect. Unfortunately, Davis and the Liu family in Ansang City joined forces and drove them out. Is that so? Lin Tao was surprised, then smiled again. Your Blood Wolf Gang must have played a significant role in this, right? Zhang Tuo didn't deny it. This is just a branch of the Blood Wolf Gang on Mingyuan Star. I'm only responsible for the Ansang City branch. The higher-ups didn't provide much support. So if we didn't find a local force, we'd end up like those 2 underground forces after being driven out. Lin Tao pondered for a moment and understood. If I asked you to abandon the Liu family's influence, even the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, and become an independent force, could you do it? Lin Tao looked at Zhang Tuo with a half-smile. This. Zhang Tuo was taken aback. Fortunately, Zhang Tuo was no ordinary person. After a moment's hesitation, his eyes immediately fixed on Lin Tao. What trump card do you have? Lin Tao laughed. You don't need to doubt me. I have a deep connection with your Zhang family. Even if the entire Mingyuan Star is destroyed one day, I will definitely take your Zhang family away from here. Instructor Zhang was willing to sacrifice himself to save Lin Tao's life in a life-or-death moment, which was enough to make Lin Tao lend a helping hand to the entire Zhang family, unless the Zhang family's actions truly made him give up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuo's pupils contracted slightly, and then he lowered his head, seemingly considering Lin Tao's words. After a long silence, he let out a long sigh. Actually, as long as you can teach the Zhang family's 8th finger technique, not only me, but the entire Zhang family will obey your orders. At this point, Zhang Tuo's eyes hardened. If you need anything, I can agree to anything you ask for. I will do my best. Very good. Lin Tao needed Zhang Tuo's complete agreement, not the previous perfunctory and insincere responses. Having received a satisfactory answer, he smiled and said, I'm not very satisfied with the mechs of this era. I might secretly establish a mech company through you to develop new types of mechs. Purely mechanical mechs might have a special role in this era, but compared to later generations, their shortcomings were too great. Not only was it difficult to unleash the true power of mech pilots, but even on the battlefield, they had to operate in groups. Otherwise, a single mech could only exert some influence in the Skynet or underground arenas, completely useless in large-scale warfare. New types of mechs? Zhang Tuo was shocked. As a high-ranking member of the Blood Wolf gang, he naturally knew what the appearance of new types of mechs represented. You don't need to rush. I'll secretly find some talent. Lin Tao knew that although he had information from later generations, relying solely on himself was like building castles in the air, impractical. After all, the various aspects required couldn't be handled by one person alone. The new type of mecha you mentioned? Zhang Tuo asked in a low voice. A single one could easily annihilate an entire current mecha team. After a pause, Lin Tao looked at Zhang Tuo and chuckled. Moreover, the mecha I'm designing is specifically targeted at ancient martial arts practitioners. The stronger the ancient martial arts practitioner, the better they can utilize the mecha's capabilities. Therefore, you need to specially train an ancient martial arts team. This. Zhang Tuo's pupils dilated and contracted. This was completely beyond his imagination. A mecha specifically designed for ancient martial arts practitioners? Would that mean ancient martial arts practitioners would become the main force in future mecha battles? However, ancient martial arts are passed down from generation to generation. How could they easily spread their knowledge? He narrowed his eyes slightly. This can't be rushed. Lin Tao knew exactly what Zhang Tuo was thinking, and waved his hand with a smile. You can completely control the Blood Wolf gang in Anshang City, right? Of course I can. The Liu family member we've allied with in Anshang City is just an inconspicuous playboy. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't be able to apply for just 5 mechs. Zhang Tuo paused for a moment and then said, since you're from Hyacinth Academy, do you know Liu Xueying, the eldest son of the Liu family? Liu Xueying? Lin Tao was surprised. You haven't allied with him, have you? Lin Tao didn't know much about Liu Xueying. He only knew that this person had the Liu family background and owned a Hangwei Mech Center in Anshang City. Also, he seemed to have a good relationship with Liu Xueying. As for what kind of person he really was, he knew nothing. Although Liu Hangwei's status in the Liu family is only average, he's quite capable. He's cultivated connections throughout the Liu family and isn't doing too badly, Zhang Tuo explained. Moreover, the Liu family also has influence over our Blood Wolf gang headquarters. Otherwise, our Blood Wolf gang might not have bothered with Liu Xueying. Lin Tao, if you encounter this person in the future, you'd better avoid him for now to prevent a conflict that would put me in a difficult position. Zhang Tuo's expression changed slightly as soon as he finished speaking. Lin Tao's expression also became strange. Because of Qi Hangfei and the other man, he had clashed with Liu Xueying more than once. However, fortunately, the other man was so arrogant that he almost forgot who he really was, which could be detected from this Hangwei Mech Center. Seeing Lin Tao's expression, Zhang Tuo cursed inwardly. These two damn things, I'll send them to a mining planet to mine later. Mentioning a mining planet, a sudden thought flashed through Lin Tao's mind. What kind of ore does this mining planet produce? Later records indicated that 5 mining planets were discovered near the Mingyuan Star system, and one of them contained a special mineral. At the time, the use of this mineral was unknown, leading to significant waste. Later, not only the Liu family but even the Interstellar Federation lamented this, recording it prominently in later documents. Even Lin Tao's appearance on Mingyuan Star was intended to secretly acquire those mineral resources. This mining planet mainly has 2 important metal mineral sources. Before Zhang Tuo could finish speaking, Lin Tao didn't need confirmation. He immediately knew that this mining planet was definitely the one recorded in later records. Because the mineral composition of this planet consisted of 2 metal mineral sources. Zhang Tuo, when you were mining, did you find any strange black stones? Lin Tao briefly described the shape of the stones and some of the peculiar components analyzed. How did you know? Zhang Tuo was immediately surprised, because this was considered a useless object. Not only their Blood Wolf gang members, But other mining teams also discarded it like trash. Lin Tao didn't explain, but repeatedly instructed, "Tell the miners to keep all these stones, preferably secretly. I'll need them later." Although Lin Tao knew of the existence of this mineral source, the current technology of the entire Interstellar Federation wasn't yet capable of completely extracting the special substance from it, so he needed to wait for another opportunity. Once those minerals were extracted from the stones, another technology for the future would emerge from him ahead of schedule, a crucial strategic resource needed for new types of mechs. Lin Tao was determined to obtain it. Although Zhang Tuo didn't understand Lin Tao's intentions, he nodded. Lin Tao was direct with Zhang Tuo for two reasons. First, Zhang's status as a member of the Zhang family, and second, after taking the gene-enhancing drug, Lin Tao no longer considered them a threat, and if necessary, he could seize the entire Mingyuan Star. Having gained an understanding of the Blood Wolf Gang and received Zhang Tuo's approval, Lin Tao's trip was worthwhile. He then instructed Zhang Tuo to keep an eye on special medicinal herbs on the market, providing a list so Zhang Tuo could purchase them as soon as they became available. Simultaneously, Lin Tao also asked Zhang Tuo to pay attention to the Liu family's recent activities, hoping to discern the true reason for the 8 powerful families' withdrawal from the Interstellar Federation. As for other instructions, Lin Tao didn't give any further, understanding that his current abilities and the Blood Wolf Gang's branch in Anzhang City were insufficient to achieve his goals immediately. Therefore, Lin Tao needed to continue his covert operations, waiting for an opportunity, a rather special one. Chapter 32 Meeting with Gulei. Duruming was completely bewildered, not even knowing how he left the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. He only knew that when he left, the Blood Wolf Gang members seemed to have forgotten that he was the one who had used the hovercar to ram through the gate. Furthermore, even the Blood Wolf Gang's behind-the-scenes boss, Brother Zheng, after glancing at the damaged hovercar, immediately waved his hand and had a brand new hovercar bought as compensation. And it was the latest model. Duruming had to admit that compared to the hovercar the Blood Wolf Gang compensated him with, the one he used to ram through the gate was utter garbage. Duruming was utterly stunned. If his eyes were made of titanium alloy, they might have gone blind. Damn it, he had been worried about retaliation, even to the point of worrying about his own herbal medicine shop. What was going on? What on earth was happening? Had the world gone mad? Duruming felt like his head was about to explode. But what surprised Duruming even more was yet to come. Before he could even think of a way to refuse, Lin Tao glanced at the flashy hovercar and simply said, "I'd like a hovercar for a spin too." Immediately, the Blood Wolf Gang boss waved his hand again, and another identical hovercar arrived. Upon learning that Lin Tao didn't have a hovercar driver's license, he immediately had someone procure one. It must be said, with the Blood Wolf Gang's name involved, the efficiency was incredibly high. The whole process took less than an hour. With a gasp, Duruming was completely dumbfounded. Where was this? The Blood Wolf Gang. One of the most notorious underground forces in Anzhang City. When did these underground forces become so easy to talk to? Damn it, they had practically broken into the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, and Lin Tao had even beaten Brother Qin and Brother Ming of the Blood Wolf Gang to pulp. What happened? How did things change so drastically after Lin Tao's visit with that Blood Wolf Gang boss? Could it be? Suddenly, Duruming's eye twitched. The Blood Wolf Gang leader had a effeminate appearance, practically befitting someone with an unusual sexual orientation. Could it be that these two had gone somewhere else and made a secret deal? Thinking about Lin Tao's transformation, his body was now as large as a cannon. Duruming's face turned green. But then he gritted his teeth. If making a secret deal could yield so many good things from the Blood Wolf Gang, he might not hesitate, even personally participating. After all, he wouldn't be the one picking up the soap. Ugh! What was he thinking? Duruming, driving the latest hovercar, slapped himself hard. Luckily, it was just a thought in his mind. Otherwise, if he said it aloud at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, not only would Lin Tao react, but Zhang Tuo probably wouldn't let him leave Blood Wolf Gang territory. As for Cheese Hangfei and Duruming, their faces turned green when they saw Lin Tao chatting amiably with Zhang Tuo, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang. They looked like their wives had been stolen, a veritable green field of emerald green. Of course, that was assuming they even had wives. Damn it, students don't have wives. Lin Tao and Duruming each drove away in a top-of-the-line hovercar, while the two of them were left behind by the Blood Wolf Gang leader. Judging from their expressions, the consequences probably weren't good. Serves them right. Thinking of their earlier behavior, Duruming couldn't help but spit again. Beep beep. Suddenly, Lin Tao's hovercar honked a few times, pulling Duruming back to reality. Seeing Lin Tao's car parked behind him, Duruming quickly turned around. Ruming, you go back first. I have some things to take care of, Lin Tao said, opening the car door. What is it? Duruming asked, puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tao crossed his arms and asked, Duruming, have you considered going to the first Mecha Academy? The first Mecha Academy? Duruming's eyes widened, and he gasped. To say he hadn't planned on it would be a lie. What kind of place was the first Mecha Academy? It was the most dazzling and prestigious Mecha Academy on the entire Mingyuan Star. No, not just Mingyuan Star, but even within the Interstellar Federation, it was considered a top-tier Mecha Academy. Despite being located on Mingyuan Star, even the local Mingyuan Star residents might not be able to get in. After all, anyone who did get in was a top-tier individual. Leaving aside other departments, just looking at the Mecha Pilot department alone, you could see the geniuses among the students. For example, Liu Xueying and Liu Xueying from the Liu family were both enrolled at this academy. In short, this academy wasn't one they could just decide to enter. Lin Tao glanced at him and laughed. Don't worry, if you want to get in, I'll try my best to get you a chance. Which department are you planning to join? Which department? Duruming was shocked. He was picky about departments? Did he really think this academy was set up for them? However, thinking of Lin Tao's extraordinary side, like what happened today, the two of them joined the Blood Wolf gang and almost caused a huge disaster, yet the Blood Wolf gang boss still respectfully saw them off and even gave them 2 top-of-the-line hovercars. Duruming's mind immediately started racing. If he could choose, he would naturally choose the design department, but then he thought that with his abilities, he probably wouldn't even rank well if he got in, because in Mecha design, he was even inferior to his own older sister. Maintenance department, I guess. After a long pause, Duruming sighed, then abruptly added, Lin Tao, if you really manage to get a spot, could you also get one for the design department? Lin Tao frowned slightly. He was willing to help Duruming entirely because of the man's character. They had met at Du Wei's herbal medicine shop, and the man had immediately offered him an opportunity without hesitation. Otherwise, he might not have helped him again for this trip to the first Mecha Academy. Duruming seemed to realize he had said the wrong thing and chuckled awkwardly before quickly explaining, Lin Tao, my older sister is quite a prominent figure in the design department at Hyacinth Academy. She also planned to enter the first Mecha Academy, but unfortunately, she was rejected. Oh? Lin Tao was quite surprised, raising an eyebrow. From Duruming's words, he sensed that there seemed to be some unknown inside story. It's just that her family connections weren't strong enough. Duruming took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. As a martial artist specializing in ancient martial arts, he disliked these habits, and besides, to become a top-tier Mecha pilot, one must discard these bad habits. Thinking of the war 2 years later, Lin Tao felt he needed to remind Duruming. Duruming, do you think you can establish yourself in the Mecha pilot department? Lin Tao asked. Mecha pilot department? Upon hearing this, Duruming shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly. I don't have the talent, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen the maintenance department. Lin Tao frowned slightly, glancing at the cigarette between Duruming's fingers, and swallowed back the words he was about to say. Since Duruming had made his own choice, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. Lin Tao, if you could really help me get a spot on the first Mecha Academy, I'm willing to give that spot to my boss. Duruming took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling puffs of smoke. I understand. Lin Tao nodded. Leave me your contact number, I'll contact you. The two exchanged contact numbers on the spot before parting ways. Lin Tao wasn't driving fast, and he quickly fell behind Duruming. Watching the other's car disappear into the distance, Lin Tao chuckled. This guy really does have a habit of selflessness. Want another spot? Touching his nose, Lin Tao parked the car. He turned on his electronic watch, only to discover it was a stripped-down version with many functions limited. I forgot about that. Lin Tao slapped his forehead and drove to an electronic watch store, spending over 500,000 yuan on the latest model. However, the purchase process involved some amusing incidents. Lin Tao was still wearing Qin Ji's clothes, which were quite expensive. Lin Tao didn't recognize them, but the store staff immediately recognized him. Adding to this, Lin Tao was driving a super luxurious hovercar and specifically requested the most feature-rich and expensive electronic watch. Furthermore, Lin Tao's explosively muscular physique immediately attracted the attention of many young female sales clerks, who practically pounced on him, asking if he needed any extra services. Lin Tao shook his head. These days, there are plenty of decent people, but just as many dishonest ones. Back in his car, Lin Tao first used the internet function of his smartwatch to log into Hyacinth Academy and find Professor Goulet's contact number. Beep beep, he dialed the number. This is Goulet. Who is this? The call connected, and Goulet's aged but powerful voice came from the other end. This is Lin Tao, Lin Tao said. Lin Tao? For a moment, Goulet didn't remember Lin Tao. Lin Tao, who took one of your professor cards, Lin Tao reminded him. Oh. So it's young friend Lin Tao. What brings you here? Did you run into trouble trying to enroll with your professor card? Goulet laughed heartily on the other end. Don't worry, I've already spoken to the design department. As long as you're willing to go, they'll accept you directly. This old guy. Lin Tao was somewhat surprised, but his search for Goulet wasn't solely for this matter. Before leaving the Blood Wolf gang, Lin Tao had learned from Zhang Tuo that Goulet was also a graduate of the first Mecha Academy. He wouldn't have voluntarily transferred to the Hyacinth Academy if it weren't for the sake of his students. In fact, if Lin Tao wanted to enter the first Mecha Academy, he only needed Goulet's personal recommendation. Even as an ordinary student, he could easily gain admission. This was Goulet's true source of confidence. Lin Tao was extremely astonished upon hearing this news. Chapter 33, Encountering the Man with the Gold-Rimmed Glasses. Lin Tao, being new to the city, was unaware of which hotels in Anzhang City could accommodate his mentor, Goulet. Furthermore, the previous owner of this body was known for his frugality and had no recollection of grand restaurants or hotels. Ultimately, Goulet personally selected a restaurant for their meeting. After hanging up, Lin Tao used the electronic map on his wristwatch to locate his destination and drove there. On the way, he stopped at a large shopping mall to change his clothes. The clothes he was wearing, taken from Brother Qin, were rather conspicuous and unsuitable for his student status. After changing into something acceptable and fitting, Lin Tao arrived at the hotel Goulet had specified. Upon entering, a greeter quickly approached. Sir, how many are in your party? The greeter was a long-haired woman wearing a rose-lit cheongsam, her voice sweet. Gentlemen, Lin Tao said, do you have a private room? The woman in the cheongsam immediately smiled professionally. What kind of private room would you like? How could that be? L is Liu Xueying. How do you recognize him? Before Lin Tao could speak, a gruff voice suddenly came from the other side of the lobby. L? Liu Xueying? Isn't that something from this Hangwei Mecha Center? Besides, who said L is Liu Xueying? Lin Tao's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and saw a burly man with a square face, slightly rugged, sitting at one of the tables by the window. He seemed to have been drinking, his face flushed with a white and red hue, and he was speaking loudly. With him was a thin young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The table was laden with delicacies, but the two men clearly enjoyed alcohol. There were more than 10 unopened bottles of beer beside them. How did you recognize him? He, the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses, chuckled, raised his glass, downed it in one gulp, and continued, I've fought him twice, and this L is quite the actor. Nearby, the hostess in a cheongsam noticed Lin Tao had stopped and glanced at him, then covered her mouth and laughed. That's how the customers in the main hall are. After a couple of drinks, they start talking nonsense. She then began introducing the restaurant's services. Our private rooms are divided into 3 types. Lin Tao waved his hand dismissively. Any private room will do, just reserve one for me. Ignoring the woman in the cheongsam, he went to a table next to the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses. The woman in the cheongsam frowned slightly. She knew Lin Tao was interested in the conversation between the two at that table, but in restaurants, this often happened. Loud noises would attract attention, sometimes leading to shared conversations and friendships, sometimes to arguments and fights. Judging from Lin Tao's expression, it didn't seem like the latter, so she composed herself. Just a private room is fine, right? The woman in the cheongsam glanced at Lin Tao, noticing his decent attire, and chuckled before turning to make arrangements for him. Do you know about my first match with L? At this moment, the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses poured himself a drink. The burly man with his square face naturally shook his head. He hadn't been to this Hangwei Mecha Center or logged onto the Skynet at that time, So how could he know what had happened? If the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known about it at all. 0 wins, 20 losses. The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses exaggeratedly waved two fingers. I thought he was just an ordinary newbie, and this guy even had $1 million in betting money on him. 0 wins, 20 losses, $1 million in betting money on him. It seemed like he was being described. Lin Tao blinked. Oh. The burly man with his square face chuckled, as if remembering something, and burst into laughter. So you were so cocky as to try and make a killing? The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses shrugged. So I got swindled out of $1 million star coins on the spot. How serves you right. The burly man with the national security guard face roared with laughter. Was that true? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow and began to recall the situation when he first entered Skynet. Oh, it seems there really was such a thing. At that time, Lin Tao hadn't realized he had entered the gambling area, and the first gambling winnings after winning hadn't been deposited into his account, so he had mistakenly thought he had entered a normal Skynet. Lin Tao remembered that there was a swift leopard mech that challenged him twice in a row, but unfortunately, the opponent's skills were as weak as a chicken, not worth challenging again. The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses was Swift Leopard Skynet mech pilot? Lin Tao glanced at the other party. The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses was rather thin, not like the physique of a normal mech pilot at all, while the burly man with his square face looked like a formal mech pilot. The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses downed another full glass before continuing. I lost 2 matches in a row. It wasn't until the third match, L's battle with Angel, that I realized L was very likely Liu Xueying who had entered this Hengwei Mecha Center. Wait, if the opponent was Liu Xueying, how could you lose 2 matches in a row? The burly man with his square face retorted, because the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses he knew wouldn't do something so foolish. I was just confused after losing the first match. Thinking L had just gotten lucky, the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses said, looking dejected. No wonder. The burly man with his square face laughed, but after laughing, he looked suspicious and exclaimed, this isn't right. You lost 2 games in a row, losing 2 million star coins. How come you still dare to treat me to a meal today? Aren't you afraid your wallet will be empty this month? The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses looked smug and glanced at him sideways. Have you forgotten what I do? How could I not take advantage of such a good opportunity? Oh, the burly man with his square face suddenly realized and drawled out his "Oh. You shrewd businessman, it's a good thing you didn't become a mecha pilot, otherwise I would really doubt whether you were even cut out to be one." Why not? The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses seemed annoyed and patted his chest. Back then, I was one of the top mecha pilot students at the Hyacinth Academy. If it weren't for family issues, how could I have changed my major halfway through? Alright, if you hadn't studied in the mecha pilot department, how could you have found a good job through your classmates' connections? The square-faced, burly man seemed to have a good relationship with the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses, even bringing up these kinds of things to argue about. The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses curled his lip, then shouted, do you know? If I had released the news that Liu Xueying had been confirmed, everyone in the entire Mecha Center would have been asking me about it. How could I not take advantage of that opportunity to make a quick buck? Hearing this, Lin Tao's expression turned strange. No wonder so many Skynet Mecha pilots came to challenge him back at Hengwei Mecha Center. It was all because of this guy. At this point, Lin Tao finally understood why those accounts with the L prefix were specifically coming to give money. He guessed that someone had intentionally intended to give that money to Liu Xueying, but it ended up in his hands instead. Thinking of this, Lin Tao suppressed an awkward smile, and at the same time, he felt a little favorably disposed towards the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses. If it weren't for this person, Lin Tao estimated that he could only earn a few million at most, which wouldn't even be enough to cover the cost of the medicine. While Lin Tao was showing interest in the table with the man in the gold-rimmed glasses, unbeknownst to him, someone at another table had been listening to the entire conversation between the two. Especially after hearing that the young man in the gold-rimmed glasses was the one who sent Liu Xueying's message. A bald man with a large black dragon tattooed on his right hand immediately darkened his expression. Seeing his expression, a young man who looked like a thug next to him quickly approached. Brother Liang, should I call that guy over? Brother Liang, with his dark face, nodded. Alright, I want to see who this guy is who dares to curse me on Xian Wang. Hearing that Brother Liang had been insulted, the thug was startled, but immediately straightened his expression and patted his chest. Brother Liang, don't worry, I'll definitely call him over. Having patted his chest and made his promise, the thug immediately walked towards the table with the young man in the gold-rimmed glasses. Bang! The thug slammed his hand on the table. The loud noise stunned the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses and the burly man with a square face for a moment. Not only them, but Lin Tao, who was standing next to them, also frowned slightly. Kid, having a good chat, the thug said arrogantly. Who are you? We don't think we know you. The sudden scene caused the two men's drunkenness to gradually subside, and the burly man with the square face asked in a deep voice. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, but someone wants to know you. The thug sneered, stretched out his hand, pointed in a direction, and then poked the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses with a finger, almost touching his nose. The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses' face darkened, and his eyes followed the thug's back, immediately seeing a bald man with a large black dragon tattoo on his hand at another table staring coldly at him. Feeling the sharp hostility in the other man's eyes, the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses trembled, and the last trace of drunkenness completely sobered him up. Who are you people? The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses quickly calmed down and raised his glasses with his right hand. Who are we? The thug sneered. We're people you can't afford to mess with. Is that so? The square-faced burly man snorted angrily, turning to the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses. Xiu, don't be afraid. I want to see who you are, daring to force us to come? With that, he shouted at the thug, get lost. If you want to know us, come here yourself. Oh. How dare you talk like that? The thug's face darkened. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a small, green snake tattooed on his forearm, coiled 3 times around it. Seeing the green snake tattoo, the square-faced burly man sneered. What are you laughing at? The thug's face turned extremely ugly, almost ready to attack. HMPH. The square-faced burly man pulled back his hands, abruptly tearing off his shirt to reveal his bulging muscles. On his chest was a slightly faded, striped tiger tattoo. This large, striped tiger tattoo almost covered the entire chest of the square-faced, muscular man. Although the color had faded, its ferocious, menacing appearance was still palpable. The young thug was dumbfounded. Putting aside the faded tiger tattoo, just the bulging muscles on the man's body alone made him someone he absolutely couldn't afford to mess with. Seeing this, Lin Tao chuckled. Chapter 34 Blood Wolf Gang, Brother Liang. Facing the burly, square-faced man, the young thug felt he couldn't afford to offend him, but suddenly heard a sneer from someone at the next table. His expression changed, and he flew into a rage, immediately turning around. But when he saw Lin Tao's explosive muscles, clearly even more terrifying than the burly, square-faced man, the words he was about to say turned into a series of sounds, lingering for a long time. Lin Tao sat there with his arms crossed, watching the other man with a half-smile. Seeing this, the burly, square-faced man immediately nodded in a friendly manner. Brother, you don't need to get involved in this mess. I want to see who this guy is, daring to force his way into our lives. After saying that, he gave Liang Jie, the man with the large black dragon tattoo on his hand, a provocative look. In the distance, Liang Jie had been watching this side, seeing the young thug repeatedly thwarted, his face already extremely ugly. Now, seeing the burly, square-faced man's provocative look, he suddenly stood up. As he stood up, almost everyone at the table also stood up and followed behind him. Seeing this, the square-faced burly man's expression darkened, and the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses also looked grim. Thump, thump, thump. Liang Jie and his group arrived before the two. Half the diners at the surrounding tables had already fled in fright at this situation, and even the restaurant staff were all bewildered. Liang Jie's condescending gaze quickly swept over the faded, mottled tiger on the square-faced burly man's chest, and he asked in a deep voice, "Whose man are you?" The square-faced burly man narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. He pulled a badge from his pocket and quickly pinned it to his chest. The badge bore the stamp of a mecha's upper body, the identification badge of a formal mecha pilot. Next to the badge was a D, proving the square-faced burly man's status as a D-level formal mecha pilot. A mecha pilot? Lin Tao was stunned upon seeing it. Liang Jie and the others, on the other hand, were all taken aback, their expressions becoming strange. How I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just a D-rank mecha pilot. At this moment, the young thug finally recovered after Liang Jie and the others arrived. Seeing the mecha pilot badge on the square-faced burly man's chest, he burst into loud laughter. What are you laughing at? The square-faced burly man's expression darkened. A D-rank Mecha pilot was considered a mid-level Mecha pilot in the Interstellar Federation. He glanced at the group and said coldly, "Don't think we're afraid of you just because there are many of you. I'm a Mecha pilot. Only on the Mecha arena can I truly unleash my power, and..." He paused, coldly glancing at Liang Jie and the others. "The Star government has special protection regulations for Mecha pilots. Even if you're from the underworld, don't think you can mess with us." "Hey, I didn't know that. It turns out being a Mecha pilot can be quite useful sometimes." Liang Jie spoke softly, casually pulling a badge from his jacket pocket as he spoke. The badge was almost identical to the square-faced burly man's. Seeing Liang Jie casually pin his badge to his chest, the square-faced burly man was momentarily stunned, and even the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses beside him turned deathly pale. The badge's rank wasn't D, but C, meaning Liang Jie was actually a formal C-rank Mecha pilot. While Mecha pilots received special protection from the Interstellar Federation, duels between them were not permitted. Liang Jie possessed C-rank strength, while the square-faced burly man was only D-rank. In the Mecha arena, he would undoubtedly be brutally slaughtered. You're a Mecha pilot too," the square-faced burly man exclaimed. The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses remained silent, his face extremely grim, his eyes fixed on Liang Jie's C-rank Mecha pilot badge. "Since we're both Mecha pilots, let's settle this with our Mecha pilot strength," Liang Jie laughed. As soon as Liang Jie said this, the people behind him burst into laughter. The young thug was laughing so hard he was practically dancing. He thought the other guy was someone important, but putting aside all other backgrounds, just considering his Mecha pilot skills, he was just a D-level Mecha pilot. A mere D-level Mecha pilot dared to act tough in front of them? He really didn't know what death meant. Just as the atmosphere was becoming awkward, a man in a suit with the words "lobby manager" pinned to his chest strode over. His eyes casually scanned both sides, and he wore a professional smile. "Esteemed Mecha pilots, this is a public place. If any friction has occurred between you, could you please leave for the sake of our restaurant?" This group had already scared away quite a few customers. If the restaurant couldn't handle this well, they estimated that business would plummet starting tomorrow, which was something the restaurant didn't want to see. HMPH. The thug sneered, "We're the Blood Wolf Gang. What face do you, a small restaurant, have? If you don't get out of here, don't blame us for overturning your tables." Blood Wolf Gang? The moment the words Blood Wolf Gang were uttered, the manager's pupils contracted sharply, he trembled, and his face turned deathly pale. He bowed repeatedly in apology, and seeing that Brother Liang and the others didn't intend to pursue the matter, he quickly turned and left, completely forgetting about the other diners. The Blood Wolf Gang was an underground force with mechas. If they really messed with them, they could send a mech, and the restaurant would probably be completely destroyed. Moreover, overturning tables was slang. In other words, it meant making it impossible for their restaurant to operate there. Even the restaurant owner would probably cower in fear, not daring to utter a sound, let alone the manager. The two young men with gold-rimmed glasses were completely dumbfounded, standing there unsure what to do. While ordinary underground forces wouldn't dare to provoke mech pilots lightly, the Blood Wolf Gang possesses mechs and undoubtedly has mech pilots under their command. If they deliberately sabotage a mission, the pilot might not even return alive. Moreover, even if they don't do that, they can choose to deliberately torture and kill the mech pilot in the Skynet network, until the tortured pilot completely loses confidence and is not far from leaving the mech pilot ranks. Of course, the burly man with the National Security Guard face could choose to refuse, but if the Blood Wolf Gang sends a mech pilot of the same D rank, then he cannot refuse. Repeatedly refusing challenges from mech pilots of the same rank could lead to complaint and even a drop in his mech pilot rank. Not to mention anything else. Even Liang Jie in front of him possesses mech pilot strength, surpassing that of the burly man with the National Security Guard face. It's conceivable that if the other party deliberately causes trouble, the burly man with the National Security Guard face will find it impossible to continue in the mech pilot ranks. Alright, don't scare our little one. Liang Jie waved his hand, stopping the thug. He deliberately emphasized the words kids, clearly showing he didn't take the two young men with gold-rimmed glasses seriously. Lin Tao, having listened for a while, became suspicious after learning their Blood Wolf Gang affiliation. He and Du Ruming had stormed the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters last night. The gang members should be quite familiar with his face. Why were these people ignoring him? Were not all the Blood Wolf Gang members there last night? Although suspicious, Lin Tao also felt a certain liking for the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses. If the young man hadn't intervened, he probably wouldn't have been able to buy all the medicinal herbs to complete his physical enhancement. "You're from the Blood Wolf gang, aren't you?" Lin Tao asked. Brother Liang turned around, glancing at Lin Tao. Seeing Lin Tao's explosive muscles, he narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Friend, let me give you a piece of advice. Sometimes, don't get involved in other people's business, or the consequences will be unimaginable." The young thug, now emboldened by Brother Liang and the other's arrival, glared at Lin Tao, remembering how he had lost face earlier. "Hey, didn't you hear we're from the Blood Wolf gang?" So they really were from the Blood Wolf gang. Well, that made things easier. Lin Tao raised his right hand, activated his electronic wristwatch, intending to retrieve Zhang Tuo's communications and have him handle things. "Friend, thanks, but they've contacted us. Don't get involved." The square-faced, burly man sighed deeply. The other party was from the Blood Wolf gang. Even with Lin Tao's powerful personal strength, it was still just individual strength, insufficient against an underground force. Besides, the person before him was a sea-level mecha pilot. Even using mecha pilot techniques, they might not be able to subdue him. "Brother Guo, this whole thing started because of me. You should leave with him." The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses gritted his teeth, then turned to Brother Liang. "I don't know how I offended you, but I think this has nothing to do with them. If possible, could you let them leave first?" "Xiu, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I abandon you in this situation?" The burly man with the square face shouted. These two seemed to have a good relationship. For some reason, Lin Tao recalled the scene of Instructor Zhang sacrificing himself in his later life, and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. The communication was quickly connected. "Hello, Zhang Tuo? There are some Blood Wolf gang members harassing my friend. Can you talk to them?" Lin Tao said. Before Zhang Tuo's voice could even come through the communicator, the thug erupted in fury, snarling, "Who do you think you are? Huh? You think you can stop the Blood Wolf gang from doing things just by calling someone here? That's right, Zhang Tuo, what a load of rubbish. Come on, give me Zhang Tuo's address. I want to see if he's from Ansang City. Once we find him, we'll break his lackeys." The men behind Brother Liang also joined in the cursing. Lin Tao was stunned. It seemed like none of the Blood Wolf gang members recognized Zhang Tuo. Could these people be from another branch of the Blood Wolf gang? On the other end of the communicator, Zhang Tuo remained silent, only occasional gasps of cold air coming through. This was understandable. Within the Blood Wolf gang, Zhang Tuo was always called Brother Zhang, and few knew his real name. Brother Liang's face darkened as he stared coldly at Lin Tao. The Blood Wolf gang doing things? What does the Blood Wolf gang do? Finally, Zhang Tuo's soft, effeminate voice came through the communication, his tone calm yet radiating boundless rage. That voice. Upon hearing Zhang Tuo's voice, Liang froze for a moment, then his expression instantly changed. Huh? Why does that voice sound so familiar? The thug scratched his head, feeling like he'd heard that voice before, but couldn't quite place it. Not only the thug, but even the people behind Liang looked puzzled. "Zhang. Brother Zhang? Your brother Zhang?" Liang swallowed hard, exclaiming in surprise. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Liang Xiu. Zhang, Brother Zhang? The thugs shuddered, completely dumbfounded. They all stood there, speechless, staring at each other, too afraid to utter a word. Who is this Brother Zhang? This so-called Zhang Tuo? And he even broke his lackey's leg? The more they thought about it, the paler their faces became, until finally, they were drenched in cold sweat, their clothes soaked through. Brother Liang, he's really our Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang? The thug swallowed hard, his legs trembling, unable to believe that Lin Tao could summon the big boss Brother Zhang with a single communication. Brother Zhang? How? I'm not your Brother Zhang. Before Brother Liang, whose hand was adorned with a large black dragon tattoo, could speak, Zhang Tuo's voice came from the other end of the communication again, but his tone was now even more effeminate. Upon hearing this, Liang Ji's face changed drastically, turning as black as soot. He wasn't like those small-time thugs. He had personally dealt with people of Zhang Ji's level and naturally understood Zhang Ji's temperament. The more sinister Zhang Ji's tone, the angrier he was inside. The more Liang Jie thought about it, the more alarmed and angry he became. He quickly grabbed one of the thugs and slapped him hard on the head, shouting, "You bastard! Do you think you can question Zhang Jie?" After speaking, he quickly turned his head and said respectfully, "Brother Zhang, we didn't know it was you. We. Bring him back immediately. Let me see who wants to take down my lackey." After a pause, Zhang Tuo said softly, "Lin Tao is one of our men. From now on, when you see him, treat him as if you're seeing me, understand?" Liang Ji's gaze towards Lin Tao changed drastically, and his face turned ugly on the spot. He was secretly relieved that he hadn't completely offended Lin Tao this time, otherwise he wouldn't know how to handle the situation. He nodded repeatedly, "Brother Zhang, I understand. I'll return to headquarters immediately after apologizing to Brother Lin. Lin Tao, you handle it." Zhang Tuo hummed in agreement, then turned to Lin Tao and said, "Okay, I'll spread the word about you later. When people see you in the future, they'll naturally understand how to act, and this won't happen again." Lin Tao didn't care. He figured he'd leave Anshang City in a few days anyway. Once he was out of Anshang City, even if he met someone again, they might not be Zhang Tuo's subordinates. The communication was shut down. Brother Lian quickly bowed and respectfully said to Lin Tao, "Brother Lin." Lin Tao waved his hand, then suddenly had a thought and asked, "He seems to be just an ordinary Skynet Mecha pilot. Why are you causing trouble for him?" Lin Tao had been watching the whole thing and had already sensed something was amiss. After all, the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses was just a Skynet Mecha pilot, without even a formal Mecha pilot badge. Brother Liang, with a large black dragon tattoo on his hand, seemed to have come to his door only because of El at this Hangwei Mecha Center. Lin Tao knew in his heart that El was himself. Lin Tao was eager to know why Brother Liang, with a large black dragon tattoo on his hand, wanted to find El. "Brother Lin, we ran into Liu Xueying at this Hangwei Mecha Center that day. Later, this kid was selling information about Liu Xueying. I didn't believe him at the time, but who knew he'd directly message me and curse me, so..." Brother Liang chuckled awkwardly. Lin Tao was stunned. So that was all there was to it. He had thought the other party was deliberately looking for El's whereabouts. Not to mention Lin Tao, even the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses was flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't expected that his online antics would backfire so spectacularly, resulting in him being caught red-handed in real life. No wonder Brother Liang had insisted on inviting him over. "Alright, take your men and go back. In the future, if you encounter any trouble, make sure you have a proper introduction first. Don't use your name to cause trouble again." Lin Tao glanced at the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses, his face flushed, and chuckled inwardly before waving Brother Liang and the others away. "Yes, we understand." Liang Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Of course, how Zhang Tuo would deal with them when they got back was none of Lin Tao's business. After all, he had reminded them that Zhang Tuo was on the other end of the phone. It was their fault for being so cheeky. "Brother, thank you so much this time." The burly man with the square face finally relaxed at this point. "Thank you so much." The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses also repeatedly expressed his gratitude, adjusting his glasses frame. Lin Tao was quite pleased with these two. "Come with me, I have some questions for you." After saying this, Lin Tao waved to the lobby manager who was some distance away. Before the lobby manager even arrived, a balding, pot-bellied middle-aged man rushed over. He immediately bowed repeatedly to Lin Tao, his face beaming with a fawning smile. "Brother Lin, thank you so much this time." This man was the restaurant owner, who had to address Lin Tao as Brother Lin. Naturally, he dared not offend him easily, especially since his restaurant would likely be out of business if Lin Tao hadn't intervened. He then beckoned to the lobby manager, "Come quickly, get Brother Lin a private room. I've already booked it. Take us there now." Lin Tao waved his hand. "Booked it?" The balding man was taken aback, then quickly called someone over to check. It turned out a greeter had already booked a deluxe private room for Lin Tao. Seeing it was a deluxe room, the balding man breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried his servant might have accidentally offended him. After checking the private room number, the balding middle-aged man asked the lobby manager for a while before reappearing before Lin Tao with a fawning smile. "Brother Lin, I've arranged a new private room for you. I don't know if you'll be satisfied." Seeing Lin Tao frown slightly, he quickly added with a smile, "Since Brother Lin is here today, I'll cover all the expenses." Glancing at the table of the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses, the balding middle-aged man immediately waved his hand and loudly ordered, "Move all these things to the private room for Brother Lin right away." Lin Tao glanced at him, smiling but saying nothing. Led by the balding middle-aged man, the three arrived at a luxurious private room. Upon seeing the room number, the pupils of the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses contracted. They often came to this restaurant for small gatherings and naturally knew its layout. Although it only offered ordinary, medium, and luxurious private rooms, the luxurious rooms were also divided into 3 levels: basic, medium, and high VIP rooms. The room in front of them was the top-tier high-end VIP luxurious private room. Even for the two of them, booking such a private room was only possible through a company. However, the two quickly realized that Lin Tao had not only driven away the others but also seemed to know someone in high-ranking positions. The restaurant owner didn't have much of a background to begin with, and probably wanted to use Lin Tao's connections to open up connections at higher levels. Sure enough, after settling Lin Tao and the others in, the balding middle-aged man immediately brought out a bottle of fine wine, poured a glass for each person, and after a long conversation, subtly and overtly exchanged contact information with Lin Tao before leaving with a smile. After the balding middle-aged man left, Lin Tao and the others were finally able to have some peace and quiet. After the balding middle-aged man's outburst, the two young men with gold-rimmed glasses finally understood what kind of person Lin Tao was. The atmosphere became awkward. After all, if Lin Tao was indeed a high-ranking official, then there would be a chasm between them, making further communication difficult. "What are your names?" Lin Tao asked. The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses was slightly reserved, while the burly man with a square face seemed quite reckless. "My name is Feng Guo, and this is Liang Xiu. We were both students in the Mecha pilot department at Hyacinth Academy. Later, due to certain circumstances, Xiu changed his major and is now a sales manager at a large company, while I was fortunate enough to become a formal Mecha pilot." Upon mentioning formal Mecha pilot, a hint of awkwardness appeared on Feng Guo's face. He had originally intended to use his formal Mecha pilot status to avoid trouble, but it had unexpectedly become a hot potato, leading to encounters with even stronger Mecha pilots. Hearing that both of them had been Mecha pilots at Hyacinth Academy, Lin Tao's heart stirred. He looked at Liang Xiu, the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses. "Why don't you take the formal Mecha pilot exam?" From their previous conversation, Lin Tao knew that Liang Xiu's skills must have been quite good back then, and now that he had earned money, he could go back to take the exam at any time. "So much time has passed, my skills have become rusty." Liang Xiu adjusted his glasses and sighed. "Besides, my job requires a lot of time every day, and I rarely even use Skynet. Moreover, his current income is already comparable to that of a D-level Mecha pilot. To become a full-fledged Mecha pilot, he would not only have to give up this high-paying job, but he would also have to climb the ranks from the lowest level, F level, step by step. No one could say when he would achieve a high salary. Liang Xiu had seen many people spend over 10 or 20 years without even reaching the required level from F level to D level. For example, Feng Guo, despite his impressive achievements in the Mecha pilot department, still spent 5 or 6 years advancing from F level to D level. Lin Tao stretched out his right hand, tapping his fingers on the table a few times, and suddenly asked, "If I gave you a chance to maintain your income while also taking the exam to become a formal Mecha pilot, would you agree?" Knowing that L was Liu Xueying, the man dared to use that information to rake in funds. Lin Tao guessed he must have a certain talent for business. Lin Tao needed to establish a force. But a force requires not only strength but also funds to support specialized talent. Although he currently had Zhang Tuo's cooperation, he didn't know how long this relationship could last, so it was better to develop some of his own people. Lin Tao arrived in this era penniless, but thanks to his photographic memory, he possessed a wealth of technical information from later generations. Even a small amount could easily be exchanged for resources. However, while Lin Tao had a strong talent for Mecha operation, doing business was a completely different story. Liang Xiu, standing before him, seemed to possess considerable talent in this area, so an idea gradually formed in Lin Tao's mind. Chapter 36A Thesis. Having a current income while also honing his Mecha piloting skills, it would be impossible not to be tempted. However, Thinking of Lin Tao's background, Liang Zi frowned deeply. The Blood Wolf Gang was an underground force, known for its violent and ruthless nature, inspiring fear, but this life of constant risk wasn't suitable for everyone, especially for someone like Liang Zi, a high-ranking executive in a large company. Seeing his expression, Lin Tao smiled silently. After a while, Instructor Goulet finally arrived. Upon seeing Instructor Goulet, Fang Guo was shocked and immediately bowed respectfully. Instructor Goulet. Instructor Goulet? Liang Zi was also taken aback. He had transferred schools midway through his studies and left Hyacinth Academy early, missing the day Goulet entered the academy. However, after entering the workforce, he had heard of this instructor's reputation from various levels of society. He was a top master in mecha repair and design, and even some mecha companies would occasionally invite him to discuss mecha design plans. With his reputation, even the first Mecha Academy wouldn't have let him go if that incident hadn't happened. Why was he here? And why was he meeting with someone from the Blood Wolf Gang in private? Could Master Goulet also have another identity within the Blood Wolf Gang? Liang Zi was filled with doubt. Hearing someone call out, Instructor Goulet turned and glanced at Liang Zi and Lin Tao. No memory of him. He nodded, then looked at Lin Tao, whose body was covered in explosive muscles. Who are you? Having taken the gene serum, Lin Tao had already changed. Not only would Goulet not recognize him, but even Instructor Liu Xueying might not recognize him. I am Lin Tao said with a smile. Huh? Instructor Goulet, who had just sat down, suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, looking Lin Tao up and down in disbelief. You. For a long time, Instructor Goulet couldn't utter a complete sentence. He had just seen Lin Tao yesterday and even given him an instructor card. How could someone who looked malnourished have changed so drastically overnight, his muscles exploding, as if he were a completely different person? What was going on? Liang Zi and Fang Guo, bewildered, exchanged suspicious glances. Take it off. Quickly take off your clothes. Suddenly, Instructor Goulet, as if possessed, demanded Lin Tao remove his clothes, even ripping off Lin Tao's shirt before Lin Tao could even move. Hiss. Seeing Lin Tao's muscles, Instructor Goulet pinched them hard, feeling the solid muscles, and couldn't help but gasp. This action startled Liang Zi and Fang Guo. Did Instructor Goulet have a penchant for this kind of thing in private? After pinching Lin Tao's muscles, Instructor Goulet finally calmed down. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Tao's face, and finally recognized a hint of familiarity. Lin Tao, when did you join the Green Bamboo sect? Instructor Goulet asked coldly. At Instructor Goulet's level, he had access to a great deal of information, and naturally, he was aware of the Green Bamboo sect's clandestine research on gene-enhancing drugs. Lin Tao's seemingly overnight transformation could only be explained by the gene-enhancing drug. Moreover, Instructor Goulet had witnessed countless failed attempts resulting in piles of mangled flesh. He harbored an indescribable hatred for underground forces, especially the Green Bamboo sect, which secretly researched gene-enhancing drugs. They treated human life with utter indifference. Yet, Lin Tao had joined the Green Bamboo sect and even participated in the gene-enhancing drug experiment. The Green Bamboo sect? Liang Zi and Fang Guo exchanged glances. Wasn't Lin Tao a member of the Blood Wolf Gang? When the two gangs clashed, a fight would inevitably break out. There was no way they would let him escape. Furthermore, Lin Tao could directly communicate with the Blood Wolf Gang's higher-ups, making it even less likely he was a member of the Green Bamboo sect. Liang Zi opened his mouth, about to speak, but Fang Guo quickly pulled him back, shaking his head silently. The two of them still didn't understand Lin Tao's identity or what had happened. Speaking now would only cause trouble. It was better to observe the situation first. Their gene-enhancing serum? Lin Tao smiled. If I'm not mistaken, Davis's people haven't succeeded yet. Instructor Goulet narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Tao for a while. Knowing the Green Bamboo sect's backing meant Lin Tao must have some powerful connections. He pondered for a moment, then asked, Lin Tao, tell me, have you joined any underground forces? Lin Tao shook his head. He hadn't even chosen to join the Blood Wolf Gang, so how could he possibly join any other underground forces? Instructor Goulet's expression softened slightly. Although there was still a familiar feeling about Lin Tao, he now felt completely unfamiliar, making him uneasy. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Just then, the restaurant began serving the dishes. Soon, the table was filled with delicacies. Instructor Goulet glanced at the dishes. Based on his understanding of Lin Tao, even a single serving of these dishes was more than the usual Lin Tao could handle. But considering Lin Tao's current state, Instructor Goulet had no choice but to swallow his words. After the dishes were served, the restaurant owner came over again, but unfortunately, he didn't recognize Instructor Goulet. He simply gave a casual greeting and then turned and left. Liang Xiu and Feng Guo exchanged glances. This guy had tried every means to establish connections between the legitimate and illegitimate worlds, and now the renowned Master Goulet was right in front of them, yet they had no chance to meet him. They would probably regret it to the core if they found out later. The four of them took their seats. Liang Xiu and Feng Guo were rather reserved. Instructor Goulet, however, showed no interest in the table full of delicacies. He often attended similar banquets and was already tired of them. He stared intently at Lin Tao. Lin Tao, why did you call me out? He paused, then said coldly, if it's something you want my help with, I'm afraid I can't help you much. Before Lin Tao could speak, he had completely blocked any way out. After all, Lin Tao had become a stranger, no longer the students that Liu Xueying had repeatedly mentioned. Besides, he had already given him an instructor card, which was more than enough. Lin Tao smiled and took out a gold mentor card with the number 18 printed on it. Goulet narrowed his eyes, his expression turning strange. Mentor card? Mentor Goulet's mentor card? Liang Xiu and Feng Guo, who were also from Hyacinth Academy, recognized the gold card in Lin Tao's hand almost immediately and exclaimed in surprise. Who is Goulet? He was a mentor at the Tongshan Mecha Academy on Mingyuan Star. His mentor card was useful not only at Hyacinth Academy but also at the first Mecha Academy. Lin Tao had actually obtained Goulet's mentor card? Was this guy a genius in Mecha? Liang Xiu and Feng Guo exchanged another glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes, especially Liang Xiu, who, recalling Lin Tao's initial invitation, wanted to respond immediately. He had already discerned that Lin Tao was not a member of the Blood Wolf gang and possessed Mentor Goulet's mentor card. Are you planning to return my mentor card? Mentor Goulet's voice was somewhat displeased. Lin Tao smiled slightly. How could that be? He still wanted to get a few more mentor cards from Instructor Goulet. Instructor Goulet, I invited you out this time because I wanted to ask you for a favor, a small one, Lin Tao said with a smile. Go ahead. Instructor Goulet's expression softened slightly. If it was just a small favor, he would help out for Liu Xueying's sake. Someone who understood mecha joints to that extent must have some knowledge of mechs. He would always try his best to help students who were solely focused on mechs, which was why he had accumulated a large reputation. Not to mention distant places, just on Mingyuan Star alone, if he wanted, he could easily get a large group of people to support him. I want to go to the first Mecha Academy, Lin Tao said. The first Mecha Academy? Feng Guo, to cover up the awkward atmosphere, had already poured himself a full glass of wine and was about to drink it when he suddenly spat it all out with a PFFT. Liang Zi was even more stunned, his gold-rimmed glasses almost fell off his nose. Instructor Goulet was originally an instructor at the first Mecha Academy. Why did he come to Hyacinth Academy? It was all because of that incident. Otherwise, he would never have left the first Mecha Academy. Now, it's like rubbing salt in the wound, clearly picking at Instructor Goulet's sore spot. Sure enough, upon hearing First Mecha Academy, Instructor Goulet abruptly stood up, his expression changing drastically to an extremely ugly state. Lin Tao, you've come to the wrong person. I can't help you get into the First Mecha Academy. Farewell. Instructor Goulet said sternly, about to leave. Lin Tao quickly stood up, stopping Instructor Goulet from leaving, and said with a smile, Instructor Goulet, take a look at the information I sent you. As he spoke, Lin Tao operated his electronic wristwatch and sent a document he had prepared on the way to Instructor Goulet's wristwatch. HMPH. Instructor Goulet snorted in dissatisfaction, his face still ashen even after sitting down. After turning on his electronic wristwatch, Instructor Goulet opened the document Lin Tao had given him. With just one glance, Instructor Goulet was utterly shocked. He looked up in surprise, glancing at Lin Tao's face before continuing to peruse the information on his wristwatch. Excellent, very good. Brilliant. This idea is truly brilliant. Instructor Goulet exclaimed loudly as he read. Liang Xiu and Feng Guo were filled with curiosity, but given their status, they couldn't possibly join in. They could only sit there, their hearts pounding like a cat scratch. This document from Lin Tao was precisely the paper on the modularization of neural circuits in Mecha proposed by Liu Xueying in later generations. Of course, to avoid being sensational, Lin Tao had made most of the modifications. In other words, he had essentially transformed a perfect document into a rough draft. It was impossible to publish it immediately, as it was merely an idea that needed repeated confirmation and careful refinement before it could be officially released. However, Lin Tao believed that this document should already have a rough outline in Liu Xueying's mind. If he gave her this paper, she could definitely perfect the modified parts in a short time. Indeed, this document was precisely what Lin Tao had prepared for instructor Liu Xueying. Chapter 37 3 Spots. After learning the true reason why instructor Goulet left the first Mecha Academy, and given his own desire to go there, Lin Tao made his current preparations. The root cause of instructor Goulet's departure was Liu Xueying. Liu Xueying, a member of the Liu family, was engaged, but for some unknown reason, she forcibly broke off the engagement. This naturally enraged the Liu family, as her betrothed was another of the 8 great families, the Lin family. As her instructor, Goulet stood behind Liu Xueying. However, the Liu family pressured the first Mecha Academy, forcing it to side with him. This angered Goulet, who then left with Liu Xueying. After leaving, they considered leaving Mingyuan Star, but as it was Liu family territory, this idea was ultimately impossible. Finally, they came to Hyacinth Academy and became its instructors. It is rare for an instructor to go to such lengths for their disciple. It's no wonder that Liu Xueying, in later generations, was able to propose the prototype of the neural circuit module, the component module, in her own name. Goulet, the mentor, undoubtedly contributed significantly to this. Therefore, Lin Tao was certain that Goulet would take the heavily revised paper he received to heart. This was because the paper described the concept of the component module model. After a long pause, Goulet lowered his right hand, turned off his wristwatch, closed his eyes, and pondered for a long time before opening them again, his gaze fixed on Lin Tao. "How did you come up with this?" Goulet asked in a deep voice. This material wasn't groundbreaking, but it was exactly what Goulet wanted. Perhaps he and Liu Xueying had discussed it, but unfortunately, it was almost a revolutionary step for the entire mecha industry. Unless the Interstellar Federation approved it, a leader needed to be found in the industry, otherwise, the plan would be difficult to implement. Of course, if this paper were accepted by the Interstellar Federation, then the initiator would definitely be remembered in history. Lin Tao shrugged, smiling without saying a word. He couldn't possibly admit that this material was just something he'd pulled from his mind and then casually modified. If you take the time to revise and refine it, this one paper alone might be enough to make you famous for posterity, Goulet sighed. Famous for posterity? Liang Xiu and Feng Guo exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They were also very curious about the material Lin Tao had sent to Professor Goulet, but unfortunately, given their status, they couldn't possibly see it. Thinking of this, their expressions simultaneously dimmed. Lin Tao simply smiled, remaining silent, and kept staring at Professor Goulet. Whether this paper could make him famous for posterity, or even make someone famous, Lin Tao knew very well in his heart. Stared at by Lin Tao, instructor Goulet frowned deeply. Suddenly, a chill ran through him as if he had realized something. His expression darkened, and he shouted sharply, "Lin Tao, what do you mean? If you don't give an explanation, you're not leaving this room today." Instructor Goulet's face flushed red. Not only was his gaze towards Lin Tao filled with anger, but even his glances at Liang Xiu and the other man were now tinged with resentment. This sudden turn of events caused Lin Tao to frown slightly. Seeing Instructor Goulet's expression, he slapped his forehead, his heart skipping a beat. It seemed he had somewhat backfired. This was understandable. Lin Tao had handed a paper to Goulet without explaining its purpose, easily leading to suspicion that the material had ulterior motives. A document that could secure a place in history, not to mention Goulet, anyone connected to the mecha industry wouldn't give it up. Life is short, things are short. Many things eventually turn to dust. To leave a mark in history books is naturally something many people desire. Therefore, Instructor Goulet suspected that Lin Tao's presentation of this material was a deliberate act targeting him. At the same time, Instructor Goulet harbored a deeper suspicion of Lin Tao. After all, the two of them, master and student, were now on the opposite side of the Liu family, Instructor Goulet even suspected that Lin Tao was a peacemaker sent by the Liu family. Lin Tao rubbed his temples. Instructor Goulet, this material is what I recorded while listening to Instructor Liu Xueying's lectures, and then I organized it, but... He shrugged, with my current abilities, it's difficult to continue organizing it, so... No need to say more. Goulet snorted, I can't help you with this. He wasn't joking. Lin Tao and he didn't have a real teacher-student relationship. Besides, this research material was precisely the research that his disciple Liu Xueying had been conducting. Comparing the two, he naturally favored his capable disciple, so why would he help Lin Tao improve this material? Lin Tao knew that Professor Goulet was getting stuck on this, so he smiled helplessly. Professor Goulet, I know that Professor Liu Xueying is doing research in this area, so I wanted to give her these materials. Oh? Since these are materials for your professor, why come to me? Professor Goulet's face darkened. If the materials were for Liu Xueying, Lin Tao could have given them to her directly, why come to him? Professor Goulet, after reviewing these materials, do you think you can recommend me for the first Mecha Academy? Lin Tao asked with a smile. HMPH. Goulet snorted and didn't speak. In the past, these materials would have been enough for him to recommend someone, but now, he had long since left the first Mecha Academy, and recommending someone would be a huge loss of face. Lin Tao glanced at him, feeling a glimmer of hope, and immediately added another bombshell. Professor Goulet, I think this plan is very feasible, but as you know, I can't perfect these materials on my own, so I plan to go to the first Mecha Academy. Oh? Goulet responded with a no, his eyes flickering, but he didn't speak. To further develop the structure of mechs, unless we get the approval of the Interstellar Federation, we need a pioneer. Lin Tao paused, and seeing that Goulet's expression had improved slightly, he continued, so I want to establish a mech company to vigorously promote this model. And you and Instructor Liu Xueying can continue to refine this aspect further, while I plan to enter the first Mech Academy and expand my connections there. At this point, Lin Tao rubbed his nose, I want to recruit some people from there. It's common knowledge that students who can enter the first Mech Academy are almost all geniuses. In fact, when the 8 powerful families betrayed the Interstellar Federation, the first Mech Academy left a significant mark on history. Without students from this academy, how could the Liu family have possessed the power to fight against the Interstellar Federation? Goulet hummed again, his eyes narrowing slightly. You really think so? Having left the first Mech Academy, if Lin Tao were truly going to poach talent, he'd wholeheartedly agree. After all, the first Mech Academy stood behind the Liu family, leaving him and his apprentice in such a predicament. Of course, he didn't entirely believe Lin Tao's words. After all, every student who could enter that academy was a genius. How could one subdue such people without considerable ability? I need 3 spots. Seeing Goulet's interest, Lin Tao grinned. Impossible. Goulet shook his head repeatedly. Even 1 spot was enough to make him lose face. 3? Did he really think that academy was so easy to get into? Instructor Goulet, if we get inside and no one cooperates, it'll be difficult for me to. Lin Tao spread his hands. Goulet nodded. As a former genius himself, he understood that geniuses were all extremely arrogant. Without the strength to sweep them away, it would be impossible to persuade them. He glanced at Liang Xiu and his companion. Is it them? At their age, they should have already graduated from the academy. How could they possibly go back? Liang Xiu and his companion shook their heads repeatedly. Lin Tao hadn't even greeted them yet, and besides, at their age, how could they possibly enter the academy again? No, it's not them. They're all students from our Hyacinth Academy, Lin Tao said. Goulet remained silent, seemingly pondering the matter. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and asked, a mecha company requires a lot of capital. Do you have that kind of money? Setting up a mecha company, setting aside all connections, would be enough to bankrupt countless businessmen just in terms of funding. Moreover, once you actually enter the mecha field, the various dangers involved mean that one wrong move can lead to total ruin. He found it hard to believe that Lin Tao could come up with such astonishing funds. Lin Tao smiled. With Goulet's words, entering the first Mecha Academy was practically a done deal. Lin Tao pointed at Liang Xiu. This guy has some business acumen. I plan to have him manage things for me. As for funding, I think it'll be available once he graduates from the first Mecha Academy. Eh? Liang Xiu was taken aback, pointing at himself. speechless for a long time. Feng Guo, standing beside him, also had his pupils shrink. Gulei hadn't expected Lin Tao to be so confident, and frowned, knowing the amount of funding required was enormous, beyond the imagination of ordinary people. By the way, Instructor Gulei, I've reached an agreement with the Blood Wolf Gang branch in Anzhang City. I think they'll stand up for me in a critical moment. Lin Tao thought for a moment and then mentioned the Blood Wolf Gang, because he needed backing. Blood Wolf Gang? Gulei's pupils contracted sharply, then he seemed to realize something and fell into deep thought. Instructor Gulei, if I'm not mistaken, you want to leave Mingyuan Star, right? Lin Tao suddenly spoke again. You. Gulei was shocked. He had long harbored the idea of leaving Mingyuan Star, but unfortunately, the entire star belonged to the Liu family, making it impossible for them to leave unless the underground forces intervened. But which force on Mingyuan Star would be willing to defend the Liu family? I can persuade Zhang Tuo to secretly send you away from Mingyuan Star, Lin Tao said with a smile. This. Gulei, a master-level figure, quickly calmed down. He stared intently at Lin Tao, his voice turning serious. If you can truly get us to leave Mingyuan Star, I can secure 10 spots for you, let alone 3. Alright, then it's a deal, Lin Tao laughed. Chapter 38 Duruzi. After the banquet, Lin Tao sent Liang Ziyu and the other two back temporarily. Instructor Gulei was very efficient, he had only agreed to the offer, and less than 3 hours later, he had already replied to Lin Tao. All 3 spots were filled, and he even asked Lin Tao to submit the names of the other 2 so that he could process their transfers. Lin Tao opened his communication wristband and dialed Duruming's number. Hearing Lin Tao's words, Duruming looked incredulous, but considering Lin Tao's sudden strange behavior, not to mention the potion that could exchange a small bird for a cannon, he ultimately submitted the information. After Lin Tao transferred all 3's information to Instructor Gulei's wristband, he received a message from Instructor Gulei that everything had been processed, including the transfer notice from Hyacinth Academy and the admission notice from the First Academy. Now, all that was left was for the 3 of them to go directly to the First Mecha Academy to report. They didn't even need to return to Hyacinth Academy. However, Instructor Gulei finally asked Lin Tao to see Instructor Liu Xueying before leaving. Lin Tao frowned slightly. Although Liu Xueying was the initiator of the later parts module and had taken good care of the original owner of this body, he didn't think there was a deeper relationship between them, so he could only give up in the end. Beep beep. Just then, Lin Tao's wristwatch communication rang again. Lin Tao. It was Duruming on the other end of the line, his voice filled with shock. I've received a transfer notice from Hyacinth Academy, and an application for admission from the First Mecha Academy. We can go to the First Mecha Academy anytime. Lin Tao smiled. Gulei's influence wasn't limited to Mingyuan Star, he probably had considerable influence within the Interstellar Federation as well. These matters weren't difficult for him. Alright, let's set a time and go to the First Mecha Academy together, Lin Tao said. You're the Lin Tao who helped us with the transfer procedures? Suddenly, a shocked, silvery female voice came through the communication. Without a doubt, it was Duruming's older sister, Duruzi. You're Duruzi, right? Lin Tao asked with a smile. That's right, it's me. Let's meet up later. Duruzi's excitement lingered, because the First Mecha Academy wasn't a place anyone could get into. Even after achieving the required grades, she was ultimately rejected due to certain special circumstances. Being able to re-enter the First Mecha Academy was something she couldn't help but be excited about. She was also very interested in Lin Tao, who had caused all this, and wanted to see him for herself. I have some things to take care of, so I won't go. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. We can talk about it tomorrow, Lin Tao shook his head. Tomorrow? Duruming and her brother were both surprised, the time seemed a bit too soon. Actually, Lin Tao wished he could go to the First Mecha Academy today. He had no more ties in Anzhang City, and he valued the students at the First Mecha Academy. Whether it was the design department, the maintenance department, or even the Mecha pilot department, Lin Tao wanted to recruit some of them. It was impossible for one person to secretly investigate the affairs of the 8 powerful families. Moreover, there were less than 2 years left until that time. After the call ended, Lin Tao immediately dialed Zhang Tuo's number and briefly mentioned that Gulei had been sent away from Mingyuan Star. Lin Tao, the Liu family has already informed all our underground forces, prohibiting any contact with Gulei. This matter is putting me in a difficult position. Zheng Tiyuo's voice, as always, was soft and hesitant. Are you afraid of the Liu family? Lin Tao countered, secretly shaking his head. Relying entirely on Zheng Tiyuo without full support was clearly unwise. Lin Tao, the Liu family is one of the 8 great families of the Interstellar Federation. They're not as simple as you think. Zheng Tiyuo felt the need to remind Lin Tao. In a year, or perhaps even less, I can give you the power to contend with not only the entire Blood Wolf gang, but even the Liu family. Lin Tao said casually. This. For a moment, Zheng Tiyuo on the other end of the line was speechless. Lin Tao, how long will it take you to concoct the gene serum again? After a long pause, Zheng Tiyuo finally spoke, abruptly changing the subject. Lin Tao's only skills, besides being a mecha pilot, were gene serums, otherwise, Zheng Tiyuo wouldn't have cooperated with him. As long as you can retrieve the serum, I can concoct it any time, Lin Tao said after a pause. I'll be heading to the first Mecha Academy tomorrow. If needed, I'll come back. So soon? Zheng Tiyuo was surprised again, his tone changing. Calculating the time, Lin Tao had only been gone for about half a day. Even with high efficiency, it was impossible to do it in such a short time, especially considering it was the first Mecha Academy, a top-tier institution in the entire Interstellar Federation. Suddenly, Zheng Tiyuo remembered that Lin Tao had inquired in detail about Master Goulet before leaving. Only this person could resolve the matter of the first Mecha Academy in such a short time. Remembering Lin Tao's request to help Master Goulet leave Mingyuan Star, Zheng Tiyuo immediately understood. He gave a wry smile. Lin Tao, it seems I have no choice but to help Master Goulet leave Mingyuan Star. If you help Master Goulet, I think he'll be grateful for your help in the future, Lin Tao said dismissively. Zheng Tiyuo shook his head. The Liu family would definitely not let this matter rest. He still needed to figure out how to deal with the Liu family and the wrath from the Blood Wolf gang headquarters. Lin Tao didn't return to his rented room, but instead rented a room in a hotel for the night. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Tao's communication wristband started ringing incessantly. When Lin Tao answered, it was the anxious Du siblings. It seemed that neither of them had slept a wink last night. This was understandable. Anyone who could enroll in the prestigious First Mecha Academy would feel the same way. Back when Lin Tao first joined the ranks of Mecha pilots, he felt the same way. Before leaving, Lin Tao received another call from Liang Xiu, who wore gold-rimmed glasses. After considering it all night, Liang finally replied. However, since Liang worked for a large company, leaving would take some time, so Lin Tao told him to finish settling things here and go directly to Mingyuan City. With everything ready, Lin Tao set off. After meeting up in Ansang City, Lin Tao discovered that the Du siblings were sharing a Haverker, the same one the Blood Wolf gang had given to Du Wei's herbal medicine shop. As soon as Lin Tao's car stopped, the Du siblings immediately opened the door and got out. The eldest sister, Du Ruzi, was a short-haired beauty. While not stunningly beautiful, she wasn't much older than Lin Tao, and at that age, she was still like a green apple, radiating youthful energy. Lin Tao, this is my sister. Sister, this is Lin Tao, Du Ruming introduced them. Lin Tao extended his hand, but Du Ruzi seemed excited and gave him a big bear hug. Du Ruming's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He knew this woman extremely well. If they didn't get along well, she'd slap him on the spot, let alone touch him. She had a notoriously fiery temper. And this was their first meeting. How could they be so close? Du Ruming's eye twitched. So you're Lin Tao. I never expected you to persuade us all to come to the first Mecha Academy with you. Du Ruzi asked excitedly, completely oblivious to how awkward her earlier actions had been. I've heard that instructor Goulet was behind it. How did you manage to convince him? Fortunately, although Lin Tao had less contact with women in his previous life, he had a girlfriend and was quite open-minded. He changed the subject, glanced at the two of them, and asked, did you two get a good night's rest? Of course we did. Did you really think we couldn't sleep because of this news? Before Du Ruming could speak, Du Ruzi burst out laughing. Was that really the case? Lin Tao noticed the bloodshot veins under their eyes and couldn't help but find it amusing. Du Ruming also sighed, secretly grimacing. But since Du Ruzi had said so and insisted on leaving immediately, Lin Tao had no choice but to accept their explanation that they had rested for a day. Shall we drive the Haverker? Lin Tao glanced at the two brand new Haverkers. Of course, we'll drive the Haverker, Duruming finally seized the opportunity to speak. My old man gave us this car as soon as he found out we were transferring to the first Mecha Academy. Duruming remembered that when he drove this brand new hovercar to the herbal medicine shop, his old man was startled. Later, when he learned that it was a new car that the Blood Wolf gang had replaced after the old car was damaged in an accident, he was almost scared out of his wits. If he hadn't explained it repeatedly, Duruming would probably have had to return the car to the Blood Wolf gang himself. So this time, upon learning that the two were going to the first Mecha Academy, he immediately gave them the car. Lin Tao nodded. The hovercar wasn't slow either. Although it wasn't far from Ansehang City to Mingyuan City, where the first academy was located, at full speed, it would only take a day. Moreover, once they reached Mingyuan City, they might need the hovercar again. Duruming was in Lin Tao's hovercar, chattering incessantly the whole way, seemingly thrilled to be entering the first Mecha Academy. Lin Tao felt rather helpless. There were still more than 10 hours of driving ahead. Fortunately, after Lin Tao deliberately ignored Duruming, she calmed down and quickly became quiet. Lin Tao turned to look and was speechless. The woman had already fallen asleep in the back seat. The hovercar sped along. Driving the hovercar once again through the planet's interior, Lin Tao was filled with emotion. In his later life, as a mecha master, he had driven hovercars like this many times. However, in later times, due to the massive overcrowding of humanity on Earth, almost every inch of the planet was occupied. Coupled with the frequent flights of mechas into the sky, the space left for hovercars to travel at full speed was limited, and the distances they could travel at full speed were not long. Considering that Duruming might also be sleep-deprived, Lin Tao stopped several times along the way so that the two could get some rest. Chapter 39 Mingyuan City. As the capital of Mingyuan Star, Mingyuan City covers a vast area, almost the largest city in the entire Mingyuan Star region, and also the most prosperous place on the planet. From a distance, Lin Tao could see towering skyscrapers rising from the ground, and mechas rapidly gliding through the air. These mechas adopted the design of aircraft and tanks retained from the military era. In this era, the military still possessed many mechas with this design, as not everyone could accept humanoid or biomimetic mechas, especially military personnel. Mech squads consisted of 3 people, the most standard attack squad formation. Before even entering the Mingyuan Star region, Duruming's communication system rang. Before Duruming could react, another communication was forcibly inserted into the hovercar. Hovercar ahead, please reduce your speed to below 30 and land on the ground for inspection, otherwise it will be considered hostile to Mingyuan City and you will be expelled. The communication seemed to originate from the control tower, not from the mechas before him. Lin Tao frowned upon hearing this. There were no records of the first Mecha Academy possessing such a formidable defensive force. Fortunately, Duruming had some knowledge of Mingyuan City. Lin Tao, it's a patrol team from Mingyuan City. Let's do as they say and lower the hovercar to the ground. If we don't do as they say, we'll be attacked by those mechas, Duruming said nervously, watching the mechas in midair from the back seat. Lin Tao nodded, slowed the hovercar down, and gently brought it to a stop. As soon as they stopped, a ground mecha patrol team roared over. This was a ground patrol team, using biomimetic mechas, almost all of them frog-shaped, with a giant cannon on their backs. After the 3 frog-shaped mechas surrounded Lin Tao and Duruming's hovercar, they pointed their cannons at them and then forcibly sent a communication. Name? Origin? What brings you to Mingyuan City? The other side's questions came like a machine gun. From the voice on the other end, Lin Tao sensed that the other person was about the same age, and he was momentarily stunned. Seeing Lin Tao's hesitation, Duruming, standing beside him, became anxious and quickly explained the purpose. We are students from Hyacinth Academy in Ansehang City. We're here to complete transfer procedures and plan to transfer to the first Mecha Academy. What? The voice on the other end of the communicator was clearly taken aback. Transferring from Hyacinth Academy to the first Mecha Academy? How is that possible? How could students from Hyacinth Academy transfer to the first Mecha Academy? Not only this voice, but 2 other different voices also appeared on the communicator at the same time, clearly the mecha pilots of the other 2 mechanisms. The first Mecha Academy was no ordinary Mecha Academy. Compared to Hyacinth Academy, which was also on Mingyuan Star, it was worlds apart. Transferring from such a weak school to a strong one, was that even possible? Only students who left strong schools and then transferred back to weaker ones ever did. Frog 3, Connect to the academy immediately and check the situation, the first voice ordered hastily. Not long after, the voice of the man known as Frog 3 rang out again. Boss, it seems there really is such a thing. Yesterday, through Master Goulet's recommendation, 3 students from Hyacinth Academy were recommended to our first Mecha Academy. His tone carried a strange undertone. What? Recommended by Master Goulet? Master Goulet? How is that possible? Quickly, let me see. The other 2 were immediately taken aback. This was understandable. Master Goulet and the first Mecha Academy were practically bitter enemies. For him to recommend students under such circumstances was definitely not normal. After a long while, the voice that had spoken first rang out again. Engine Design Department, Mecha Repair Department, and Materials Department, you guys are really something. You actually managed to get Master Goulet to lower himself. I guess you must have achieved remarkable results in these areas. Remarkable results? Duruming's eyes twitched a few times, and Duruzi's expression was also clearly embarrassed. Only Lin Tao's expression remained relatively normal. They had no outstanding achievements, they were simply guaranteed admission by a single word from Goulet. In essence, they were students who entered the first Mecha Academy through connections, something that couldn't be openly discussed. In other words, they were backdoor students. Duruming and her brother kept their mouths shut, afraid of losing face. After a while, the voice that had spoken first said again, to be appreciated by Master Goulet and come to our first Mecha Academy, you are quite remarkable. However, as is customary, please turn on your video so we can verify your identity. In this era, facial recognition had already begun, but this function wasn't widely used and was currently only applicable in certain special places, and Hyacinth Academy happened to be in that category. Okay, we understand. Duruzi seemed to understand the situation as well, and before Lin Tao could act, she hurriedly turned on the video in the hovercar. Are you also students of the first Mecha Academy? Duruzi couldn't help but ask. The other party's video was completely black, and their faces couldn't be seen, only Lin Tao and the others' faces were transmitted. Of course, if even we students can't maintain the Academy's reputation and someone takes advantage of our weakness, then we'll lose face big time. The other person chuckled. Looking at your hovercars, they all seem to be the latest models. It seems your families are quite well off. The one named Frog 3 clicked his tongue in amazement. What family background? We're just people from a small herbal medicine shop. Duruming shook his head repeatedly. Everyone who can enter the first Mecha Academy is a genius or eccentric. Even if their family background is slightly worse, they will still have large capital investment. In front of these people, money is nothing. If you were to show off in front of them with the latest model hovercar, he would probably be taught a lesson in no time. Besides, he didn't even buy the car with his own money. Huh? Suddenly, while checking Lin Tao, the person who spoke first exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? What happened? Immediately, the communication channels of the other 2 came through with sounds of operation, as if the Mecha's attack mode had been activated. At that moment, the 2 siblings' faces turned pale with shock. Your name is Lin Tao, right? The first person to speak quickly questioned. What happened to your body? It turned out that Lin Tao was still using the photo from Hyacinth Academy, and compared to his current physique, he was almost unrecognizable, like a completely different person. The food at Hyacinth Academy is pretty good, Lin Tao shrugged. PFFT. Duruming, realizing what was going on, almost couldn't breathe. Duruzi also glanced at Lin Tao sideways. Duruming had never told her about Lin Tao's situation. The food at the academy is good? The other person was clearly taken aback. Fortunately, after Lin Tao's body was strengthened, his face still bore a slight resemblance, and after a moment of surprise, the other person didn't think much of it. After all, he was a student, still growing, and besides, the photo was taken when he first entered Hyacinth Academy. In 2 years, some people might lose weight, and some might become obese, but as long as his face wasn't bad, and someone vouched for him, it shouldn't be too bad. Moreover, the one vouching for Lin Tao was Master Goulet. Ha ha ha! Frog 3 laughed loudly. If the food at Hyacinth Academy can make you gain weight, what will it be like after entering the first Mecha Academy? That's right, the food at our first Mecha Academy, not to mention Mingyuan Star, is among the best in all Mecha Academies. Your body might grow like crazy. Another person laughed just as loudly. Even the person who spoke first chuckled in the communication channel. After checking and confirming that Lin Tao and the others' identities were correct, The other party immediately deactivated their mecha attack mode and made way for them. At the same time, they seemed to like Lin Tao and the others, and even sent them a route map. Since you're here to report to the first Mecha Academy, just follow this route and keep going forward, and you'll see the first Mecha Academy. After a pause, their voice became sinister again. If you don't follow this route, you might be attacked if you encounter other mecha teams. Even if Master Goulet arrives, he won't be able to protect you. We understand, we'll go report now. Duruming nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Duruzi responded repeatedly, thank you, senior brother. Haha, no need to thank me. Once you enter the academy, we'll be family. The other person laughed heartily. After the communication ended, Duruzi looked at Lin Tao. Lin Tao, let's go straight to the first Mecha Academy. We can deal with other things after we've completed the formalities. They had originally planned to settle the Havokers first before registering, but now they changed their minds. Lin Tao naturally didn't want any unnecessary complications. The two Havokers landed back on the ground and continued forward, following the route indicated. On the way. Lin Tao, you applied for the materials science department? Suddenly, Duruzi looked at Lin Tao with a strange expression. The senior brothers had mentioned that their group had 3 spots each: engine design, mecha repair, and materials science. Engine design was the major Duruzi had applied for, while Duruming had applied for mecha repair. Clearly, materials science was Lin Tao's major. Duruzi found it hard to believe that Lin Tao would choose materials science. Although the materials science department belongs to the Mecha Academy, it's practically an unofficial major within the mecha industry, its status even lower than that of mecha repair technicians. Lin Tao chuckled, without special materials, how can we synthesize the alloys needed to manufacture mechs? Alloys are the foundation of a mecha's defense and the very essence of the entire machine. Without suitable alloys, it's impossible to produce a qualified mecha. Moreover, Lin Tao has his own ideas. Although he submitted a paper on parts models to his mentor, Goulet, if you were to actually establish a mecha company in the future, he would still prefer mechs from later generations. Purely mechanical mechs are not only inconvenient to operate but also hinder Lin Tao's ability to unleash the full potential of his mechs. Unfortunately, the technology and materials required for a mind control module mecha are impossible to develop at this stage. However, as a transitional form, the neuron module mecha has already undergone comprehensive research. If the necessary materials are developed, it could be produced with some effort, which is why Lin Tao chose the materials science department. As for the mecha repair department, after giving Professor Goulet the thesis, Lin Tao knew that the purely mechanical approach of this era would soon be a thing of the past, so he didn't plan to continue studying purely mechanical repair methods. Regarding mecha design, let alone engine design, Lin Tao knew nothing about even the frame design. After all, he was just a mecha master from a later era, and could only shrug his shoulders when it came to mecha design. Even the mecha company he planned to establish was simply to perfectly replicate mechs that had appeared in later generations. The fundamental condition for all of this was that they possessed suitable alloys to manufacture the mechs. Chapter 41st Mecha Academy. Lin Tao didn't explain further. With Duruzi's current limited perspective, she was still stuck in a purely mechanical structure model. Unless she could see the new components of the future model firsthand, she would find it difficult to understand why Lin Tao deliberately chose the materials science department. Entering Mingyuan City, the Havokers slowed down. Whoosh! Just then, a sharp, rapid sound rang out. A 3-plane flight squadron whizzed past overhead, making close contact with their 2 Havokers. Did you see that? Did you see that? The rapidly passing aircraft and the deafening roar came through the Havokers' communication channel. Duruming's excited voice. Lin Tao glanced at it. It was a machine shaped like some kind of bird. He frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, this machine was named the Sweepwing X-35, a biomimetic type of machine. However, due to flight requirements, this machine retained the basic structure of previous Sweepwing aircraft, so it wasn't a true biomimetic machine, but merely a special machine designed to cater to the biomimetic genre. In the era of purely mechanical designs, there were still quite a few mechas of this type. It's a Sweepwing X-35, Duruzi said. Compared to true bionic mechas, this shape has a faster flight speed, but its drawbacks are also significant. Lin Tao was quite surprised, glancing in the rearview mirror at her, who was resting her chin on her hand, scrutinizing the mechas. Duruzi, with her flowing short hair, was quite striking when deep in thought. Lin Tao was momentarily stunned. Swept-wing mechs require large runways to take off. Besides the military, only large space carriers can retain this type of mech. Duruzi, as expected of a design student, immediately recognized the mech's advantages and disadvantages. Lin Tao smiled silently. Whether swept-wing or flying-wing, due to their design, mechs initially possessed a significant speed advantage, even after the emergence of component modules. This situation only changed drastically after the advent of true neural circuits. Because with the emergence of true neural circuits, the mech industry underwent a massive transformation. Of course, this is something that only appeared in later generations. Currently, this type of mecha still dominates aerial combat. Lin Tao, Big Sister, a mecha. This is a real mecha. At Hyacinth Academy, apart from the mecha pilots, even we in the maintenance department have only ever seen mecha parts. Duruming exclaimed excitedly. Duruzi covered her mouth and chuckled. She wouldn't tell her younger brother that their design department usually had access to real mechs. Of course, their access was mainly for close observation, so it couldn't be considered real contact. As a mecha master from later generations, Lin Tao smiled silently. Soon, two hovercars arrived at the main gate of the first Mecha Academy. The main gate of the first Mecha Academy was almost identical to that of Hyacinth Academy, both adopting the form of a triumphal arch. The difference was that the triumphal arch of the first Mecha Academy was 100 meters high and nearly 50 meters wide. Even the previous swept-wing X-35 could pass through it. Just then, a small flight squadron flew overhead, quickly changing formation and passing through the Arc de Triomphe in the blink of an eye. Huh? Why are there so many people? At the same time, Duruzi in the back seat suddenly exclaimed. Lin Tao was startled and followed her gaze. He saw several middle-aged men standing at the foot of the Arc de Triomphe, surrounded by many people in formal attire, seemingly instructors from the academy. What are they doing? Lin Tao wondered. The car stopped at the Arc de Triomphe, and as soon as he opened the door, the group, led by the middle-aged men, approached. They're here to see us? Lin Tao frowned slightly. However, Duruzi was stunned. That's the dean of the first Mech Academy? Duruzi had almost entered the first Mech Academy and knew a bit about it, so she recognized the dean. No way, the dean of the first Mech Academy? Duruzi was shocked. The dean was here too? Lin Tao frowned even more. They were just ordinary transfer students, and from Hyacinth Academy no less, not based on their actual grades. How could they possibly attract the attention of the dean of the first Mecha Academy? You must be the students recommended by Instructor Goulet, right? The middle-aged man leading the group was indeed the dean of the first Mecha Academy. He looked at Lin Tao and the others with a kind and benevolent expression. That's right. Lin Tao and the others were recommended by Instructor Goulet. Was that why the dean came out to greet them? Lin Tao wondered. Why didn't Instructor Goulet come in person? The dean was taken aback when he saw Lin Tao and the other two, then stared blankly into the hovercar. There was no one inside. Not only was the dean stunned, but the people behind him also began to whisper among themselves. Wasn't it said that Instructor Goulet was going to take the initiative to reconcile? What happened? Instructor Goulet didn't come, only sent these three little brats? Yet, did Instructor Goulet finally lose face? The voices of these people were not loud, but they still occasionally reached everyone's ears. Did Instructor Goulet say he would personally escort you here? Why didn't he come with you? Behind the dean, an old man with a half-finger-long white beard strode up to Lin Tao and the others, glaring and demanding. Was that true? Lin Tao frowned. He didn't recall Instructor Goulet mentioning it, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought the Du siblings so casually. However, those guys' words were really unpleasant. What did they mean by Instructor Goulet taking the initiative to reconcile? If that were true, he wouldn't need to rush to leave Mingyuan Star. Instructor Goulet probably had something to attend to and couldn't leave, so he sent you guys over first? After a moment of surprise, the dean regained his kind demeanor and chuckled. However, the dean's smile was extremely fake, a forced smile. Not only Lin Tao, but even the Du siblings noticed it. The two Du siblings exchanged a glance, their eyes twitching slightly. So the dean wasn't waiting for them, but for Instructor Goulet. This is understandable. Instructor Goulet is someone even the first Mecha Academy wouldn't let go of. If it weren't for that incident, he wouldn't have been so determined to leave. It's estimated that this time, Even if Instructor Goulet is just a haphazardly picked up mecha mechanic with only rudimentary repair skills, he'll be accepted into the first Mecha Academy. This is a signal that the relationship between the two sides is being repaired. Thinking of this, the two siblings stopped in their tracks, suddenly feeling quite awkward. Lin Tao, on the other hand, didn't care. He hadn't come here with the real intention of learning. Sensing the dean's unusual behavior, the old man with a half-finger-long white beard glared at them again, adopting a condescending attitude, and asked, "Which of you applied for the engine design department?" This question made Lin Tao frown immediately. Their background had been thoroughly investigated, these old men knew exactly who applied to which department, and they probably even knew that Du Ruzi had almost entered the first Mecha Academy. But right now, both the old man's tone and attitude were clearly deliberate. Seeing the dean standing to the side, still wearing that fake smile, Lin Tao immediately felt annoyed. Before Du Ruzi could speak, he stepped forward and demanded, "And who are you, old man? Don't you even glance at our transfer application materials?" Du Ruzi, who was mentally preparing her response, was stunned. Huh? Du Ruming's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. Old man? Almost all the middle-aged men present trembled, frozen in place, even the dean's smile stiffened. All the instructors present looked at each other, speechless. The old man with a long white beard, his face flushed crimson, trembling uncontrollably. He pointed at Lin Tao, stammering, You. What about me?" Lin Tao shrugged, even Du Ruzi, who was tugging at his sleeve, couldn't stop him. HMPH. Finally, the dean realized what was happening. His face darkened, and he snorted coldly, "This child is beyond redemption." With that, he turned and left. The other middle-aged men shook their heads repeatedly, mostly following the dean. Once the dean was gone, the instructors glanced at Lin Tao with strange looks in their eyes, then turned and left as well. In the end, only 3 remained, including the old man with a long white beard. The old man with the white beard stammered for a while, not knowing why, but finally held back. He glared at Lin Tao, snorted angrily, and then said to Du Ruzi, "You must be Du Ruzi. Come with me." "Hey, you old guy are really strange. Why do you want her to come with you?" Lin Tao curled his lip. This old man really did recognize them. Lin Tao. Du Ruzi was almost crying, her face full of grievance. He's the head of the engine design department. Lin Tao blinked. Du Ruming almost fainted on the spot. They were supposed to enter the first Mecha Academy properly, but how did they offend the dean, the department head, and others all at once? What would they learn in the future? Moreover, the one who was offended the most was his older sister's department head. This joke was really. Du Ruming was speechless for a while. At this moment, another middle-aged man with a goatee walked over and asked with a smile, "You must be Lin Tao?" Lin Tao nodded. "You rascal." The middle-aged man with the goatee shook his head, but the smile on his lips never faded. "Fine, you were originally in the maintenance department, so why did you apply to the material science department when you entered the first Mecha Academy?" This immediately enraged the last old man. Is the material science department so bad? Without the research of the material science department, how could you design mechs? Without mechs, what can your maintenance department repair? He then shouted at Lin Tao, "You troublemaker, get over here right now." Seeing Lin Tao still standing there, the middle-aged man with the goatee shook his head. "Go on. That old guy is the head of the material science department." It turned out that these 3 men were responsible for the 3 departments that Lin Tao and the others had applied to. Chapter 41 and by First Mecha Academy, Academic Affairs Building. Dean's Office. Almost all the old men who had come to greet Lin Tao and his group had gathered here. Beep 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 beep, the communicator on the desk kept ringing. However, no one answered. Finally, a middle-aged man frowned. "Dean, has Goulet regretted it?" This call was to contact Goulet. Yes, if he really wanted to reconcile, he would have come to our first Mecha Academy with those 3 brats long ago. Seeing that Goulet wasn't answering, once the first person spoke up, others immediately chimed in. If Goulet hadn't spoken first, how could we have accepted those 3 guys? The one who got into the engine design department is alright, she almost got into our first Mecha Academy before. But who are those 2 guys from the repaired department? That's right, that guy's a real troublemaker. Didn't you see old Tong from the engine design department almost choked to death? Hell, let's not talk about old Tong. Old Liu from the materials science department is going to have a headache taking care of those troublesome students. The dean listened to the dial tone on the phone while listening to everyone's conversation, his brows furrowed. Seeing the sudden commotion in the dean's office, he finally couldn't help but cough loudly. After everyone quieted down, he let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, "Now that they've transferred to our academy, no matter what happens, the three of them are still considered students of our first Mecha Academy." He then glanced around and continued, "After Goulet left, our first Mecha Academy's status among the top-tier Mecha Academies in the Interstellar Federation declined. If it weren't for the support of the Mechanical Engineering Department and the Chassis Department, our first Mecha Academy would probably have fallen to an ordinary first-tier Mecha Academy. Therefore, everyone understands the importance of bringing Goulet back to our first Mecha Academy. Did you see that old Tong also endured it for this?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Goulet hasn't shown up. I think he's still too embarrassed to admit it. Perhaps things will improve after some time, once the Liu family has persuaded his disciple Liu Xueying. The dean paused abruptly, his brows furrowing. Well, as for the people he recommended, if they have real skills, that's fine. If they don't, then we can't blame the first Mecha Academy. The dean still harbored resentment over Lin Tao calling him old man, and he wouldn't have been so lenient if it weren't for Goulet's sake. Those two lads, if they really don't have any skills, let them go. If Goulet comes back and knows about this, he probably won't say anything. Goulet recommended them, he knows their abilities best. If they really are incompetent, he won't say anything even if they're fired. The department heads nodded repeatedly. With Goulet's recommendation, Lin Tao and his companions completed their registration in less than half an hour. The three of them now had official status in Mingyuan City, allowing them to travel freely without being stopped by the Mecha Patrol. Like Hyacinth Academy, the first Mecha Academy allowed students to rent accommodations outside the school. Lin Tao, should we stay in the dorms or rent somewhere else? After everything was settled, the three reunited. Of course, we'll rent somewhere, Duruzi said, gently rubbing her temples. Lin Tao had become famous today. And the Du siblings had also gained some recognition. Unfortunately, this wasn't the kind of fame Duruzi wanted. On his first day at the new school, Lin Tao had called the head of the engine design department an old man in front of the dean, a term that had offended almost all the department heads and even the dean. After all, those in those positions were all elderly people. Duruzi could imagine how difficult things would be for them after entering the first Mecha Academy, because these old guys each had a large number of direct students under their command. If they lived in the academy's dormitories, they would definitely not be able to sleep peacefully. Duruming uttered an but did not nod immediately. He turned to look at Lin Tao. Duruming knew in his heart that although he and his sister were able to enter the first Mecha Academy thanks to instructor Goulet's connections, they might not have been able to get in without Lin Tao's intervention. Especially Duruzi, who had almost entered the first Mecha Academy herself, would definitely embarrass some people. Then let's rent a place, Lin Tao said nonchalantly. Seeing Lin Tao speak, Duruming breathed a sigh of relief and began to look around for a suitable place using his electronic wristwatch. After a while, Duruming abruptly raised his head, his expression strange. He first looked at Duruzi, then at Lin Tao, and finally sighed deeply. Lin Tao, let's go back to the academy's dormitory, shall we? Duruzi was unwilling. She knew the consequences of offending those department heads. She didn't care about studying properly, she just wanted to graduate from the first Mecha Academy smoothly. What's going on? Lin Tao frowned slightly. Duruming didn't speak. He raised his wristwatch and placed it in front of the two of them. Hiss. Seeing the price listed on it, Duruzi gasped. Everyone said that as the capital of Mingyuan Star, Mingyuan City was incredibly expensive, but seeing the prices, Duruzi almost wanted to shout robbery, on the spot. The rent for apartments in Mingyuan City was almost based on the distance from the first Mecha Academy. The closer it was, the more expensive it was. It was simply impossible. On his wristwatch, he saw a rental suite just 100 meters from the first Mecha Academy. It had only 3 bedrooms and a living room, but the rent was nearly 1,000,000 star coins per month. More remote locations cost close to 50 or 60,000 star coins. 1,000,000 star coins per month? Lin Tao frowned. At the Zhangwei Mecha Center, he had earned over 20 million star coins through gambling on the Skynet platform. After deducting 10 million for purchasing medicinal herbs, he still had around 13 million. But if you were to rent a place extremely close to the first Mecha Academy, he could probably only stay for a year or two. After all, the rent didn't include food and clothing. Seeing these prices, Duruzi felt a pang of embarrassment. Their Duwei medicinal herb shop was considered profitable in Anzhang City's medicinal herb market, but compared to Mingyuan City, their shop would be on the verge of bankruptcy in no time. Moreover, their combined allowance definitely wouldn't exceed 200,000 star coins. If they paid the rent and added food and clothing, they would probably become completely poor. Seeing the somewhat dejected expressions on the faces of the Du siblings, Lin Tao narrowed his eyes. He knew that his confrontation with the head of the engine department today might have some impact on them, especially Duruzi, whose academic journey would likely suffer a serious setback. After all, Duruzi was a legitimate student here to pursue her studies. Oh well, Lin Tao thought to himself, shaking his head. He'd have to make it up to them later if he had the chance. As for the rent, Lin Tao could help out. Rooming, contact people for any place under 100,000 star coins, Lin Tao said. We really have to rent a place outside? Duruming was taken aback. Duruzi was also stunned. 100,000 star coins a month? Where would we get that much money? Lin Tao smiled but didn't answer. Duruming's eyes lit up. He knew Lin Tao had a huge sum of money on him, having even bought millions of medicinal herbs without batting an eye. He immediately looked at several places and finally negotiated a reasonably sized rental suite. A 5-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment is considered a typical family home. The rent is a bit pricey, with the landlord asking for 150,000 star coins per month. How far is it from the first academy? Lin Tao asked. It's not far by hovercar, at most 30 or 40 minutes, Duruming calculated the time in his mind. They said they also have a parking lot, so we won't need to rent any more spaces after we rent this place. This is it then. Lin Tao decided to keep a low profile and made a decision on the spot. The three of them immediately drove there. Before them stood a building about 50 stories high, relatively low for Mingyuan City. There was a row of parking spaces at the main entrance, confirming the landlord's claim. Waiting for them was a middle-aged woman, around 40 years old. You're the ones who want to rent my place? The middle-aged woman was dressed plainly, making it impossible to tell she was the landlord of this tall building. Yes. Duruzi nodded. We just transferred to the first Mecha Academy and are looking for a place to live. Hearing that Lin Tao and the other two were students at the first Mecha Academy, the middle-aged woman's face lit up, her eyes sparkling. Haha, it just so happens my son is also a student at the first Mecha Academy. Which department are you in? Tell me. If you're in the same department as my son, please take good care of him. Aunt Bai will definitely reduce your rent. Aunt Bai, are you serious? This was exactly what Duruzi wanted, and her voice became sweeter. Oh dear. My immature son is named Bai Fan. He's in the maintenance department at the first Mecha Academy and comes home every day. When he comes back, I'll introduce you to him, Aunt Bai said with a smile. Maintenance department? Duruzi, as if they were old friends, immediately pulled Duruming in front of Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai, this is my younger brother, he's also enrolled in the maintenance department. Really? Aunt Bai looked Duruming up and down, and seeing his proper demeanor, she was in a good mood. Then when my son comes back, we'll make sure he spends more time with you. Definitely, we just arrived at the first Mecha Academy, and we need someone to show us around, Duruzi said with a smile. Watching the two of them suddenly become familiar with each other, Lin Tao scratched his head, indicating that he didn't quite understand women's psychology. After a brief exchange, the monthly rent of 150,000 star coins was immediately reduced to 100,000 star coins, a price that somewhat surprised Lin Tao. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 by Fan, Mecha Repaired Department. Lin Tao then realized that Duruzi, with her short hair, also possessed a beautiful face, a sweet voice, and a smooth, worldly-wise demeanor. Perhaps her frequent help at the herbal medicine shop had shaped her personality, Lin Tao thought. However, this very trait would be of great help to Lin Tao in entering the first Mecha Academy later on. With Duruzi's eloquence and smooth manner, she quickly became familiar with Aunt Bai. You child, you really know how to talk, Aunt Bai smiled, giving Lin Tao and the others a warm look. "Well, how about this? Normally, my rent isn't high, and I usually require a 3-month deposit, but I'll waive it for you. You only need to prepay this month's rent at the beginning of the month." Aunt Bai was well aware that Lin Tao and the others were probably short of money, otherwise they wouldn't have come to her. She quite liked Duruzi and immediately offered to waive their deposit. "Aunt Bai, how can that be?" Duruzi shook her head repeatedly. Her family was also in business, so she naturally knew the proper etiquette. Without a word, Lin Tao swiped his electronic watch, immediately transferring 1 million star coins. "You silly child." Seeing the million yuan in cash transferred to him, Aunt Bai repeatedly reminded him, "You've just arrived in Mingyuan City. Prices here are incredibly high. The 100,000 or 200,000 yuan rent we collect is only enough for a month or two of living expenses. If you really go there, you probably won't even last a month." Aunt Bai pointed to the area near the first Mecha Academy, which was the central area. Lin Tao smiled. "Aunt Bai, don't worry, we still have some money left." With his experience in betting at this Hengwei Mecha Center, Lin Tao was confident he could make some quick money from Mecha betting. Although he might not earn another 10 or 20 million, around a million shouldn't be a problem. Beep beep. Just then, Lin Tao's electronic wristwatch suddenly beeped. He looked up and was stunned. "Dear Skynet Mech Pilot L, due to the large number of viewers for your betting video, according to Skynet regulations, both participating mech pilots are entitled to 20% of the spectator fees. This betting video was viewed by 345 people, generating 345 million star coins in revenue. You received a total of 69 million star coins." Immediately following was another message related to a bank account. "Your bank account received a transfer of 69 million star coins from Skynet." "What? So busy already?" Aunt Bai, being far away, didn't know what had happened and assumed Lin Tao had urgent business. "Nothing." Lin Tao waved his hand. "That's good." Aunt Bai smiled. "Well, since you've paid so much rent all at once, I'll consider it as 10 months' rent. If you're free tonight, come over for a casual meal." "How could we possibly accept that?" Lin Tao waved his hands repeatedly. "How about we treat Aunt Bai to a meal out?" Having suddenly received a large sum of money, Lin Tao immediately suggested going out to eat. "Oh, you silly child, prices are so high outside. It'd be better if you stayed at my place, it'd save you some money. Besides, Aunt Bai was planning to introduce Xiao Fan to you so you could mentor him." Aunt Bai's face darkened. "My Xiao Fan is such a lazy boy. He's been in the first Mecha Academy for 2 years now, and he hasn't made any progress. I'm really worried he'll go astray. I don't know what will happen to him then." "Oh?" Lin Tao was surprised. Students who could enter the first Mecha Academy were all exceptionally talented. Even large Mecha companies invested in them during this period, hoping to acquire a powerful asset after graduation. 2 years, and he's even regressed? Lin Tao didn't believe it. "Aunt Bai, students who can enter the first Mecha Academy are considered geniuses even in the Interstellar Federation. How could your Xiao Fan be bad?" Duruzi said sweetly. "Oh, you're such a sweet talker." Although Aunt Bai was dissatisfied with her son, she still liked to hear praise. She was increasingly satisfied with Duruzi and said with a smile, "You wait here, I'll go prepare some dishes first. We'll have a good meal tonight." "Aunt Bai, how can we let you spend money? Let's go together." Duruzi had already taken Aunt Bai's hand and left together. As they left, she didn't forget to call out to Lin Tao and Duruzi, "You two tidy up the place first." Lin Tao nodded. After the two left, Lin Tao turned around and found Duruming standing there dumbfounded, looking dazed. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Tao frowned slightly. "Lin Tao, you. Duruming swallowed hard. He was standing close by and could clearly see the 2 messages on Lin Tao's watch. Originally, he was still somewhat skeptical about Lin Tao winning millions in the Mecha battle, but after seeing those 2 messages, his last bit of doubt disappeared, replaced by shock, and he stood there dumbfounded. Although Duruming was only a student in the Mecha repair department, he would occasionally dabble in a few rounds on Skynet in his spare time. While his Mecha combat skills were average, he was intimately familiar with Skynet's rules. With over 300 people watching and spectator fees exceeding 300 million, it was clear that the betting match Lin Tao participated in was at least a multi-million-dollar contest. A betting amount exceeding $10 million still attracted over 300 spectators. A Skynet Mecha pilot of this level, even outside of Skynet, would essentially be a high-level mecha pilot, possibly even a genius-level mecha pilot trainee. In other words, they must have a certain reputation within Skynet to attract so many people. Was Lin Tao famous? Absolutely not. If he had any popularity within Skynet, not only would it be widely known, but even the mecha pilots themselves would be eager to announce it, thus gaining significant support from powerful organizations. Furthermore, if Lin Tao had already been famous within Skynet, he wouldn't have stayed in the mecha repair department, nor would he have had to endure the previous hardships. Clearly, this famous person was definitely Lin Tao's match. But then again, why would someone who met such a standard engage in a high-stakes duel with an unknown nobody? The stakes were high, but the disparity in strength was immense. Winning was fine, but losing would be a disgrace. Seeing Du Ruming's expression, Lin Tao immediately understood that this guy had definitely seen those two messages, and couldn't help but laugh. I told you, I won my money in mecha duels. I. Du Ruming stammered for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. Sometimes it's like that, someone who's usually unremarkable can suddenly become incredibly wealthy. It's unimaginable. In Du Ruming's eyes, Lin Tao had suddenly become rich. Let's go, tidy up the room first, see what we need, and buy some more. With nearly 70 million extra, Lin Tao planned to purchase some essential items, like mecha virtual reality pods. This way, he wouldn't need to go to the mecha center to enter Skynet in the future. After a quick cleaning, the two tidied up all the rooms, clearing out 3 living rooms. Lin Tao glanced at the 2 extra rooms and immediately took them both. He planned to install several virtual reality pods in one room, and convert the other into a medicine room, along with some medicine processing tools. Du Ruming didn't object. Lin Tao had paid the rent in full, and even his suggestion to split the rent equally had been rejected. It was getting late. Accompanied by Du Ruming, Aunt Bai prepared a sumptuous meal. After waiting a while, the 3 finally saw a young man of similar age return, Bai Fan, whom Aunt Bai had mentioned. Looking at the 3 strangers suddenly appearing in the house, Bai Fan, covered in dirt, was puzzled. Zio Fan, come here quickly, let me introduce you. Aunt Bai beckoned to him. Ah! Suddenly, Bai Fan exclaimed, pointing sharply at Lin Tao, You are, Lin Tao. You know each other? Aunt Bai asked, puzzled. The 2 siblings were also surprised. Lin Tao was puzzled. This was only his first day in Mingyuan City, and he had never seen this young man named Bai Fan before. How could he possibly know him? Of course I know him. Lin Tao is quite famous now. Bai Fan's expression turned strange. What's going on? Aunt Bai asked, full of doubt. You're Lin Tao, and there's you all, Du Ruming from the engine design department, and Du Ruming from my department. Bai Fan chuckled, recognizing Lin Tao and the others. Mom, they rented this place? Bai Fan thought for a moment and immediately understood why Lin Tao and the others were here. Yes. Aunt Bai nodded. After dinner, Bai Fan called Lin Tao and the others out. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Bai Fan closed the door behind him. Aunt Bai shook her head repeatedly, but seeing these young people getting along so well, she didn't mind. Besides, she had already found out that Du Ruming and Lin Tao had no relation whatsoever. She hoped Bai Fan could build a good relationship with her. Thinking of this, Aunt Bai was overjoyed. The group arrived at the place Lin Tao had rented. How do you know us? Du Ruming asked, full of doubt. Do we need to know each other? Bai Fan chuckled. With your current reputation at the first Mecha Academy, you're comparable to the top 10 in the Mecha Academy. Could it be? Suddenly, Du Ruming's heart skipped a beat, and her expression changed abruptly. Du Ruming's eyes twitched a few times as he abruptly turned to look at Lin Tao. No need to ask further, it was definitely about what happened when they entered the school that morning. Lin Tao, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned, his arms crossed. You guys are really something. On your first day at the first Mecha Academy, you not only insulted people in front of the dean, but you also offended Tong Zhi and the head of the engine design department. Bai Fan laughed heartily. Lin Tao, it's a good thing you didn't choose the engine design department, otherwise I think you'd never graduate from the first Mecha Academy in your life. Hearing this, Du Ruming almost squeezed out 2 tears. Lin Tao hadn't chosen the engine design department, but she had. It seemed she was in quite a bit of trouble. What about me? What will happen to me? Du Ruming asked anxiously. Don't worry, you were recommended by Master Goulet. Don't you know what kind of professional Master Gulay is? He's the pillar of our maintenance department. Even if he left the first Mecha Academy, with a single word, even the department head would have to listen to him, Bai Fan said with a smile. Duruming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 43 Small Town Outside the City. Oh, since the three of you were all recommended by Master Gulay, according to seniority, you should call me senior brother. Bai Fan smiled at Lin Tao and the others. Senior brother? Lin Tao frowned secretly. Duruming was distracted and didn't hear Bai Fan's words. Duruming seemed to have thought of something and looked at Bai Fan in surprise. Bai Fan, could it be that you are Master Gulay's? Before Duruming could finish speaking, Bai Fan had already smiled and nodded. So that's how it is. Seeing Bai Fan's expression, Lin Tao understood. Bai Fan must have been trained by Master Gulay for a period of time. All three of them were recommended by Master Gulay to enter the first Mecha Academy, so they could be considered Master Gulay's disciples. In this way, Bai Fan would be their senior brother. However, although he understood, Lin Tao still couldn't bring himself to say it. Although he was recommended by Master Gulay, the two of them only helped each other. Lin Tao not only had Zhang Tuo help them leave Mingyuan Star, but also gave them a paper on parts modules. It was a fair exchange. Huh? You don't want to? Bai Fan chuckled again when he saw Lin Tao's expression. Calling me senior brother won't be difficult for you. And if you do, I'll take you to a good place later. What place? Coming back to her senses, Duruming blushed upon hearing good place, rolled her eyes, and said irritably, Bai Fan, don't corrupt my brother. Bai Fan was taken aback. Seeing her expression, he couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head repeatedly. What are you thinking? Lin Tao and Duruming are from the Mecha repair department. They'll naturally find some fun there. But you're another story, because people from your Mecha design department rarely go there. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. Duruming finally realized what he meant, her face flushing. She spat, you're the one thinking of something else. Although she said that, she was also very curious, what kind of place is it? Chip racing. Bai Fan rubbed his hands together. Chip racing? Upon hearing this, Duruming's curiosity vanished instantly, replaced by a dejected expression. Duruming, on the other hand, instantly became excited. Lin Tao's eyes lit up. Chip racing was also popular in Lin Tao's future world. It was a small-scale competition where pre-programmed chips were placed inside cars that could receive chip commands. Bai Fan's words weren't entirely accurate, he only got half the story right. In the future, chip racing was generally popular in Mecha design departments, while maintenance departments had long lost interest. This was because chip racing was the prototype of the chip design department within the Mecha design department of the future. In other words, this game, unintentionally born from the maintenance department, later became a separate industry within the Mecha department. All participants had become chip design students. No wonder Aunt Bai said that you spent 2 years in the maintenance department of the first Mecha Academy, and your grades got worse every year. It turns out you were wasting your time on frivolous pursuits, Duruming said, scoffing. At that time, chip design departments had not yet emerged. Students who became overly obsessed with chip development often suffered academic setbacks, leading some colleges to view chip racing as a dangerous threat. This situation persisted until the advent of neural circuit modules, when the true potential of chips was fully realized, making it a major department second only to optical computer design. Unfortunately, the current era is still too advanced. You can't say that, Lin Tao waved his hand. Existence is its own justification. The chip racing competition has existed for a reason. That's right, Lin Tao is right. Lin Tao's words made Bai Fan burst into laughter. He glanced at Duruming and scolded her, you're an engine design major, how could you understand the fun of chip racing? It's 100 times more fun than Mecha. Senior brother Bai Fan, are you going to participate in the chip racing competition again tonight? Duruming asked impatiently. He had heard of this chip racing competition, which was popular in the Mecha repair department, when he was at Hyacinth Academy. Unfortunately, this racing competition was only popular in the first Mecha Academy, and it didn't even become popular in Hyacinth Academy. This is because, although chip racing seems simple, the technology involved is no less than that of any Mecha major in the academy. Duruming, you're not allowed to go. Duruming's face immediately darkened. They had come to the first Mecha Academy for advanced studies. If they were to waste their time like Bai Fan, wouldn't they be squandering Master Goulet's recommendation opportunity? Let him go, Lin Tao said with a smile. Lin Tao, you? Duruzi was speechless with anger, but without Lin Tao, she and her brother might not have had the opportunity to enter the first Mecha Academy, so she couldn't refute Lin Tao's words. It's alright, it's good for him to see it. After Lin Tao finished speaking, he asked Bai Fan, when are you leaving? Now, of course. Although he hadn't heard Lin Tao call him senior brother, Lin Tao's attitude towards the chip racing race had already put Bai Fan in a good mood. If you're going to, then come with me right away. Rooming, if you're interested, let's go and take a look together. After Lin Tao finished speaking, he followed Bai Fan out. With Lin Tao's words and Du Rooming already eager to participate in the chip racing race, he immediately followed behind. You guys. Duruzi looked annoyed, but then she thought that Du Rooming might really get hooked, so she followed behind with a stiff face. Just as they exited the building, they saw Bai Fan waiting at the entrance. Do you have a car? That place is quite far from here, and I always have to take a taxi there. If you have a car, could you give me a ride? Bai Fan said with a grin. Saving you some money on the way? Duruzi looked annoyed. Du Rooming, go and drive the car over, Lin Tao gestured. Brother Lin Tao knows his stuff, Bai Fan gave a thumbs up, while simultaneously giving Duruzi a disapproving look for belittling his hobby. If it weren't for Master Goulet, he wouldn't have bothered with her at all. The hovercar arrived quickly. Hiss. Seeing the hovercar's appearance, Bai Fan gasped, wow, this is the latest popular hovercar this year. It costs at least tens of millions, and even with money, you might not be able to buy one. Who are you people? Being able to buy a car like this, they shouldn't be short of money, so why are they renting from his house? Bai Fan wondered. Duruzi snorted, ignoring him, and got into the car angrily. Oh, you little woman. Bai Fan was dumbfounded. Get in. Lin Tao smiled, letting Bai Fan sit in the front so he could guide Du Rooming. Starting the hovercar, the group headed towards Mingyuan City. After registering their identities at the first Mecha Academy, no patrolling mechas stopped them. They traveled smoothly without hindrance. Leaving Mingyuan City, with Bai Fan's directions, the hovercar headed straight for a small town on the outskirts. Upon arrival, Lin Tao saw many hovercars parked outside the town, even some of the latest popular models. It seemed the participants in the chip racing competition came from all walks of life. Bai Fan was a regular here and led Du Rooming to parking space. As soon as the car stopped and Bai Fan climbed out, a surprised voice rang out, Hey? Isn't this Bai Fan? You've struck it rich, kid. How did you get such a new car? Bai Fan seemed to know the other person very well, and immediately burst into laughter. You think I could buy a hovercar with just my allowance? He looks like you've found a good backer. Planning to make a comeback with them? Lin Tao got out of the car and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a thin man, covered in black oil stains, his clothes looking like they hadn't been washed in a long time, peering over. Hey? Aren't you Lin Tao? This thin man seemed to be a student at the first Mecha Academy as well, recognizing Lin Tao at a glance and exclaiming in surprise. His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of several people nearby. Is it really Lin Tao? Lin Tao just argued with Director Tong of the engine design department this morning, and now he's here at our chip racing competition tonight. Director Tong should have been taught a lesson long ago. Does he really think he's the number one in the first Mecha Academy just because Master Goulet isn't here? By the way, since Lin Tao is here, will Du Rooming, who's with him, and that unlucky Duruzi who joined the engine design department, come along too? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Du Rooming and Duruzi got out of the car with Lin Tao. When Duruzi heard the last sentence, her expression changed instantly. He really knew how to rub salt in the wound. Duruzi was furious and glared at the person who had said those words with a piercing gaze. The person shuddered and quickly turned and left. Sometimes, angry girls are unreasonable, so people with common sense don't dare to provoke them directly. That person didn't dare stay. Lin Tao, are you also interested in the chip racing competition? The slender man had long since abandoned Bai Fan and was smiling at Lin Tao. Who are you? Lin Tao asked, puzzled. I'm also from the Mecha repair department. If you hadn't chosen the materials science department, we would be classmates. Oh, by the way, my name is Ling Zixin, you can call me Lingzi. The slender Ling Zixin seemed to be very familiar with Lin Tao. Ling Heezy, what do you mean? Lin Tao is my friend. Bai Fan, standing to the side, was anxious. TCH. Lin Tao is the kind of person who dares to confront Director Tong. Do you really think he's a pushover? Ling Zixin curled his lip. Besides, I advise you not to offend someone who can afford this new type of hovercar. A pushover? Lin Tao frowned slightly. Du Ruming's expression towards Bai Fan also turned unfriendly. Du Ruzi, who was already fuming and had nowhere to vent, immediately darkened her expression and coldly stared at Bai Fan, who stood there somewhat embarrassed. Typhoon Mengke caused a power outage all night, and I waited all night to finish writing. I'm so sad. Chapter 44 by Wu Fan. It's a misunderstanding, it really is a misunderstanding. Seeing the change in the expressions of Lin Tao and the other two, Bai Fan hurriedly waved his hands, explaining in a panic, Lin Tao, we are proper fellow disciples, and besides, you're renting my place. If I really treated you like fish on a chopping block, my mother would beat me to death. After saying that, he turned to glare angrily at Ling Zixin. Ling Heezy, what do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to sow discord between us fellow disciples? Ling Zixin crossed his arms and chuckled, Bai Fan, you've been losing all the time lately. Not only have you lost all your allowance for this month, but you also owe Feng Let Hao a lot of money. Don't blame others for thinking that way. HMPH. Bai Fan snorted coldly, Bai Fan, will pay back what I owe Feng Let Hao myself. Besides, do you think I, Bai Fan, am the kind of person who always loses? Lin Tao frowned slightly, remaining silent. At this moment, he also saw through the situation. The two in front of him were familiar with each other, but their relationship was definitely not that good, and Bai Fan might not be the kind of person the other party described. Bai Fan, let's go. Lin Tao called out to Bai Fan. Oh, yeah, let's go. Seeing that Lin Tao believed him, Bai Fan's eyes were filled with gratitude. On the other side, Ling Zixin's expression darkened. As Lin Tao passed by, he said coldly, swearing in front of so many department heads and deans, I bet you'll never graduate from the first Mecha Academy. You might as well stay here and play for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Lin Tao stopped. The two siblings also stared coldly at him. If it weren't for Lin Tao, they might not have been able to enter the first Mecha Academy. Although they might not be able to graduate because of Lin Tao, as long as they learned something, they could still find jobs in the future. The two looked at Ling Zixin with dissatisfaction. Ling Heezy, what do you mean? Bai Fan asked in a deep voice. He. Ling Zixin sneered without saying a word. Lin Tao didn't say a word, turned around, and looked at Ling Zixin. After being transformed by the gene serum, his muscles were taut, and he stood in front of Ling Zixin like a small mountain. You, what do you want? Ling Zixin asked nervously, taking 2 steps back. Whose side are you on? Lin Tao asked coldly. Knowing full well that he was Lin Tao and knew Bai Fan, yet daring to cause trouble in front of him, it was clear that someone was instigating things behind the scenes, and that person was either targeting Bai Fan or him. Lin Tao dared to enter the Blood Wolf gang of Anshang City alone, so how could he be afraid of a mere student from the first Mecha Academy? Whose side am I on? Although Lin Tao's figure was like a small mountain, putting a lot of pressure on Ling Zixin, the thought of the person behind him instantly restored his courage, and he took a step forward. Bai Fan knows who my side is, doesn't he? HMPH. Lin Tao, although this place is far from Mingyuan City, it is still considered the territory of the first Mecha Academy. Don't think that just because you're big, Ling Zixin, am afraid of you. Ling Zixin sneered, if you really dare to touch me, not only will you not be able to stay in the first Mecha Academy, but you won't even be able to leave Flying Car Town. Flying Car Town was the name of this place. Huh? Why did Ling Zi attack Lin Tao? Have you all forgotten whose side Ling Zi is on? Oh. No wonder. It's probably because of what happened this morning. Definitely. Lin Tao has completely offended Director Tong. With Master Goulet as his backer, even if Director Tong won't personally take action, doesn't he also have a personal disciple? I heard that Marcus Feng Li is also Director Tong's personal disciple. No wonder Bai Fan seems to be targeted lately, losing repeatedly. The people nearby were discussing. The voices weren't loud, but they reached Lin Tao and the others' ears, and Bai Fan's face turned even paler. Do you want me to never leave this town? Lin Tao grinned. HMPH. Ling Zixin snorted coldly. He was about to speak again when he suddenly felt his vision blur, as if the world had spun around. Looking closely, he saw that Lin Tao had grabbed his feet and was lifting him upside down. You dare. Liu Xueying was furious on the spot. Lin Tao, put him down. He's one of Flying Leopard's men. Seeing this, Bai Fan panicked and shouted. Not only Bai Fan, but even those who had been gossiping were now stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Flying Leopard? Who is he? Lin Tao frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Bai Fan swallowed hard and quickly explained. It turned out that Flying Car Town was just an ordinary chit racing arena. As it gradually developed, the Liu family sensed the business opportunity and began to develop it into a town. Flying Car Town had 3 relatively large arenas, each controlled by a powerful individual. Feng Letao, who had incurred Bai Fan's debt, was one of them, and Flying Leopard was another. Moreover, Flying Leopard wasn't just the secret controller of the Flying Car Town arenas, he also had another identity, the 10th-ranked member of the Skynet. Indeed, although Flying Leopard was a student in the Mecha pilot department of the first Mecha Academy, his strength was already ranked 10th in the Skynet rankings. It was precisely this identity that made him invincible in Flying Car Town, forcibly controlling an arena. Liu Xueying was one of Flying Leopard's henchmen who assembled flying cars in the Flying Car arena. Although he was a henchman, he had a certain status because there weren't many people willing to get so dirty assembling chip flying cars. A student in the Mecha pilot department? Lin Tao wondered. It seemed that he had no connection with the Mecha pilot department. Could it be that one of the department heads was also a Mecha pilot department head? Did he inadvertently incur the wrath of the Mecha pilot department head when he cursed Director Tong of the engine design department? Lin Tao frowned deeply. Flying Leopard's name is Li Wei. He has an older sister who happens to be in the engine design department, named Liu Xueying, Bai Fan said. Liu Xueying? Liu Xueying. The 2 siblings suddenly exclaimed. Lin Tao turned his head and saw 2 people, one stunned and the other filled with resentment. What? You 2 know each other? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. Du Ruming snorted coldly and gritted his teeth, angrily saying, Liu Xueying from the engine design department. If I'm not mistaken, this Liu Xueying should be the one who stole my older sister's spot to enter the first Mecha Academy back then. Ruming, don't say any more. Du Ruzi turned her head away, only her pale profile hidden by short hair could be seen. Lin Tao had heard from Du Ruming more than once that Du Ruzi's score was high enough to enter the first Mecha Academy back then, but she was rejected. He didn't expect to run into her now. Moreover, this incident seemed to be because he had scolded the head of the engine design department this morning. It was truly unexpected that just because he couldn't stand Director Tong of the engine design department and cursed him, he had unearthed so many connections like pulling up a radish. It seemed that this trip to the first Mecha Academy was becoming more and more interesting. Lin Tao blinked. Originally, Lin Tao had only 2 intentions. First, to snatch some students from the first Mecha Academy to help him build his own mecha, and second, to use this opportunity to investigate the defection of the 8 powerful families from the Interstellar Federation. Liu Xueying, Flying Leopard Li Wei? Lin Tao chuckled. Interesting. Lin Tao, put me down right now. Just then, Liu Xueying, who had been pinched headfirst by Lin Tao, launched into a tirade. Lin Tao, I'm a member of the Flying Leopard. If you dare disrespect me, not only the Flying Leopard, but I myself will make sure you never leave Flying Car Town. However, seeing that you're quite strong, if you put me down now and say a few nice words to me, today's matter can be forgiven. Moreover, I can say a few good words to the Flying Leopard, and you might be able to graduate from the first Mecha Academy in the future. After cursing for a while, Liu Xueying suppressed his anger and began to persuade him repeatedly. No pain, no gain. A step back opens up a vast sky, patience brings peace. A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. Enduring a moment's humiliation. Bullshit. He was practically drooling with anger. What was the point of thinking? If he didn't persuade Lin Tao to let go, he might even become an idiot from the excessive blood flow to his brain. If it weren't for saving face, Liu Xueying would have already started cursing. Lin Tao, Flying Leopard's true strength lies in being a mecha pilot. He only controls the Flying Car Town area to make money. After graduating from the first Mecha Academy, he will definitely be an A-level, or even S-level, official mecha pilot. If you offend him badly, not only will you not be able to graduate from the first Mecha Academy, but your life could also be threatened. At this moment, Bai Fan, pale-faced, also advised. Bai Fan had stayed in Flying Cart Town for a long time and had seen many similar things, but what was the final result? Flying Leopard and his group continued to control the Flying Cart Town area and make money, while those who had offended them were long gone, buried in some unknown corner. Lin Tao had Master Goulet behind him, and even if Flying Leopard and the others didn't care about him, they'd still be in a good position. Lin Tao. The Du siblings also considered the consequences, and even Du Ruzi couldn't help but try to dissuade him. Bai Fan? Feng Lehao? Flying Car Town? Suddenly, Lin Tao grinned, glancing at Bai Fan out of the corner of his eye. He laughed. Bai Fan, if you want to stay in Flying Car Town and continue developing in the chip flying car industry, then shut your mouth now. Lin Tao felt a bit awkward hearing Bai Fan's name, but since it was their first meeting and Bai Fan was from the Mecha repair department, he couldn't immediately recall what the name meant. In later generations, the chip design department was able to become a major department within the Mecha department, thanks to one person. And that person might be the Bai Fan before him. However, this Bai Fan in later generations had changed his name to Bai Wufan. Lin Tao was able to recall this name because of the incident in Flying Car Town where Bai Fan was bullied by Marcus Fingley. The later Bai Wufan had written a somewhat unofficial biography, which is why he remembered this detail. Bai Fan is very likely the same person as the later Bai Wufan. Chapter 45 Chip Car. My original name was Bai Fan. In my youth, I was naive and incurred the wrath of a man named Feng Lehao in a certain Flying Car Town. Feng Lehao had connections to underground forces, leading to a tragic end for my family. Forced to change my name, I wandered to other planets alone, barely surviving. Having abandoned my youth to the world of chip flying cars, I lacked any special skills. I could only immerse myself entirely in chip research, ultimately developing the Wufan chip. These two passages are from a later, unofficial biography about Bai Wufan. Bai Fan, Flying Car Town, Feng Lehao. It was these details that ultimately led Lin Tao to speculate about Bai Fan's identity. In later generations, Bai Wufan's dedication to chip research even formed a unique chip school, known as the Wufan chip. Even in Lin Tao's time, new chips of this series were still being released from time to time, making it a major chip school. Moreover, when chip design was established as an independent branch of the Mecha system, this school contributed significantly, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to develop such a special category of Mecha chip design in such a short time. Lord Fengel? Lin Tao suddenly became interested in this man, and also wanted to know why this man had a feud with Bai Fan, which had implicated his family. Clearly, Bai Fan's continuous losses and debt to Lord Fengel were not as simple as they appeared. Lin Tao, he is. Bai Fan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Seeing Lin Tao seem resigned, Ling Zixin, who was being lifted upside down, suddenly changed his expression. Lin Tao's figure was like a small mountain. Lin Tao, you dare. I dare not. Lin Tao smiled slightly, then his face darkened. He tossed Ling Zixin into the air. His right leg shot out, kicking Ling Zixin squarely in the chest, sending him flying more than 10 meters, crashing into Hoverker before falling to the ground. Who is Lin Tao in the future? He was a master of ancient martial arts Mecha. Even among the high-ranking officials of the Interstellar Federation, few dared to be so insolent in front of him. With a loud thud, Ling Zixin crashed to the ground like a limp snake. The Du siblings stood frozen, their stunned gazes shifting between Lin Tao and the lying Ling Zixin, as if in disbelief. Lin Tao, you. Bai Fan's eyes widened, his mouth agape. Didn't dare? Didn't dare, yet still kicked? Not only them, but even the crowd who had been whispering and watching the spectacle nearby were terrified, too afraid to utter a word. Thud. Inside the crashed hoverker, two panicked young men emerged from the door, seemingly also students of the first Mecha Academy. One of them glanced at the dented hoverker and almost burst into tears. Lin Tao glanced at the dent, then at Ling Zixin lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He strode over, bent down, and lifted Ling Zixin up. Lin Tao, you're dead. I'm under Brother Leopard's protection. You absolutely won't leave this flying car town. Ling Zixin felt like several bones were broken, his eyes fixed on Lin Tao as if he wanted to devour him. Lin Tao wasn't there to listen to his nonsense. He glanced at the dent in the hoverker and asked, how much is this car? 3 3 million star coins, the student, almost collapsing, wailed. Another student reacted quickly, covering his mouth and speaking first. This car only needs minor repairs, it won't cost more than 30,000 star coins. Damn it, didn't he see Lin Tao's terrifying muscles? And he even dared to beat up the flying leopard's men, yet he's asking for 3 million star coins? Isn't that just asking for death? The student, almost collapsing, finally realized what he was doing and quickly corrected himself. Right, we're from the repair department. We can fix it with some materials, it won't cost more than 30,000 star coins. Lin Tao nodded and gave Ling Zixin a hard shake. Ling Zixin already had several broken bones, and this jolt nearly killed him. Lin Tao, what do you want? Ling Zixin roared. Did you hear me? This car is worth 3 million star coins. You crashed into it, you don't expect me to pay for it, do you? Lin Tao had money, but he naturally wouldn't pay for something so baseless. As for 30,000 star coins, that wasn't even enough to compensate for his reputation as a mecha master. 3 million? Upon hearing this, Ling Zixin's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Did everyone else insist that the repair cost wouldn't exceed 30,000? Why were they insisting on the 3 million? Lin Tao, we shouldn't push things too far. Bai Fan, standing beside him, was also pale. Lin Tao, Flying Leopard is the 10th-ranked mecha pilot on Skynet. Duruming, who had frequented Skynet, also tried to persuade him. Duruzi opened her mouth, but remained silent. Lin Tao shook his head. He hadn't intended to cause trouble, but Ling Zixin insisted on coming at him head-on. Did he really think he was easy to bully? Besides, wasn't he going to push things to the extreme? Lin Tao glanced at Bai Fan out of the corner of his eye. While he wasn't pushing things to the extreme here, someone else was. Not only would he end up with his family destroyed, but he would also have to change his name and wander around just to survive. Sometimes things are like this, the more cowardly you appear, the less people take you seriously and the more they want to bully you. By the time you want to fight back, you've already made a powerful enemy, and you're powerless to resist. Of course, fighting back isn't impossible. But you have to show strength that is equal to, or even stronger than, that, otherwise, it's called being reckless. Lin Tao now not only has the experience of a mecha master from a later life, but after his physical body was transformed by gene-enhancing drugs, he already possesses the strength of a gene warrior. Not to mention the mere Ling Zixin in front of him, even Zhang Tuo, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang in Anzhang City, would be a formidable opponent if Lin Tao were to confront him head-on. As for the 10th rank of Skynet, Lin Tao chuckled inwardly. If LZS and this Hengwei Mecha Center was indeed Liu Xueying himself, then the mere 10th rank of Skynet wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Lin Tao's shoes. Seeing Ling Zixin playing dead again, Lin Tao tightened his grip and shook him violently several times, almost making Ling Zixin vomit blood. I'll pay. In the end, Ling Zixin had no choice but to operate his wristwatch like a coward, immediately swiping 3 million star coins. After receiving the money, the owners of the two hovercars turned pale, showing no sign of happiness. Don't worry, he won't dare ask you for it back. After a pause, Lin Tao waved his hand, letting them leave Flying Car Town first. After the cars disappeared from sight, Lin Tao threw Ling Zixin away again. This time, Lin Tao threw him with great skill, avoiding collisions with other hovercars. Actually, before Lin Tao could even throw anyone away, the other hovercars left behind had already left one by one. Who dared to stay? Ling Zixin's money wasn't easy to get. If I hear you're trying to ask them for money, don't blame me for not holding back next time. Lin Tao clapped his hands and waved to Bai Fan. Bai Fan, let's go check out the chip-powered flying cars. Bai Fan glanced at Ling Zixin, who was lying like a dead dog, and sighed inwardly. He seemed to regret bringing Lin Tao and the others along, but at this point, he could only grit his teeth and led the way. The two siblings exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes, especially Duruzi, who seemed unable to believe what Lin Tao had done. Lin Tao, you're not leaving the flying car park. On the ground, Ling Zixin, with several more broken bones, looked pale. If his eyes were sharp swords, they would have been enough to turn Lin Tao into a hedgehog. There were 3 large flying car parks in Flying Car Town. Bai Fan had been to almost every racing arena, but at this time he still owed Feng Let Hao money, and Lin Tao had also offended Flying Leopard, so he took Lin Tao and the others to the 3rd arena. The controller of this arena was called Hu Wenel, who was a rather special person among the 3 racing arenas because he did not have the strength of a mecha pilot, nor did he have the background of an underground force. Even so, Hu Wenel was not insignificant. He was the only grandson of Director Hu of the Electronic Design Department of the first Mecha Academy. In addition, he himself had some research on chips, so both Feng Led Hao and Flying Leopard Li Wai had to give him some face. Oh? Hearing Bai Fan's introduction of Hu Wenel, Lin Tao smiled without saying a word, because he had searched all the information in his mind and found no record of this Hu Wenel. In other words, Hu Wenel's influence on later generations was not even as great as Bai Fan's. At most, he was just a playboy in this era. They had just arrived at the racing arena. A racing competition was being held in the arena. Lin Tao glanced around and found that it was a regular track that included land, sea, and air. This type of track is conventional and lacks any highlights, but it is also the type of track that best showcases the capabilities of chip-powered flying cars. Just like mechs, a machine capable of performing well on land, sea, and air is undoubtedly the most standardized mass-produced machine. However, the more mass-produced a machine, the more skill is required from the pilot, because everyone uses the same type of machine. Therefore, this type of track requires not only significant adjustments to the chip, but also modifications to the flying car itself, otherwise, it cannot simultaneously handle all 3 aspects. In short, this standardized track requires extremely high skill from both chip engineers and flying car modifiers. Chip-powered flying cars are not large, resembling hovercars in shape, only about the size of 2 palms. Their operation is somewhat similar to remote-controlled cars, but all operations are automatically completed by the chip. Once in competitive racing, they can no longer be remotely controlled by external force. This is the charm of chip-powered flying cars, and it also demonstrates a mech chip engineer's control over the chip. Later, chip-powered flying cars were even incorporated into mech chip-related training courses. Having heard of the chip racing cars before, Du Ruming was immediately captivated by the race before him. Du Ruzi, meanwhile, kept frowning, seemingly troubled by Liu Xueying's situation, sighing frequently. Seeing Lin Tao staring at the chip racing cars in the middle of the race, Bai Fan quickly said, "Lin Tao, if you want to play, there are 2 ways. The first is to choose a chip there, modify it yourself, and then put it into the car for the race. The second way is to do it entirely by hand, creating both the chip and its program yourself." Lin Tao nodded. He had participated in many chip racing car races during his chip-related studies in his later life, so he naturally had some understanding of them. He even knew that outside racing car races often involved off-track gambling, just like the Skynet gambling wars. Chapter 46 Flying Leopard Li Wai. In the arena, the car race had entered its final sprint. Crowds surged towards the finish line, shouting excitedly the names of their favorite cars. The excitement of the crowd made Du Ruming's face flush, and he clenched his fists as he followed suit. Du Ruzi, unusually clearing her mind, also looked up. Whoosh! Whoosh! One car after another sped to the finish line, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the crowd. Bai Fan strode forward, glanced at the winning car, and suddenly cried out in pain, clenching his right fist and slamming it into the air. His face was full of regret. "It's all that Ling Hezi's fault. If I had come a step earlier, I could have definitely made a fortune." Looking around at the atmosphere, Lin Tao immediately understood that there was definitely off-track gambling involved in this race. Seeing the regret on Bai Fan's face, he walked over. "Any cars you like?" "Of course," Bai Fan said, looking annoyed. "If I had come a step earlier, I would definitely have bet on car number 7. Car number 7 was the winning car. I had a feeling yesterday that car number 7 would definitely win today. It's all that damn Ling Hezi's fault," Bai Fan said bitterly. If he had known Ling Hezi would use this as an excuse to provoke him, he wouldn't have led Lin Tao and the others to park the hovercar in that spot. "Oh? Didn't you say you'd lost all your money?" Suddenly, Lin Tao had a general idea of why Bai Fan owed Feng Led Hao money. Bai Fan looked around, then lowered his voice, tapping his right thumb and forefinger together. "This racing track has an outer area. As long as you have collateral, you can borrow some money temporarily." Sure enough, Lin Tao immediately understood. Feng Led Hao must have his eye on something in Bai Fan's house, which was why he was using this as an excuse to swindle him. However, Lin Tao hadn't expected that Bai Fan was also a chip-based racing gambler. "Bai Fan, what did you bet on?" Lin Tao asked. Don't mention it. Bai Fan waved his hand and sighed again. If I hadn't mortgaged the chip, why haven't I been able to participate myself these past few days? Bai Fan's chip? Could it be that Bai Fan had developed a chip with unique characteristics, which was why Feng Let Hao had his eye on it? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Tao, we just finished one race. I need to go and research which racing car I can buy for the next race. Bai Fan said, about to leave Lin Tao behind to go look at the cars near the track. The racing arena stipulates that each chip, including the racing car, can only compete once a day. This is a strict rule to prevent some heavily modified cars from winning all day in a row, which would be boring. It's them. Just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang in Lin Tao and Bai Fan's ears. The sound was quite loud, making Lin Tao's eardrums buzz. Lin Tao frowned and turned his head to see two burly, fierce-looking young men, one of whom was pointing at him. Although the two looked fierce, they were wearing the uniforms of the first Mecha Academy. Not good. Bai Fan saw the two and screamed in alarm, it's the Flying Leopards. Oh? The Flying Leopards have come knocking? Lin Tao crossed his arms and stared coldly at the newcomers. Why are there only two of you? Where are the other two? Hearing them mention it, Lin Tao realized the Du siblings, who had separated earlier, were nowhere to be seen. He looked around, but strangely, after the earlier bump into the crowd, the Du siblings seemed to have been separated from them. There was no trace of them. Are these two kids still children? How could they get separated like this? Lin Tao was speechless. Never mind, this guy is the real culprit. One of the men, particularly burly, pointed menacingly at Lin Tao and shouted, Bai Fan, you should know who we are. If you don't come with us, don't blame us for not being able to enter the racing track again. The other man also glared menacingly at Bai Fan. Bai Fan was deathly pale and looked extremely unwell. What did you just say? Lin Tao, arms crossed, took a step forward. He took a deep breath, his muscles bulging like explosive bursts. After Lin Tao's muscles bulged, he seemed to become like a small mountain, instantly creating a sense of oppression on the two men. After all, even the strongest of them didn't have a thigh as thick as Lin Tao's arm. Both men's eyelids twitched, and they both took a few steps back simultaneously. Then, as if remembering something, they stopped abruptly. They straightened their backs again, and the particularly burly man shouted, Lin Tao, our brother Leopard wants you to come over. However, faced with Lin Tao's terrifying muscles, he still felt somewhat guilty. Brother Leopard wants him to come over? Bai Fan's face paled even more. He wants me to come over, so I'll go? Lin Tao snorted coldly, standing motionless. We know your name is Lin Tao, but don't forget, the first Mech Academy isn't a place where you can run rampant with just your strength. HMPH. Our brother Leopard is not only the controller of the flying car track, but also the 10th ranked mech pilot in the Skynet network. After graduating from the first Mech Academy, many large mech companies will definitely be vying to recruit you. At that time, with just one word from brother Leopard, even if you graduate from the first Mech Academy, you definitely won't be able to find a job. The two men seemed to have gained confidence, no longer even afraid of Lin Tao's terrifying muscles. What good are muscles? While a strong physique is what makes someone a mecha pilot, Lin Tao chose material science, wasting his body. Both men felt a surge of contempt. What's going on? Why are the Flying Leopards at Hu Wenl's arena? And what's with that guy with the explosive muscles? Why is he clashing with the Flying Leopards? The people at the arena had been watching the racing competition and were completely unaware of what was happening outside. However, not everyone was oblivious. Isn't that Lin Tao? Yes, that's Lin Tao. This guy's something else. He transferred here today and really beat up the dean and the others. I heard that when Director Tong of the engine design department went back, he smashed several teacups in his office. Hell, you guys are behind the times. Lin Tao was pretty arrogant before. He even taught Ling Hezi of the Flying Leopard a lesson. I heard that Ling Hezi was robbed of 3 million star coins. He looks like there's going to be a good show. Lin Tao, let's go over there. Bai Fan's face was as white as could be, completely devoid of color. Bai Fan's weakness immediately made the two men smug again. They puffed out their chests and stared at Lin Tao with cold smiles. Lin Tao glanced at Bai Fan out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Fine, let Bai Fan see what happens when you're too cowardly. Lin Tao waved his hand and said, lead the way. Seeing that Lin Tao had really left with the flying leopards, the surrounding crowd, forgetting about the next race, followed behind, eager to watch the excitement. After all, since the racing track had been controlled by Feng Ledhao and his men, they hadn't had a proper spectacle in a long time. In another corner of the track, a young man dressed in fine clothes, looking like a refined gentleman, was inspecting a racing car when he saw the crowd disperse. He frowned. Racing competitions need a crowd, with most people gone. What was the point of the remaining races? Brother Hu, this is what happened, someone immediately whispered in his ear. The refined young man was none other than Hu Wenel, the person in charge of the event. Oh? Hu Wenel was surprised after hearing about Lin Tao's fight with the flying leopards at the racetrack. He put down his flying car and squinted at Lin Tao, who was walking in front. It seems like no one has dared to cause trouble here for a long time, right? Brother Hu, it's been almost a year since anyone dared to cause trouble in Flying Car Town. Forget it, a lot of people have left. Let's temporarily stop a few races and go check the situation. Hu Wenel was disheartened. After putting down his flying car, he followed the crowd towards the Flying Leopards arena. Looking at the crowd behind him, Bai Fan's legs trembled slightly. Lin Tao, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. But what puzzled him was that, given the large scene that had already been created, why hadn't the Du siblings shown up yet? Had they gone to another arena to watch a race in the blink of an eye? Lin Tao frowned. He followed the two people in front of him to another arena. As soon as he arrived, Lin Tao saw the flying car tracks that had been built around the area. It was an open ground track, and the main track was in the air, with many sections of the track broken off at considerable distances. An air-to-ground control chip? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow, his peripheral vision glancing at Bai Fan, who followed behind, his movement somewhat hesitant. The Wufan series chips of later generations were primarily designed for air and ground control. Since the chip performance by Wufan researched mainly served aerial applications, it perfectly suited the mecha combat of later generations. After all, humanity's main adversaries were interstellar creatures, which is why it received strong promotion from the Interstellar Federation and gained many Wufan fans. The match in the arena had been interrupted, but there were still many people around, divided into two lines, revealing a wide-open path in the middle. Seeing this, Bai Fan almost collapsed, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Tao frowned deeply. He lagged a few steps behind and gave Bai Fan a strong push from behind, finally getting him to walk a few steps faster. Lin Tao, however, these few steps almost drove Bai Fan to the brink of collapse. After all, he hadn't yet been driven to the point of family ruin, nor had he developed the Wufan chip. Lin Tao shrugged, remaining silent. In the arena, a muscular, extremely robust man had been staring at Lin Tao ever since he arrived. When Lin Tao reached him, the man abruptly stood up, took a deep breath, and immediately bulged out his muscles. Huh. Lin Tao glanced at the man's muscles and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The man's muscles were only slightly larger than the previous two, in terms of sheer muscle mass. This guy was far inferior. Thinking this, Lin Tao straightened his chest as well. In an instant, Lin Tao's muscles also bulged, almost bursting through his clothes. The man flexing his muscles was none other than Li Wei, the one controlling the arena, ranked 10th in the Skynet rankings, and a formidable member of the Mecha pilot department at the first Mecha Academy. Li Wei, who had originally intended to give Lin Tao a hard time, now saw that Lin Tao's muscles were several sizes larger than his own, and his expression suddenly changed. Seeing this scene, Bai Fan, who had been trembling, couldn't help but burst out laughing. This laughter, like a domino effect, caused a huge uproar of laughter to erupt from the surrounding crowd. Chapter 47 was looked down upon. The laughter of the crowd made Li Wei's face extremely ugly. Fortunately, the people in the room quickly realized something was wrong after laughing and hurriedly covered their mouths. This was Li Wei's territory, the flying leopard. The laughter stopped abruptly. HMPH. Li Wei snorted heavily. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Tao's explosive muscles, his gaze flickering. A body full of powerful muscles was the first choice for becoming a mecha pilot, because only such a body could use the mecha to perform high-intensity movements while also withstanding the immense pressure brought by high-speed movements. What a pity. Having a powerful body but not knowing how to use it was like possessing a treasure mountain but not knowing how to use it. Li Wei believed he knew Lin Tao's background perfectly well. An orphan who, by chance, learned mecha repair skills. Feeling that his skills were insufficient, he entered Hyacinth Academy. He didn't know what madness Master Goulet had gone through when he arrived at Hyacinth Academy, but he actually recommended him to the first Mecha Academy. By all accounts, Lin Tao had hit the jackpot. It's a pity this guy lost his mind and actually chose the material science department. It's a complete waste. If he had Master Goulet's recommendation, he would definitely pull strings and get into the strongest Mecha pilot department at the first Mecha Academy. Besides, Lin Tao has such a powerful physique, he's practically laid the foundation for becoming a Mecha pilot. However, since Li gave up becoming a Mecha pilot and chose the material science department instead, this gives Li Wei an opportunity. What use is personal strength if you don't become a Mecha pilot? After Li Wei snorted a few times, his narrowed gaze fell on Bai Fan, who had laughed first. Under that gaze, Bai Fan's legs trembled, and his face turned as white as paper. Lin Tao saw out of the corner of his eye that Bai Fan was about to collapse and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. It seems that if Bai Fan hadn't been stimulated, he would hardly have become the Bai Wufan of later generations. Thinking of this, Lin Tao had no choice but to temporarily put aside Bai Fan's matter. He looked at Li Wei. "You're flying leopard Li Wei, what business do you have with me? How dare you? Insolent." As soon as Lin Tao finished speaking, the two men who had brought him here earlier immediately turned around and shouted loudly. "Ha!" Seeing Li Wei's cold smile in silence, Lin Tao couldn't help but find it amusing. Even at this point, he was still trying to intimidate him. Did he really think he was easy to bully? His eyes turned cold. Lin Tao raised his right foot, took a big step forward, and instead of looking at Li Wei, he looked at the two men. "What were you saying just now?" As Lin Tao spoke, his muscles bulged, as if they were about to burst out, as if he was about to strike at any moment. We. The two men were speechless and stumbled back several steps. "All right, you two step back." Disappointed with his two subordinates and sensing that Lin Tao only showed off his personal strength, Li Wei looked at him with a hint of contempt. "I told them to call you here." Lin Tao crossed his arms and chuckled a few times. "Lin Tao, I don't know how my subordinate offended you, but you not only injured him, but also stole 3 million star coins from him. What do you have to say about that?" Since he couldn't outmuscle himself, Li Wei stopped showing off and directly stated his purpose. Did it know how he offended him? This Li Wei was too good at pretending. If Ling Zixin hadn't been instigated by anyone, why would he have spoken so rudely the moment he saw him? However, since Li Wei deliberately avoided this issue, Lin Tao naturally wouldn't bring it up either. 3 million star coins? Lin Tao smiled slightly. "I heard that the closer a house is to the first Mecha Academy, the more expensive the rent. 3 million is just a few months' rent at most. Is that a lot for you?" Lin Tao countered. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lin Tao only needs to pay 100,000 star coins a month for Aunt Bai's place. That's already far from the first Mecha Academy, almost on the edge. If it were any closer, even a 2-bedroom apartment would cost at least 1 million star coins a month. So, while 3 million star coins may seem like a lot, for some people, it's actually quite little. Just like Lin Tao, who used the alias L, had a bet of tens of millions against Liu Xueying. Li Wei's face darkened. He knew the rent in Mingyuan City, even he himself rented a place for 1 million star coins a month. But these words from Lin Tao instantly ignited his anger. If someone of Li Wei's caliber were to say 3 million star coins, they wouldn't care. But who was Lin Tao? Before coming to the first Mecha Academy, he was just a poor student struggling to make ends meet, barely able to afford tuition. 3 million star coins was just a few months' rent? Did he really think he was someone special? Glancing at Lin Tao's threateningly muscular physique, Li Wei felt a surge of resentment. If it weren't for those muscles, he would have already sent his men to teach him a lesson. Regardless, since you've attacked my men, if I can't regain my face, I can't stay in this place any longer. Li Wei's face was ashen. Lin Tao, do you dare to fight me? Oh? Hearing this, Lin Tao's eyes lit up. You want to have a car race with me? Ho, don't tell me you came to Cart Town just to watch a car race. Li Wei laughed loudly. Lin Tao smiled slightly. He had been interested when Bai Fan mentioned the chip car race. After all, in his later life, Lin Tao had participated in chip car races more than once, and chip cars themselves possessed a special charm that no one who had entered the chip design department could resist. Coincidentally, Lin Tao was also very interested in chip cars. Lin Tao, don't agree. Bai Fan suppressed his fear and lowered his voice. Flying Leopard's chip car is a famous high-mobility car in Car Town, specially designed to handle aerial terrain. In this aspect, almost no one in Car Town can beat it. Lin Tao smiled without saying a word. Not agree? Is this even possible? Not only did they come knocking, but they also brought them here, clearly not intending to let them leave easily. Moreover, Lin Tao glanced at Bai Fan casually. He wanted to know if the feud between Bai Fan and Feng Lehao was because Bai Fan already possessed the design concept for the Wufan chip. Bai Fan's voice was soft, but it still reached Li Yu's ears. Li Yu gave Bai Fan a cold look and sneered again. Lin Tao, don't tell me that someone from the Mecha repair department, with Mecha repair skills, can't even control a chip-powered flying car. Was he trying to provoke him? Lin Tao smiled and spread his hands. I can agree to that, but right now I don't have a flying car, and I don't have the chip either. That's easy. Seeing Lin Tao's interest, Li Yu laughed loudly, snapping his fingers with his right hand. In the arena, a container truck that had been parked for a long time opened its back door, revealing a dazzling array of equipment and instruments inside. As the controller of the chip-powered flying car arena, how could Li Yu be unprepared? This container truck has everything you need. I can give you 2 hours. As long as you can assemble a chip-powered flying car, you can fight me, Li Yu said with a smile. As for the battle fee, I won't ask for much. 5 million. Li Yu held up one hand and raised 5 fingers. 3 million is to return to my subordinates, and the remaining 2 million is to calm his nerves. What do you think? 5 million? Lin Tao asked indifferently. If it weren't for the gambling battle at Zhangwei Mecha Center, he really wouldn't have been able to come up with 5 million, but now. Lin Tao thought to himself, glanced at the equipment and instruments inside the container truck, and nodded. Then can I go assemble a chip-powered flying car now? Anytime is fine. Li Yu laughed smugly. In the entire flying car town, he had never lost to competition in either air or ground terrain. Even Feng Lehao and Hu Wenel didn't dare to fight him in air terrain. He dared to agree to such a challenge so easily. Did Lin Tao truly possess the ability to assemble a chip-powered flying car, or did he see that things weren't going well and was planning to offer 5 million to ease tensions? Ha! Li Yu sneered inwardly. Normally, he might have thought more highly of Lin Tao because of this, but Lin Tao had already severely offended Director Tong of the engine design department. If they were reconciled, how could he face Liu Xueying, who was studying in the engine design department? He entered the container truck. Lin Tao glanced around, quite surprised. I didn't expect Li Yu to haven't tampered with this. Inside the container truck were all the equipment needed to create personal chips, and just like in later generations, 3 flying car modules were placed on a table. Even if the first assembly failed, there were 2 more chances, almost exactly like the flying car competitions of later generations. Lin Tao, didn't I tell you not to agree? Bai Fan followed Lin Tao into the container truck, sighing. Do you know why Li Yu is called the Flying Leopard? Lin Tao, of course, wouldn't know. He only knew that with the equipment in the container truck, they could even assemble more than one new chip. The chip designed by Li Yu is unmatched in aerial terrain, not to mention Feng Lehao and Hu Wenel. Even ordinary aerial cyclists are no match for him, Bai Fan said. In the entire flying car town, Li Yu is invincible in aerial terrain. Suddenly, Bai Fan paused, as if he had thought of something, and couldn't help but say, Lin Tao, you wouldn't be considering using this 5 million to settle things because of Li Yu's background, would you? Lin Tao frowned deeply. Bai Fan was talking too much? He waved his hand. Bai Fan, go and make me a chip right now. He paused, then added, make the chip you usually use. Oh. Bai Fan was stunned and quickly replied, Lin Tao, my chip is. Hurry up. Lin Tao shouted. Helpless, Bai Fan could only swallow the rest of his words. Actually, he really wanted to tell Lin Tao that the chip he made was at most ranked around 200th in Flying Car Town, and couldn't beat Li Yu's Flying Leopard at all. Seeing Bai Fan begin production, Lin Tao glanced at the stares from the crowd outside, walked to the truck door, and closed it. He didn't want anyone to see how they were making the chips. Chapter 48 True Chip Flying Car. Startled by Lin Tao's shout, Bai Fan quickly lowered his head and began working on the chips needed for the flying car. Lin Tao shook his head inwardly. Bai Fan seemed somewhat cowardly and afraid of the strong. It seemed that the so-called Marcus Feng Li had noticed this, which was why he had targeted him. He glanced at Bai Fen's chip-making technique. It was not bad, his movements were skillful. After all, he had been in the flying car racing scene for quite some time. It was just a pity about his timid personality. Suddenly, Lin Tao frowned slightly. The chip Bai Fan was making was already showing signs of becoming a Wufan chip, but it was still far from being a true first-generation Wufan chip. Shaking his head, Lin Tao also picked up the equipment beside him and began making his own chip. In his future life, Lin Tao was an ancient martial arts-based mecha pilot, so he didn't need chips to replace the mecha's movements. Therefore, he applied almost all of his chip design knowledge to chip flying cars. Chip making was also something he was very skilled at. Although the equipment was outdated and the process was a bit awkward, it was still passable. Outside the container truck, Hu Wenl walked up to Li Wei. "Why are you here too?" Li Wei was slightly surprised. "You sent people to my place and took them away. What kind of competition can I organize now?" Hu Wenl glanced at the crowd around him and curled his lip. Li Wei shrugged. He hadn't expected so many people to come and watch. But it was understandable. After the three of them took control of the area, it had been a long time since such a lively scene had occurred in Flying Car Town. The sudden turn of events naturally aroused everyone's curiosity. "Li Wei, are you really going to let them go for 5 million star coins?" Hu Wenl changed the subject. "He 5 million? That's not even enough for several months' rent in Mingyuan City." Li Wei sneered. "Besides, do you really think I approached him just for a subordinate?" Hu Wenl laughed. Just as he had thought, Li Wei clearly wanted to impress Director Hu of the engine design department to secure a better position for his sister, Liu Xueying. Had they even closed the door? Hu Wenl glanced at the truck door. Do they really think closing the door will work? Li Wei laughed. According to the information he had gathered, Lin Tao had never even seen a flying car before. This meant that in the end, they could only rely on Bai Fen to create the chip flying car. But Bai Fen's chip flying car was only considered average in Flying Car Town. To put it bluntly, if Bai Fen's chip was dropped on the ground, few people would pick it up. The outcome of this flying car race was self-evident. Now, Li Wei wasn't thinking about the race itself, but rather how to continue dealing with Lin Tao after it was over. Time passed second by second, and half an hour had already gone by in the blink of an eye. Half an hour has passed, why haven't Bai Fen and the other guy come out yet? Yet, usually making a chip car takes at most 20 minutes. Bai Fan has been in Flying Car Town for a long time, and he's made chips more than once or twice. How come it's taking so long? It's really strange. Normally, making a chip car for the first time should take at most half an hour. The chip only needs to be pieced together according to the materials. Could it be that Lin Tao is really planning to start from scratch and make a completely new chip? The crowd around the arena was making noise. Li Wei and Hu Wenl also frowned secretly. The container truck had all the equipment, and making a chip only required assembling some parts, which should take no more than 20 minutes. Even someone with no experience could assemble a chip in about 30 minutes. Bai Fan has been in Flying Car Town for quite some time. With him by his side, how could half an hour have passed and they still hadn't made a chip car? Could it be? Suddenly, Hu Wenl raised an eyebrow. Li Wei's pupils also contracted. With experienced technicians by their side, the fact that they still hadn't been able to build a chip-powered flying car after half an hour suggested only one possibility. Lin Tao and his team were planning to build a completely new chip, requiring them to discard the existing chip components and start from scratch. How could that be? Li Wei shook his head repeatedly. Lin Tao's expertise was in mecha repair, and while Bai Fan had some chip-making experience, building a completely new chip wasn't so easy. It required advanced electronic design knowledge. Even just considering Hu Wenl, who is already a student in the electronic design department and the head of the department at the first Mecha Academy, his grandfather, it was still a difficult task for the two of them to build a new chip. Not only did Li Wei shake his head, but Hu Wenl also immediately dismissed the idea. Suddenly, Hu Wenl grinned. "Li Wei, do you think they might be scared? So scared that they couldn't even build the chip?" Aside from being the 10th-ranked mecha pilot in the Skynet network, Li Wei was also quite skilled in chip-powered flying cars, earning him the nickname Flying Leopard. Although he didn't know Lin Tao's background, Hu Wenl was well aware of Bai Fan's strength, given his frequent presence at the flying car track. Li Wei sneered. "Hu Wenl, Can you stop being so dramatic? I thought we'd encountered a chip-powered flying car expert. Hu Wen'el smiled and remained silent. Whoosh! Just then, the container truck door slowly opened. Instantly, everyone's attention focused on what was behind the door. Li Wai and Hu Wen'el's eyes also fell upon it. The first person to step out was Lin Tao, carrying a strangely shaped chip-powered flying car. Bai Fan followed behind with a strange, almost death-like expression. Huh? That chip-powered flying car. From a distance, Hu Wen'el immediately recognized a chip-powered flying car in Lin Tao's hand. Its shape was clearly modified for terrain, specifically designed to handle aerial terrain. His expression turned strange. Could they really be planning to beat Li Wai? Hu Wen'el glanced at Li Wai, whose face had turned ashen. HMPH, so what if they have a new flying car? I don't believe they can beat my flying leopard. Li Wai narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Why is the shape of that flying car so strange? What is that thing? PFFT. That's a chip, a chip. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed people around, after staring at the chip flying car in Lin Tao's hand for a while, suddenly exclaimed. Not only them, but Li Wai and Hu Wen'el were also stunned. Hu Wen'el rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief, looked again, and couldn't help but grin and laugh out loud. It turned out that from a distance, the chip flying car in Lin Tao's hand seemed to have been refinished, like a flying car specially designed to deal with aerial terrain, but upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this was not a flying car at all, but a complete mess. The chip flying car was covered with a layer of armor-like material, but this armor was formed by 5 or 6 chips that had not yet been assembled, piece by piece attached to the outside of the flying car. Is this still a chip flying car? No, no, no. This is a chip-powered flying car, a real flying car made entirely of chips. Hu Wen'el grinned from ear to ear. Li Wai's eyes twitched, his face growing increasingly ashen. It was hard to imagine that this real chip flying car was made by the skilled Bai Fan. No wonder Bai Fan, who was following behind, looked like he wanted to die. Anyone who had participated in flying car races knew that chips were inserted into the flying car slots to control the car using the programmed information. Who would have thought that someone would actually think a chip-powered flying car was actually protected by chips? After recovering, Li Wai's face darkened, as if he had been insulted. Lin Tao, are you planning to use this nonsensical thing to race me? Bai Fan, could this be your new flying car that you've been researching lately? Li Wai rushed towards Bai Fan, emphasizing the word flying car. Hearing this, Bai Fan, who had been following behind Lin Tao, turned pale, stumbled, and waved his hands frantically. Originally, following Lin Tao's instructions, he had already created a chip for everyday use. Although it might not win, it was still much better than the haphazardly cobbled together thing Lin Tao had put together. Bai Fan had also tried to dissuade him, but Lin Tao seemed determined, insisting on modifying the chip-powered flying car into this strange shape, claiming it would not only protect the car from impacts but also be more suitable for aerial terrain. But the more Bai Fan looked at this so-called real chip flying car, the more disgusting it seemed. Lin Tao smiled, nodded, and held up the chip flying car in front of Li Wai. How about it? Isn't my flying car beautiful? Beautiful, very beautiful. Li Wai gritted his teeth and roared angrily. His chip-powered flying car was famous in Flying Car Town and had even earned the nickname Flying Leopard. To have his Flying Leopard compete against this nonsensical thing made Li Wai secretly regretful. This was simply an insult to his Flying Leopard flying car. Is this guy really courting death? Hu Wen'el frowned, looking at Lin Tao with confusion. Suddenly, Li Wai's expression returned to normal. His eyes narrowed, flashing a cold light. If Lin Tao lost and handed over 5 million star coins, he would have to find another excuse to continue dealing with Lin Tao. Now, using such an ugly thing to fight back clearly gave Li Wai an opportunity to continue provoking him. Really good looking? Lin Tao was surprised. He glanced at the somewhat grotesque chip car in his hand and shrugged. Actually, Lin Tao had no other choice. Time was too short. Although he had some research on chip cars in his later life, the equipment used to make chip cars in his later life had also advanced significantly, far surpassing the technology of the present. With the equipment he had, to create a Wufin chip, he could only rely on various combinations, resulting in the appearance before him. But, was it really good looking? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Racing Competition. The racing track has 10 lanes from left to right, accommodating 10 racing cars simultaneously. Given the dual car challenge, Lin Tao's assembled car is positioned on the first lane on the left, while Liu Xueying's flying leopard is on the 10th lane on the far right. After placing the cars on the lanes, Liu Xueying glanced coldly at the lump on the far left, snorted, and then pointed at Hu Wenel. This is Hu Wenel, the manager of the other venue. We'll transfer the money to him. Regardless of who wins or loses, we can immediately get the cash from him, avoiding future trouble. Liu Xueying naturally didn't think the flying leopard would lose, but he was afraid Lin Tao would renege on the deal if they won. 5 million star coins might be a small amount for some, but for someone like Bai Fan, it was a considerable sum. Without waiting for Hu Wenel's agreement, Liu Xueying immediately transferred 5 million star coins. Hu Wenel chuckled. He had come here only to be mistaken for a referee, and reluctantly showed Lin Tao his contact information. Lin Tao smiled slightly, without even blinking, and transferred 5 million star coins. This surprised Hu Wenel and Lin Tao. Seeing one big shot after another appear in Flying Car Town, Bai Fan's face turned extremely grim. If he had known the consequences, he wouldn't have brought Lin Tao and the others. Bai Fan, do outside casinos take over this kind of competition? Lin Tao had about 80 million star coins on him, and after betting 5 million, he still had over 70 million left, so he wanted to see if he could make a profit outside the casinos. This is a private competition. Under normal circumstances, outside casinos wouldn't take it over. Hu Wenel paused for a moment, then laughed, glancing sideways at the ashen-faced Liu Xueying, and secretly shook his head. You still plan to recoup your losses? Liu Xueying sneered. He thought Lin Tao had already lost his 5 million, so he planned to bet outside the casinos to win back his initial investment. Lin Tao is thinking of using outsiders? If there really are outsiders, they're definitely going to suffer a terrible loss. Of course, how could that dirt car possibly beat Liu Xueying's flying leopard? Maybe Lin Tao is thinking the same thing, which is why he's looking for outsiders to earn back his 5 million. The onlookers discussed and laughed. No one was optimistic about Lin Tao's strangely shaped flying car, and from the moment Lin Tao took it out, almost everyone wanted to leave. If they hadn't wanted to see how Lin Tao would end up, they would have left long ago. This race was practically a foregone conclusion. The deposit was handed to Hu Wenel, who then read the numbers, and the flying car race officially began. Flying car race begins. 3, 2, 1, start. Hu Wenel shouted the numbers. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 flying cars roared off the track almost simultaneously. What's going on? Suddenly, Hu Wenel was stunned. How is this possible? How did that clod of dirt get ahead? PFFT. The flying leopard can't keep up in initial speed. As soon as the 2 flying cars started, Lin Tao's clod of dirt barely stopped, maintaining the same speed throughout, leaving the flying leopard far behind. This scene shocked not only Hu Wenel but also everyone around, and Liu Xueying's pupils contracted even more. How can that clod of dirt burst out with such speed? Liu Xueying's face turned ashen. Even he hadn't expected that a mere clod of dirt could unleash such terrifying speed on a land track. HMPH. Liu Xueying narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, glanced at the clod of dirt, and snorted angrily, "Let you be arrogant on the land track first." Liu Xueying was quite familiar with the performance of his flying car, and besides, this section of the track was only a land track. Once they entered the air track, the flying leopard's performance would be fully unleashed. The entire track was divided into 5 stages, with the first and 4th stages being land tracks, and the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th stages being air tracks. Once the first stage of the land track is over, there will be 2 consecutive aerial terrain sections. In Flying Leopard Town, no one dares to claim the title of best in aerial terrain. With 2 consecutive aerial terrain sections, and the race ending in aerial terrain, even if Lin Tao's dirt car can unleash terrifying speeds on the land track, it won't matter. This dirt car seems a bit off. Hu Wenel wasn't as calm as Liu Xueying. He stared intently at Lin Tao's flying car, trying to figure out why it could achieve such high speeds on the land track. I never expected that flying car covered in chips could reach such a high speed on a land track. Yet, if it maintained that speed on a completely land track, it would definitely win a championship. Which track in Flying Car Town is purely land-based now? That's right, that's just a waste of time. Single-track tests are only for testing the speed performance of flying cars. Regular competitive races don't just have single-terrain tracks. Once we enter the second stage, I reckon a dirt car will definitely be caught up by the Flying Leopard. Exactly, there are 2 consecutive aerial terrain sections after that, and the final stage of the track also ends with an aerial terrain section. In that case, the Flying Leopard will still be the winner in the end. The crowd discussed among themselves, but their eyes remained fixed on Lin Tao's dirt car. The 3 track controllers of Flying Car Town are all highly skilled individuals capable of achieving significant results on their respective tracks. Li Wei's Flying Leopard, for example, excels in aerial terrain, while Feng Lehao's ocean-based track is unmatched. As for Hu Wen'el, his car's performance is primarily suited to land-based terrain. At this moment, Hu Wen'el, currently leading on the land track, stared at the clod of earth for a while, his expression suddenly changing. He realized that even if his car reached its maximum speed, it would be no match for the clod of earth in a pure land race. What's going on? What kind of modifications has that car undergone to achieve such speed? Hu Wen'el was shocked. It's important to understand that Hu Wen'el's car chip was developed jointly with his grandfather, a student in the electronic design department. Even the speed of the car developed by the department head couldn't match that clod of earth. This made Hu Wen'el almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Whoosh! The clod of earth, 20 meters ahead of the Flying Leopard, entered the second stage of the aerial terrain first. Finally, we've reached the aerial terrain. Let's see if you can keep going like this, Li Wei sneered. Finally, we've reached the aerial terrain. The clod of earth is 20 meters ahead. Can it maintain that? Impossible. Even if it's 100 meters ahead, once it reaches the aerial terrain, it will definitely be overtaken by the Flying Leopard. The Flying Leopard is called the Flying Leopard precisely because of its advantage in aerial terrain. I really don't know how Li Wei designed it. Hell, Li Wei hired a special track designer to build this track specifically for the Flying Leopard. Although I can't deny the clod of earth's performance on land, this track is specifically designed for the Flying Leopard. 3 sections of aerial terrain, 2 of which are continuous, and the last section also ends in the air. No matter how strong it is on land, it can never be stronger than the Flying Leopard. The surrounding crowd continued to discuss, no one optimistic about Lin Tao's clod of earth. Lin Tao glanced at the crowd around him, a slight smile playing on his lips. While he couldn't directly create a true extraordinary chip, piecing together the various chips allowed him to barely replicate the performance of the first-generation extraordinary chip. The first-generation extraordinary chip was the first chip researched by Wufen in later generations. Upon its appearance, this chip immediately shone brightly on both land and air tracks, achieving brilliant results not only on land but also in the air. But this wasn't the key point. Just then, after landing on the air track, the clod of earth suddenly emitted 2 plumes of exhaust fumes from its rear, and with a whoosh, its speed increased further, even rivaling its speed on the land track. How is this possible? Hu Wen'el's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only him, but the surrounding crowd was also suddenly speechless, staring dumbfounded at the scene before them. This. Li Wei finally reacted. At this moment, the Flying Leopard on the track finally entered the air terrain. However, the Flying Leopard, having just entered the aerial terrain, happened to collide with the high-speed exhaust fumes from the clod of earth in front of it. It not only spun several times in mid-air but was also nearly ejected off the track. Seeing this bizarre scene, Li Wei was stunned. Hu Wen'el's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place. Everyone around was speechless, only able to stare blankly at the Flying Leopard spinning in place. As for Bai Fan, he was completely dumbfounded. Even Lin Tao hadn't expected this scene. In a short time, the distance between the clod of earth and the Flying Leopard had increased once again. The third stage of the track was like a circus act of jumping through fire hoops, requiring the flying vehicles to jump through 5 hoops consecutively before landing on the 4th stage's land track. The clod of earth, fortunately, lived up to its mission, successfully jumping through all 5 hoops and landing safely back on the 4th stage track. Flying Leopard, affected by exhaust fumes in the 2nd stage, was already thrown into disarray. Although it managed to pass the aerial track in the 2nd stage smoothly, in the 3rd stage, it not only crashed into 2 laps, but also seemed to miscalculate in the other 3 laps, deviating from its trajectory and grazing past them. It was precisely because of this that when Flying Leopard landed on the land track in the 4th stage, it had already deviated from track number 10 and landed on track number 8. Ignoring the distance between Flying Leopard and Dudu, this change alone meant that Flying Leopard had completely lost the race. Unless Dudu made a mistake in the later stages of the race, or its chip malfunctioned, Flying Leopard had no chance of winning this race. I thought I had finished writing and published it, but it turned out to be just a dream. I still have to keep writing after waking up. I'm so sad. Chapter 50 Marcus of Fingal. Impossible. The Flying Leopard has veered off the track? It's not just off the track, it's almost 100 meters behind. It's lost. It's going to lose. The Flying Leopard is going to lose. Seeing the situation on the track, the surrounding crowd erupted in shouts, seemingly unable to believe it. Not only were they incredulous, but even Liu himself was dumbfounded. Lose? The Flying Leopard is going to lose? Impossible. Liu shouted in shock. Hu Wenel, who had been standing beside him, shook his head secretly upon hearing his shout. Although the Flying Leopard was a chip-powered flying car primarily designed for aerial terrain, even Hu Wenel hadn't expected that Lin Tao's clod of earth, despite its unattractive appearance, possessed a terrifying speed. Whether on land or in the air, it consistently outpaced the Flying Leopard. Hu Wenel narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the clod of earth seemed specifically designed to counter the Flying Leopard. Moreover, even if Hu Wenel's own chip-powered flying car were to race against this clod of earth, it would likely be no match. Could it be that Bai Fan, after losing to Feng Le Hao, has been secretly preparing a new chip? Hu Wenel's gaze fell on Bai Fan, while Lin Tao was completely ignored. Flying cars weren't something that could be mastered in a day or two. Who would believe that Lin Tao, who had only just appeared in Flying Car Town, could research a new chip? Moreover, chip development required knowledge of electronic design, which Lin Tao clearly lacked. However, Feng Le Hao's chip flying car excelled in marine terrain, so why was this clod of earth's strength in land and air? Hu Wenel thought to himself, but Bai Fan was equally dumbfounded, his mind a complete blank. Inside the car, seeing Lin Tao about to modify the chip, Bai Fan initially thought Lin Tao understood the principles of chip flying cars. However, Lin Tao then used 5 or 6 chips to completely encase the chip flying car, making it look like a clod of earth. Bai Fan immediately tried to stop him, but Lin Tao not only ignored him but even insisted on using this clod of earth for the race. It's understandable that Bai Fan didn't have high hopes for this third car back then. But things are different now. This dirt car not only far surpasses the Flying Leopard on land terrain, but it can even compete with Hu Wenel's chip-powered flying car. Moreover, on aerial terrain, it leaves the Flying Leopard far behind. It's practically a new chip-powered flying car specifically designed for both land and air terrain. It's a pity that if Lin Tao had some powerful connections, he could definitely control a place in Flying Car Town. Bai Fan glanced at Lin Tao out of the corner of his eye. The 4th stage was on land terrain, and in a short time, the dirt car once again left the Flying Leopard far behind. As for the final aerial terrain, few people paid attention to it anymore, because almost everyone's eyes were on the dirt car. How exactly was this chip-powered flying car modified? Could there be a new chip design concept hidden beneath the surface chips? Could the chips covering the flying car possibly increase its speed? In the blink of an eye, the clod of earth had returned to the starting line, while Liu's Flying Leopard had only recently entered the 5th stage. Clearly, Lin Tao had won this chip-powered flying car race. Lin Tao stepped forward and, under everyone's watchful eyes, removed the clod of earth, which was completely covered in chips. All eyes around him immediately fell on the clod of earth, even Hu Wenel's eyes flickered, while only Liu stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the Flying Leopard, which had not yet returned to the starting line. Where's the money? Lin Tao beckoned to Hu Wenel. Hu Wenel then reacted, glancing at the still-dazed Liu out of the corner of his eye, shaking his head secretly, and quickly transferred 10 million to Lin Tao's watch account. Lin Tao, can I take a look at your flying car? Hu Wenel was extremely curious, wanting to understand the design concept behind Lin Tao's flying car. After all, he was also from the electronic design department, and he was quite puzzled by the flying car that used 5 or 6 chips pieced together. What kind of price do you think you'll have to pay? Lin Tao's narrowed eyes flashed with a cold light. Flying Car Town was a place purely focused on flying cars. A high-performance chip flying car could even spark a ranking competition. Just like Hu Wenel and Liu, if they wanted to control a flying car track, they would need a super chip flying car. Therefore, no one would reveal the secret of their flying car. Huan blushed, chuckled a few times, and didn't say anything more. Lin Tao turned his head and looked at Li Wei. He wanted to know what other tricks this guy would use to prevent them from leaving Flying Car Town. Just then, the flying leopard finally returned to the starting line, and someone immediately stepped forward to take it down and hand it over to Li Wei. Suddenly, amidst gasps from the surrounding crowd, Li Wei, his face contorted in shock, after receiving the chip-equipped flying car, lifted his prized flying leopard high into the air and slammed it to the ground. True to his reputation as the 10th strongest in the Skynet, Li Wei's arms were incredibly strong. With a single slam, he shattered the flying leopard into pieces. After destroying the flying leopard, Li Wei raised his head, his gaze vicious, fixed on Lin Tao. Lin Tao shrugged, remaining silent. Unfortunately, Li Wei made no further move besides staring intently at Lin Tao. Helpless, Lin Tao could only wave to Bai Fan, "Let's go." Strangely, even after Lin Tao and Bai Fan left, Li Wei still didn't make a move. Winning the race in Flying Car Town, and defeating Li Wei's flying leopard, immediately earned Lin Tao cheers from the surrounding crowd. Clearly, even without a powerful backer, everyone already saw him as the next Li Wei. Flying Car Town had always revered strength in flying cars. After leaving the flying leopard arena, Lin Tao glanced at the time. It was almost dawn. Where did the Du siblings go? Lin Tao looked around in confusion, but still couldn't find them. Perhaps they've already returned to the parking lot. Bai Fan swallowed hard. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Lin Tao's car, which looked like a lump of dirt, could actually beat Li Wei's flying leopard. Sure enough, when Lin Tao and Bai Fan returned to the parking lot, they saw the Du siblings in the distance. Lin Tao! Lin Tao! The Du siblings looked pale, as if they had been frightened. What happened? Lin Tao frowned slightly. Du Ruming shook his head. I don't know what happened. We were probably controlled, but then, for some reason, we were released. Du Ruzi's face was pale, but her speech was still clear. Controlled? Lin Tao's expression darkened. Could it be him? Upon hearing this, Bai Fan's expression changed drastically. Who? Lin Tao pressed. Feng Lehao. Bai Fan's face suddenly showed a hint of fear. In Flying Car Town, only Feng Lehao, who has an underground background, would dare to do this. Even Li Wei and the others wouldn't dare to do this. Lin Tao, let's leave quickly. Bai Fan glanced around and lowered his voice repeatedly. Leave? Lin Tao's face darkened. They were just being bullied like this, and they were just going to turn around and leave as if nothing had happened? Lin Tao, let's go back first. Du Ruzi also said. Although Du Ruming didn't speak, his eyes were fixed on Lin Tao, wishing he could leave this place immediately. Seeing the expressions of the three, Lin Tao couldn't swallow this insult any longer and could only sigh helplessly. Alright, let's go back first. As soon as Lin Tao spoke, the three of them quickly darted back into the hovercar like fish, their speed so fast it was as if they were escaping from hell. Feng Lehao? Lin Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned his head and looked at the last place in Flying Car Town. His eyes flickered, but he didn't speak. Lin Tao wasn't one to give in so easily. He'd let Feng Lehao off the hook for now, and deal with him later when the opportunity arose. After all, he was curious to know what Feng Lehao saw in Bai Fan that made him resort to such methods. Boom! The hovercar's engine roared at high speed, heading towards Flying Car Town. At the other end of Flying Car Town, inside a container truck decorated like a luxurious room, a huge screen displayed the entire situation of Flying Car Town. Currently, the screen was showing a flying car race between Lin Tao and Li Wei. Sitting in front of the screen was a young man in a black suit, his face somewhat gloomy. He stared intently at a computer next to the large screen, which displayed performance data for the flying cars based on the race. Seeing the speed data of the mud brick car, the young man's expression darkened further, and a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. Beep beep. Suddenly, the young man's wristwatch beeped urgently. Upon opening it, a hoarse voice came through. Brother How, they're gone. Is the chip-powered flying car, which looks like a clod of dirt, still in their hands? The grim-faced young man was none other than Feng Lehao, the man who terrified Bai Fan. Feng Lehao was just a nickname given to him by outsiders. His real name was Hao Xiaocheng, but the name lacked the grandeur of Feng Lehao, so he was always referred to as Feng Lehao. Yes, Our people have been seeing Lin Tao holding that chip-equipped flying car. Arrange it immediately, send a mech over. Brother Hao, we need to send a mech? Feng Lethouse nodded coldly. They all have connections with Master Goulet, especially that newcomer Lin Tao. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll become arrogant. After a pause, he ordered again, retrieve the third car, and warn Lin Tao to stay away from Baifan and not mess things up. Brother Hao, I understand. The communication ended. Feng Letao picked up a bottle of wine from the table, filled a glass, and then stepped out of the container truck, gazing at the starry sky in the distance. Lin Tao? A sneer appeared on Feng Letao's lips as he downed the wine in his glass. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.